Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another day, yet another week here at LPL English, as we have really started to speed through this regular season, with Saturday meaning the start of yet another full calendar week here in the regular season. And we're going to have a 3-series day for you today, 2 in Group Nirvana, 1 in Group Ascend, starting us off with ThunderTalk versus LGD. We're after that going to go over to Ultra Prime against LNG, the two teams that have yet to collect a win here in Group Nirvana, and wrapping things up in Group Ascend with Anyone's Legends taking on JDG. My name is Grapes, and I'm here to welcome a brand new member of the LPL English broadcast team, Mr. Gavin Quacks Hug, joining us here for the first 2 series today. Quacks, been a long time coming. Welcome to the show. I see you are repping the LPL here with your suit. Very nice, very fit for the occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge thing that I've been looking forward to joining for so long, finally getting the opportunity. And you know I had to show up all snazzy and stylish, ready to go. And Grapes, it's been a long time since I've casted with you, man. It's awesome that we get to reunite in a way here on the LPL English broadcast. And with two teams that, like you said, for our series, or at least for my series, we'll be covering in Group Nirvana. And it's like you said, it's ThunderTalk versus LGD. And I did my homework. I think I'm all prepped up on these guys, Grapes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to go into, obviously, with such the vast history that we have here in the LPL. So know that you're going to be super prepared. Know that all the fans at home are going to be excited here for a 3-series day. Last Saturday, not to knock on wood right now as we speak, we went the full distance. I'm sure our producer Chippy, who was there last week, maybe not super happy about that. But maybe we'll get that again here today for you. Before we get started, though, let's take a look at the overall standings in both Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. Again, only one Ascend series today. That'll be JDG, who picked up a win yesterday over FPX, going up against our defending champions in AL. But in Group Nirvana, it'll be 3 versus 4 and then 5 versus 6. And Quacks, with 4 teams out of Group Nirvana qualifying into the play-in stage, this matchup between ThunderTalk and LGD is going to be very important for seeding.
It absolutely is. You can see ThunderTalk are one of the last teams to actually get that 4th series out of the way. It's been 8 days since we last checked in on the Double T Blue boys. And frankly, I'm really interested to see how that time off has manifested with them, if they manage to collect their thoughts a little bit and maybe go into this series a bit more prepared, because a win here would tie them up with NIP. And a convincing win here might get some people talking about if they can challenge NIP, because they play them not just once, but twice after this.
Yeah, this team obviously made a big splash to start off the season, making it all the way to the quarterfinals of Split 1. Been on a bit of a roller coaster ride ever since. Their big captain Beishuan ended up leaving to join BLG. Now he actually ended up getting benched over on that squad. But ThunderTalk now with a little bit of a new roster as we enter Split 3. Let's take a look at the 5 players that'll be on the Rift for them today. Of course, most of the roster staying the same in Hoya, Satab, 1xN, and Feather. Aki, of course, from NIP, the newest addition. And with Xiaohan Gren being the replacement, or the player that he's been replacing, Aki definitely an upgrade in that department. But overall for ThunderTalk, haven't been able to unlock that same magic that we saw from them at the start of the year.
Oh, they definitely haven't. And I like that you mentioned a little bit about Aki, because I feel like this is a player that, when he is able to be really proactive on the map, when he is actually able to, I think, lead the charge in a lot of cases and sort of link up with Satab, he can be a really formidable force in terms of getting his mid laner ahead, because Satab is a very, pronounced control mage player. Doesn't play a lot of those aggressive mid laners. Obviously has, some stuff up his sleeve, such as the Aurora, which can pack a bit of a punch. But still, I feel like unlocking Satab has kind of been Aki's job in a lot of these games, and that sort of extends to 1xN. I think if that mid-jungle duo is able to be more proactive on the map, then it extends to bot lane and kind of puts them at this triple threat comp that can be really, really deadly when the right conditions are met.
Yeah, and obviously, even though some of the pieces have been moving around in the jungle role specifically, I think a part of the team here for ThunderTalk that has been pretty consistent the entire way is the bot lane. We talked about 1xN. Also want to talk about Feather, who is his partner and a player that they have shared time with down there on many a team over the past few splits. And also want to give a quick shout out to Feather because it was his birthday yesterday.
Yes, happy
we had
birthday.
1xN show a picture of them at what seems to be a birthday dinner wearing the pink and blue crown. Very, very exciting for him. He turned 22 years old, right in between us, Quacks, in terms of the ages at this point. But this is a guy who, alongside 1xN, has been pretty consistent, and we'll see if 22 has him feeling any different this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the I'm Feeling 22 song. But you know what's funny is I don't know if you were saying that he was close in age to us, Grapes. I don't know if that's meant to make me feel old or young or what am I supposed to be feeling with that? Regardless, though, again, congratulations to him. Happy birthday. Kelsey told me that this was actually taken before his birthday, so they celebrated a little bit early. And you never want to celebrate too early. That is a curse sometimes.
Yeah, and, you know, for the age, you know, every time I see a player that's younger than me, I'm like, oh, I'm getting up there.
Yeah, no, JoJo was
that's
my
the
like
litmus test at this point. I'm officially at the border of like esports boomer age right now.
Yeah.
So Feather still got some time, obviously. As still some more time here for ThunderTalk throughout the season in Group Nirvana. But let's talk about their opponents here today in LGD. Also a team that has, you know, had a couple of ups and downs. I feel like this roster was very exciting going into the start of the split. But after, you know, finishing towards the top of the standings in Group Nirvana in Split 2, they have not been able to replicate the full level of success, currently sitting at 2-2 this season.
Now, they were sitting close to the summit in Split 2 and really haven't been able to get past the first hurdles here in Split number 3. And this is also one that I think a lot of people have been talking about in terms of, oh, they'll scale. Oh, don't worry, they'll be able to get on up over time. We're in Split 3 now, Grapes. There is no more time. It is do or die for a lot of these teams, you know, sort of coasting around that mid to bottom standing in Group Nirvana. It really is, you have to act now or you won't get a chance to act for very much longer. I do like that we got a look at that roster real quick because I really want to talk about Climber. I feel like this guy, in a similar way to how we talked about Aki, this man seems like he leads the charge in all of the wins and all of the victories this team takes.
It's a new identity for LGD, at least a revamped identity in a way, because Climber, of course, was on this team for Split 1, then was replaced halfway through Split 2 by Naya, who's now over on Ninjas in Pajamas, but Climber slotted back into the starting role. We have some clips of him and his performances throughout the start of this season, and you know, Quacks, I know we were pretty excited about Climber on the LPL English team, and we're a little bit surprised when Nayo came to replace him because of just how much of an initiator he was for this team. And we're seeing a little bit more nowadays. I know that obviously Nayo is such a great player, and it's hard to kind of match that level of success, but Climber's been doing a decent job so far.
Yeah, Climber is kind of like the laser pointer, and the rest of LGD are kind of like the cat. He chooses where they want to go, and they jump right on them. I feel like that is when LGD look their best. You can see that not only was that an Otacon steal, which was absolutely clutch by Climber, by the way, but he also initiated the fight on that Jarvan. In the clip previously, he subjugated a target. The rest of his team followed up. When he is able to point, the rest of the team shoots. And even on more granular aspects, like this clip where he just simply Arctic assaults Zika, you can see the rest of LNG just straight up target him. They say, all right, our jungler, our Sejuani is going straight on this guy. Well, it's time to go straight on that guy, follow up with him. It really feels like this team looks their best when their jungler is able to be that spearheading operation sort of guy that is able to get them on track and point them in the right direction.
Yeah, and seeing him reunited with some of those guys that, of course, were on this LGD Academy team last year. That's how they all kind of came up together and made it onto the Tier 1 team this time around. And even though we were excited about all their developments, I think that overall some of them have had good performances here or there. Now is really the time to lock in, as we are at the back half of the season, getting close to the end of that first round robin here in Group Nirvana. And time's a ticking for these guys. Obviously, the play-in stage is right now, like, not a guarantee for them, but something that they are definitely hoping to achieve. But if they want to have a chance to go even further, chance to prove to their organization that they deserve to stick around as players for their team, you know, not just for this split, but also beyond, have to find some more improvements as we continue to go along. But you talk about Climber, Quacks, and how he ended up getting replaced by Nayo. Nayo ended up going over to NIP, and he replaced somebody else, and that was Aki. And we've got, like, the Nayo Homewrecker crew as our featured matchup today in this series. As we can take a look at that.
It's like a trinity almost, as yeah, you're right. So it's this is the featured matchup. Grapes, if there's one thing I know how to talk about, if there's one thing that I'm comfortable on, regardless of broadcast, regardless of level, it's jungle talk, my friend. And I feel like both of these guys, we kind of talked about it when we were mentioning and referring to both of these teams, but it really feels like these guys have been sort of on the front lines for their squads whenever they have managed to secure those victories, whenever they have managed to, I would just say, straight up look good. It is because these guys are able to be the main initiators for their team. And you can see through the stats, particularly, I'm looking at Climber. My man is a part of all of those kills. 83.7% KP average is quite good, Grapes.
Yeah, and there's always different circumstances that go into what kill participation is, but maybe not. This doesn't mean necessarily the Climber is the best jungler in the entire league, but what it does mean is that LGD really rely on him to make these plays, and I think that was something that you were highlighting in that clip package, allowing for a Sasa, for a Savior, for an XQW to really come online and have them become impactful in these fights. Climber is going to have to always be a big part of that if this team is to succeed. And again, in this matchup between these two teams, both sitting at 2 wins at this point, a win here would kind of launch them, I should say, into 3rd place overall.
Yeah.
And then start to put them in the conversation with the top 2 of this group, which has pretty much been consensus EDG and then NIP.
Yeah, EDG and NIP sort of sit at the summit. It's kind of difficult to see anyone knocking them off, but, depending on how convincing the win here for this series looks, Grapes, we might have some believers. Maybe you want to switch the term believers for copers? I don't know. Where everyone stands on that, but, it's a spark. Maybe it'll light the match that'll burn down the top 2 standings and upset the current status quo of Group Nirvana, as I am just looking forward to seeing which one of these teams actually comes out on top, because I feel like, Grapes, I hate to jinx it, but I feel like this is totally going 3 games, my friend.
Wouldn't be surprised. I feel like a lot of these series in Group Nirvana have gone the distance. LGD, 3 of their 4 series so far have gone to 3. As for ThunderTalk, they've had a couple of 2-0s here and there. One against EDG, one against LNG. But they did go 2-1 against Ultra Prime, who's another team that we'll be seeing a little bit later on today. I feel like overall in Group Nirvana, obviously these are the lower level teams that are facing off against each other just for a chance to play into the playoffs. But
yeah,
overall, still close competitive games, and seeing some of these players on the newer side of things, right? I mean, you even think about somebody like Feather or Satab, who really are getting their first big looks in a tier 1 region, over an extended period of time. This is a good, getting just more reps like this against similar level opponents is, I think, a good way for this format to actually have come together.
And I'm glad that you mentioned Feather, because I do think this is another player that has kind of flew under the radar in terms of what people are talking about. Supports get no love, man. That's just kind of how it works here in League of Legends, regardless of region. Unless your name is like Mata, you're not going to be recognized, I fear. That was partially a joke. But to be honest with you, I feel like Feather and Aki have sort of struggled to actually link up with each other. And this is something that we saw, when Beichuan was on ThunderTalk. It felt like Beichuan was really good at linking up with his support, making plays around the map, and being that proactive force that we talked about, that ThunderTalk really need to take them to the next level. If we can see, from the time off that Aki and Feather are able to get that timing, around better, if they are able to get that cohesion sooner with each other, then maybe they can really put the timer on LGD to actually respond, force some errors from their side, and take the game from there. Because it feels like a lot of the winning teams in Group Nirvana, there's 1 or 2 fights that just allow them to kind of run away with the match. Obviously, there are exceptions to that, but really, I feel like Feather and Aki, if they can just find that cohesion and go forward in this series, they should really be able to give LGD a difficult time and likely take the series. I think that's a really feasible win con for them.
And I feel like in comparison to our other series that we'll be casting next, which is Ultra Prime versus LNG, these two teams, a little bit more on that explosive side. They're not afraid to make plays and go on the aggressive end, for better or for worse. Sometimes there are moments that have you scratching your head about, what is Aki doing here? We saw a lot of that over on NIP last split, where, just making some very questionable decisions, but at least he was making decisions, right? And so that is at least a plus that we could give to both of these teams, who are trying to rekindle some of the magic that they had earlier in the season. Obviously, ThunderTalk with Beichuan went on that crazy run where they beat BLG, went to top 8. LGD, were like one of the most exciting young teams, with perhaps the most potential out of any of the rosters that we had, with 4 rookies and 1 sophomore player. So time is now to try to make that move, get yourself into the top half of Group Ascent or Group Nirvana, and work your way towards that play-in stage. So you get the walkout starting here. I'm very excited to kick things off, and very excited to be here with you, Quacks, on your LPL debut.
Yup, it's an exciting time. The player walkout about to commence, and then subsequently the draft will start. And one more player that I'm kind of looking out for, Graves, while we are still kind of in the discussion about the teams, is I'm really looking at this bot lane matchup. I know it obviously wasn't our highlighted thing, but I do think that Savior and 1xN, these guys have shown that they are capable of going straight knives out, I feel, in the laning phase when the time comes for it. And I do think this might put a bit of a damper on our previous point about Feather linking up with his jungler, when Feather might just say, all right, we know that Savior and YCX can sometimes be absolutely crazy in the laning phase. I'm going to just stick with my AD carry. I'm not going to roam with my jungler. So I do think that decision is going to be something that'll be really fun to look at throughout the series, Grapes.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the junglers being such important parts of how engages are met and how fights are started for both of these teams, specifically for LGD. Maybe the supports can get in on it as well. I feel like YCX has had a bit of an up and down season, specifically like, some of his games he looks like he's really syncing up well with Savior and making some really nice plays. Other times, him and XQW I feel like get a little lost and get caught out a little bit too often. So all growing pains that potentially can be relieved as the more and more the season goes on. You've seen the walkouts so far. We're getting ready here for picks and bans of game number 1. Very excited to get things started again. A 3-series day for you guys here on LPL English. I know that right now the LCK is having some pretty exciting matches going on right now, but when all that's over, make sure to come back here or have them both on your monitor at the same time. No harm and no foul in that happening as well.
Go sensory overload at 1 a.m., 11 p.m., wherever you live, honestly. If you're in the States, of course, I'm just, keeping those time zones because my brain cannot compute with European time zones. Rudude would make my head explode if I was ever casting with him. We are both colors, though, so lucky for me, that will never happen.
Well, maybe a TriCast in your hands one day. And
maybe.
You say just his presence would make your head explode, or just the thought of him existing
just thinking
as
about
a
the
European
time zones,
person?
I think would make my head explode where he lives.
It's morning.
Maybe his head would make me explode. Maybe he would make me explode because he's a smart guy. I just can't compute.
The big brain here for Rudude. We're going to be seeing him and Mazel later today as we wrap up the day with Anyone's Legends versus JD Gaming here. We're waiting for this series to begin. I always like looking at the jerseys as well as we get things started here. ThunderTalk going with the full baby blue, as LGD with their more standard white jerseys here. Bit of a difference in the rebrand, obviously, a couple years back, but still the age-old organization that made it to Worlds as long ago as like 2015.
Yeah. No, I remember, I think it was 2020 when LGD kind of shocked everybody in play-ins, right? When they had like a sub or something and absolutely demolished everybody when no one thought this team was good. And everyone's just over here like, we're never beating China, we're never beating Korea. This is just more affirmation to that consensus. What are we ever going to be able to do? So yeah, this is definitely a team that I remember from things like that before I even started casting, before I even really took competitive seriously. I feel like 2020 was maybe the first year where I was like, okay, maybe I care about esports now. I'm at that age where I can get competitive, right?
Yeah, and for LGD, haven't necessarily gotten to that level ever since, but with a roster full of young players, maybe the start of something here as we head into our first pick and ban phase. ThunderTalk over on the blue side to start things off, the heavily prioritized side throughout basically every single matchup that we've had this calendar year. To get right into things here, pretty standard all across the board. That Pantheon, Quacks, I know you're jungle main, one of the most powerful picks in the meta right now.
But we're on the, new patch, so it did get a slight nerf to its clear speed. I wonder if that'll be let go at any point in this series, or just straight up this night, Grapes, if maybe different teams have different reads on how strong Pantheon is in his current, or should I say just new current form, with those nerfs coming across. As ThunderTalk gonna just snag up the Trundle, a champion that's not nerfed, Grapes, and is still extremely good, but I really don't like it blind, if I'm being completely honest with you.
I feel like it's one of those things you always have to say, like, oh, blind Trundle, it can be countered, but Does it ever get countered? That's the question that we're going to have to answer.
Yeah.
There are responses that you can go into it that are good, right? But I feel like especially with this Yone locked in for XQW, like if Sejuani rises in priority, then you're playing right into the counter pick, and very good in general against the meta skirmishers right now.
Yeah, they banned the Jarvan, I meant to say, as well, which is one of the premier counter picks toward Trundle, simply because he has no way of getting out of the Cataclysm. As it seems like ThunderTalk are just perfectly content with going very zone-controlled jungle mid. We talked about what they need in order to win this series, in order to look good winning this series, and it is around Satab and Aki linking up. And I do think being able to control space around these objectives, it's a pretty solid start, as I realize I'm actually an idiot. That is Galio top lane Grapes.
Yeah. Hoya, one of the full pioneers of the Galio into the Rumble. When ThunderTalk were having the success against teams like BLG, it was Hoya like locking in this Galio, soaking up all the Rumble damage with the magic damage shield, and then eventually coming in and being a really big player in some of these team fights. It's going to be alongside the Aurora that Satab will be picking. One of, again, those champions that you mentioned, and deep in his bag. To see what the first rotation is rounded out with. Would expect a jungler here. Climber on the Maokai is a pick that can set up really well on that initiation front.
But I am really interested to see now what YCX is actually going to pair up with this Maokai, because if you look at the solo laners, and there's not a lot of CC, I think that Maokai early on really struggles to close that gap. His W, his root, doesn't have a ton of range, and I mean, you look at the solo laners of ThunderTalk specifically, and they all have ways of, you know, getting out of dodge if they see this Maokai. So I think we're going to have to see some form of crowd control come out from the LGD support if we want something that at least follows up with Maokai, at the very least in those mid to late game team fights, because as it stands, I think the laning phase might be a bit rough for him in terms of the presence he needs to actually get these solo laners ahead.
Especially with the counters that, you know, they were both blinded solo laners, right? So have some pretty good answers into them in both the Galio and the Aurora, as now we're really focusing on that bottom lane in this second rotation. Senna taken away from 1xN has been a pretty big staple for him, as well as that Sivir. As Savior on the Lucian, getting targeted, a more aggressive pick here. I would expect the supports to maybe be locked in a little bit on the earlier side here, or just seeing what YCX wants to play. I think like a Rel or Leona would be like a really good fit for that engage.
I think maybe like a Smolder ban would be really good here by ThunderTalk. There's a lot of scaling by the solo laners on the side of LGD, so I think that would be right up their wheelhouse, but they're actually just going to take away the Corki. Can't believe that one escaped my mind, if I'm being completely honest with you. As LGD, I'm not sure about... Again, similar to Trundle, I really don't like this champion blind, but I suppose because you banned Lucian and Corki, two champions that are really aggressive in the laning phase, it is going to be a decent Jhin game to just be able to sit and farm and not really, you know, interact a lot in the laning phase. Just be that poke and that secondary engage, that secondary form of CC that LGD might need later on.
A little bit worried with this Jhin lock-in of how LGD are going to be able to take down this big front line of the Galio Trundle, especially in like the mid-game portions of this one. Obviously, when Jhin gets like a bunch of crits and gets that Infinity Edge eventually at that third item, he can start to melt these tanks a little bit. But at the start, might be on the more difficult side. It's going to be Kai'Sa Alistar, so not the Nautilus, but instead the Alistar for Feather to lock in for the birthday boy. As ThunderTalk have set themselves up a very nice composition that features both engage and disengage.
I mean, I would say, like, if you want another Warden here, it would probably be YCX on Braum, as he's 3-0 on the champion and doesn't have a great track record of other sort of Warden-esque supports, but this does not feel like a good Braum game. This feels like a way better Rakan game, so I like this lock-in coming through from him. This is, I think, is his first Rakan game of the split, so it'll be interesting to see how he actually pilots this one with the Jhin. And this is exactly what we talked about, right? Being that secondary engage around Climber, linking up with his jungler around these team fights and making sure that the Maokai is not a lone tree. He is joined by some feathers and some birds and some wildlife to keep him company.
Very interesting opening here to this best of 3 series in Group Nirvana between ThunderTalk and LGD. Talked about with TT, they should have prio in basically all of their lanes, just given the fact that they've gotten counterpick in all 3 of them. A little bit curious to see how the bot lane opens up, but in general, Quax Aki should have pretty free reign to go about and do what he will do around the map, and I feel like that's a very good setup here if you are TT.
It absolutely is, and I also just think the ability for Aki to make those topside plays with the eventually the hero's entrance being active for his top laner, that'll just give him a lot more extra safety. So I think I really want to see him start to abuse that extra priority that you're talking about, Graves. Be more aggressive in the jungle once his top laner hits level 6 and is able to link up with him. I'm looking at Grubs to be a major priority for this team because you got the Galio and you've got the Trundle. These are two champions whose, you know, passives and autos and just, you know, kits in general, I think sync really well with the ability to smash down those plates. So want to see that early game aggression coming through from ThunderTalk. LGD, on the other hand, I think a lot of the onus is going to be on these solo laners who, while they are facing a counter pick lane, Graves, which is never great, they are still extremely strong when ahead. So this top side, I think, really going to dictate how this first match goes.
And again, two teams right on the bubble. Top 4 in Group Nirvana end up qualifying into the play-in stage. Of course, they have a significant lead right now over Ultra Prime and LNG, but making sure you get the win over the other team within that tier going to be very important in terms of trying to secure your spot in that play-in stage to continue that quest for a miracle run potentially into the World Championships or beyond. Of course, a bit of a long shot, but here we go. Game number 1 about to begin between TT and LGD.
You said it best earlier, Grapes. It is do or die time for both of these teams. It's now or never. The scaling is done. You've hit level 18. You've got 6 items. Whether or not, you know, you bought the correct items, if you were Kale and you bought something like a Cosmic Drive on accident, it doesn't matter. Now it's your time. You've got to roll with the punches and just see what you can do with what you have. It's an exciting series. It's an exciting prospect, and a lot is on the line, like you said, for ThunderTalk and LGD.
Start things off with both junglers on opposite sides of the map. So Aki maybe pathing a little bit quicker towards that top side. As we look to see just how the general lanes are set up. Interesting to note that there is some vision around that Raptor pit. So Climber was spotted as starting up on the top side. We'll see if that means that 1xN and Feather play a little bit more aggressive over these first couple of levels.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can already see that Savior and YCX are being a little bit more aggressive in the bot lane, maybe just looking to get the jump onto 1xN and Feather once they hit level 2. As, yeah, they just can't reel it in. You would ordinarily expect a Jhin to be a little bit more tempered in terms of trading, but I mean, here he is just looking for any opportunity to fire that final bullet.
Savior and YCX, I feel like they've been very hit or miss over these last couple of weeks here in the regular season, whereas 1xN very much more on the consistent side for his team. Never really the reason why they lose games. Sometimes the reason they win if he has a good performance. And he made it to our All-Pro team in Split 1. It was only a couple of best-of series, of course, but somebody that can definitely be a shining light here for TT as he has been over the past couple of years. But right now they are getting handed to them a little bit. Obviously the 1.5 range matchup in that bot lane with the Rakan helping out LGD a little bit.
You can see that Scorch proc from Seitab actually doing a decent amount of work and, you know, getting the counterpunch against XQW. I think this is a really good Scorch game for Aurora simply because Yone doesn't have any sort of sustain in the lane. Obviously, he has that shield, but I think it's always really good to go that rune when your counterpart has no real way of healing up through their kit innately. So will allow Seitab to just have that extra little punch and now gaining prio in that mid lane, and you can see just allowing Aki free reign of the map. He can go take a journey toward the Raptors and potentially just get a ward to understand more of how Climber's pathing and tempo is going.
Both junglers trading those crabs. Mid lane is being pushed in very nicely for Seitab. He's playing very close to Aki on that top side of the lane, which means that when Climber does show up, he should be on the safer side, knowing that the Trundle is nearby.
Aki is right here, though, and we're seeing Hoya actually meet up with his jungler. This is exactly what we wanted to see from the top side, and oh, he's sneaking around them.
Oh, wait, Climber has no idea that this Galio is going to be right here. Not going to land the taunt, though, as it's beautifully canceled by the Twisted Advance. And that means that XQW is able to go over the wall, get a little bit extra poke down. At the end of the day, it is Aki getting this second proc of the Raptor camp, but nicely done by Climber to keep himself alive.
Ooh, Hoya.
Off that play, as you mentioned, Hoya might actually be in a bit of trouble. using that taunt to proc the Aftershock, waiting for Aki to arrive. Remember, Climber does not have Flash anymore.
No Flash.
Which could mean he's in a bit of a dangerous spot, but Hoya can't join the fight just yet. And Climber and Sasa doing enough damage to him so far.
Ooh, what is YCX doing
here? Made his way all the way from the bottom side to land that grand entrance and give first blood over to LGD. Hoya will die as an overheated Sasa is going to get himself a double kill.
Absolute goated roam there from YCX. I wasn't even paying attention to the minimap. What is a bird doing in Arlington, Texas? This man turns what looked like a difficult fight with Climber having no flash immediately into a double for his top laner. Now Saucy is going to be able to recall with that Haunting Guise and will have a way easier time going against this counter matchup, Grapes.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Galio into the Rumble is you can play safe, but if the Rumble gets ahead, like you mentioned at the end of draft, can be a bit of a problem. As we're going to get a bit of an extended look at this. ThunderTalk really wanted to set this up, and it turned into a bit of an overextend and kind of something that was very easy to predict.
It definitely was a good intention here by Aki, understanding his role, saying, all right, Climber is overextended, but they just did not account for YCX being there. That knock-up and just the extra shields and utility that the Rakan brought really turned the fight around. I genuinely believe that without his presence there, it would have been a winning fight for ThunderTalk, and now you can see a decent gold advantage already accrued here by LGD. 6 minutes in, they're closing in on around 1,000 Grapes.
And a very good start here for LGD. I feel like in general, if you polled the crowd of LPL fans of who they would favor, maybe some people would say ThunderTalk just because of their previous success in Group Ascend and their ability to make it pretty far in Split #1. But LGD having a good start to this game. Credit to YCX, a player that has been a little bit more on the volatile side, as we mentioned, having himself a good start right now. A trade of ultimates here in the mid lane. Nicely dodged by Satan.
Satab with the fancy feet there, hopping around on the Aurora, manages to evade that ult, like you said, Grapes. But that does mean one less escape tool that Aurora can reliably use to escape ganks, and maybe that opens up the door for Climber to make something happen. But, Aurora is still difficult. Still, Satab has that flash, has that innate mobility from the E as well. So there's plenty of escape tools, but should be a little bit easier if he finds himself on the wrong side of the map with no vision.
In a vision, a little bit around that dragon right now with both the Scuttle Crab and that ward in the Infernal Drake Pit's going to spot out YCX here. As what I said, does a nice little cheeky job throwing out that Prey Seeker, but overall, LGD feeling very good after that topside play. We mentioned the top side of the map for ThunderTalk being so important, but Aki overstepping a little bit, and that results in his laners falling pretty behind.
It does for sure, and Aki now going on a reset. I am wondering what ThunderTalk's plan is going to be here, as Dragon was not really focused down when it spawned off of that topside play. A lot of flashes were burned, so I think neither team really wanting to commit themselves to the pit and going for that objective. But I am wondering if that mentality changes when the grubs are the priority instead. We talked about the grubs being pretty volatile for both of these teams, but particularly for ThunderTalk, as they have a lot of champions that can knock down those turrets pretty easily and are a little bit more economy reliant. And they're making moves to do that. They immediately swap, and LGD do the same, but they're a little bit later to the play, which may give ThunderTalk the ability to gain control of this river.
Savior has made his way over to the mid-tier 1, so it looks like all is well in the world for LGD. It's actually going to be Climber to start these grubs up, as Aki was sent right down to the mid lane to try to help push this wave in. And with LGD having that extra pressure right now, and YCX doing a nice job to box him out, not really much that ThunderTalk can do to get into this pit so far, as Climber claims the first.
But they're going anyway. Climber only got one, and there you go. He snags the second one. So they'll get the notch in their belt for the feat of dragon slaying. That's really unfortunate for ThunderTalk. They get one, so it's not all bad, because they still will have that extra damage to the turrets that they, like I said, should be able to take pretty easily if they can just get their hands on it. But it does mean that LGD are continuing to walk away with advantages that are grander than the ones that ThunderTalk can get.
Seeing a little bit of, I was wondering what that sound was. It's just the pillar being issued here by Aki. But yes, in terms of the objectives, it's very helpful for LGD, obviously. They're not super high range, specifically on the top side of the map, so having that extra ability to take some damage onto the turrets always going to be big. And it's just another way for them to add to their lead as well, as the farm really starting to stack up in the top side of the map as well. Sasa doing a really nice job, really capitalizing on those first 2 kills.
Yeah, Sasa's actually extended his gold lead past what he initially got from that double kill on the top side. It was something like 700 to 600. Now it's grown to about 1,000. This man is accruing his wealth and is continuously upscaling Hoya in that department. Already having that Leandries, though, I am curious if LGD will actually be able to leverage that advantage in any way in the near future until ThunderTalk start getting their first items. There is a dragon on the board, and I'm actually really questioning why LGD haven't focused down, or ThunderTalk as well, haven't focused down or put any pressure on that objective yet.
Yeah, none of them have actually been taken down. As we say that, Aki has made his way over there, seeing that climber. It's on the top side of the map, so hey, fair point enough. But even as you say that, kiting away from it a little bit on the hesitant side, knowing that XQW is in the area. I feel like overall Aki wants to make sure his bot lane has pushed in the mid lane, and making sure that Satab is able to generate a little bit of extra pressure before, of course, rather gathering back to the top side to clear out that wave. So first objective, going over to TT, it will be that Infernal Drake, and that's going to be a slight win. Now you're going to see Satab maybe in a little bit of trouble. Goes between worlds and make sure that Equalizer doesn't slow him down.
It's just a trade of ultimates, nothing really ordinary, or nothing out of the ordinary, I should say, there, as Climber is actually going to throw down the ult, but I feel like this is just a way to buy time for Sasa to get more plates and get more gold on this Rumble.
Well, hold on. Take a couple of plates, but it might cost him a little bit, as here comes Hoya teleporting in, has his flash available, and yeah, as you say, no ultimates available on the top side of the map here for LGD. Climber gets taunted up, but he uses the Twisted Event to get away from the weirding, and there's not enough damage here from the TT solo laners just yet.
These Twisted Advances coming out from Climber are routinely saving him over and over again. We saw it on that top side, that initial invade from Aki. He managed to get away from the taunt by Hoya. He does it again in the mid lane, so there's some really cool micro steps coming through here as, XQW.
Not able to do too much damage just yet here on a Satab. He does also still have his flash available, but now, with the wave crashing in, YCX with joining the party does land that grand entrance, forcing the flash out of the Aurora. Not wanting to continue the chase, although we did have the quickness available. Just going to be an XQW, gets a couple of plates.
At the end of the day, Flash is being burned by the side of LGD. Maybe they're not able to get all of the kills, but they still are able to take those summoners. And it should be pretty valuable in the next couple of minutes, as those will still be down when this Dragon and this Herald come up. So I think LGD will have that, although very granular, it'll be an advantage nonetheless when the time comes to actually fight.
When will that time be? We were praising Quacks, both these teams' ability to want to fight a lot, but after that first skirmish, haven't seen too much of it just yet. But I will say, been very impressed by what Climber has been able to do, and just LGD in general, where even though they haven't been able to find kills over these past 5 to 10 minutes or so, their ability to utilize what Climber and YCX specifically have been able to do, I think they've linked up rather nicely to, you know, accomplish certain things like, you know, pushing away Satab from the top side to get a couple of plates, pushing Satab away from the bot side to get a couple of plates, and that's actually all kind of accumulated in this almost 2,000 gold lead that is currently in LGD's hands.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, obviously you look to the top lane, and a large part of that 2,000 gold lead that you mentioned, Grapes, is from that, but XQW has been, you know, protected by his teammates the entire time, which allows him to make plays like this, just going on to the Aurora without a care in the world. He just keeps going aggressive. This is the kind of style that you want to see anytime you lock in Yone. If this man is cowering in fear under his turret, you did something wrong, and luckily, he's been fearless this entire game.
XQW, sometimes you see some positioning errors from him later in the games, but always a very promising mid laner here in Group Nirvana, specifically, again, a rookie from this LGD youth team from 2024. Wanted to see him take that next step, and so far having a good sense of things against Satab, generating about a 10 CS lead. As here we go,
Feather.
might see a little bit of a fight here as Feather has been caught out, popped the Unbreakable Will, and soaking up a lot of damage, but now it's a flash away here from the Nature's Grasp. XQW looking to go forward on that Fate Seal. It's going to use that force shot here from Savior to shut him down as well. And the snipe from downtown with a deadly flourish. It's going to allow for 1x end to fall. 2 more kills in the hands of LGD.
It's an extended chase, but LGD find their prey. 2 kills worth of gold into the coffers of their wallets. So that will be good for them. And, you know, kind of distributing that wealth a little bit. Graves, we were talking about how that gold lead was starting to, was mostly from Sasa in the top lane, and then XQW getting major farm advantages, but now it's a kill going over to Climber, it's a kill going over to Savior. Instead of just 1 or 2 threats, now you basically have 4 that you have to deal with as we get a replay here. And I like the target selection coming out here from Climber, and I like the patience as well from LGD. The Unbreakable Will is popped, but then they immediately, as soon as it drops, you can see that 4th shot lands, gets the kill, and then Climber as well, timing that W, timing that follow-up over the wall to secure the 2nd one.
And so LGD's lead continues to grow here in this first game, up to almost 3,000 at this point. Seeing some more skirmishes, this time XQW getting a little bit of the better of Satab. Now YCX is here, both of the summoners quickness still available. Landed that taunt beautifully. Nice. Onto Satab, and the Aurora will be taken down before she can jump over her own ulti. 5-0 now in the hands of LGD.
And it's Satab, tries to pop the Between Worlds to get away, but he goes down. And now it's a kill onto XQW. All of the skirmishing, fighting members of LGD have at least a kill's worth of gold over their counterpart at this point, and the Dragon feels like a foregone conclusion, so much so that LGD are actually just not going to rush it. They're saying, we know they want to make a cross-map play. We're not going to let them. Let's march into the top side.
Now going to try to contest this Herald that has been started off by Aki. The Nature's Grasp from Climber. Just make sure that Aki can get nowhere near this objective as it ticks down towards 3,000 HP. Sasa in the waits has Equalizer available as the Herald has been secured by LGD. And that Rumble ulti combined with a Fate Seal of XQW is burning ThunderTalk down for now. But they are all still alive, at least for the time being. Feather with the Unbreakable Will, Aki flashing over the wall. Going to get burned down by the Leandries of Climber. And everybody but 1XN has dropped on ThunderTalk's side.
Ooh.
And with that, the 4th shot will make it an ace.
As Savior keeps finding his mark on these snipes, yet another kill going over to Jin. But that is just one piece of this massive trade here for LGD. As I hesitate to even call it a trade, it is just a straight up slaughter by them. They get the Herald, they walk into the top side, they get all the members of ThunderTalk, as well as a mid-turret, and then they're going to leave with a Dragon as well. They are getting everything on the map. They're leaving no crumbs, Grapes.
The only thing, really, is that Dragon and 1 Grub so far that ThunderTalk have possessed. You got another look at this fight. I mean, the wallet diff, the level diff, everything just too much. And then a huge wombo combo set up by basically the entire top side of the map.
And you can see they really want to try and go into this pit to actually focus down Climber, who was ulted by Aki. You know, he has the subjugate on. He's squishy, but they quickly realize they're not built for this. The Equalizer goes down. They walk into a meat grinder, for lack of a better term, and they all get destroyed for it. And it is just a better team fight position here for LGD, and it's better hand-eye coordination straight up. It is 80 carry gap there from Savior as he manages to just land his shots over and over onto 1XN. Beautiful team fight, and now it's almost 10,000 gold difference here by these two teams. We're not even 20 minutes in, Grapes.
Yeah, he's not going to Baron for another.
Oh, he got the big chicken too,
he's gonna steal the chicken too. Savior is making sure ThunderTalk have none of it here in this game 1.
You know, for my first game, as far as first games for casts go, Graves, this is pretty great.
And right now, great for LGD as well. They're finding another massive engage. The wombo combo though from ThunderTalk is big. Maybe they stepped a little bit too far forward. Satab getting them on the board. Making sure Climber does fall. Sasa now coming in with the TP. Equalizer going to split up the fight a little bit as LGD now on the defensive. And here comes Feather, landing a headbutt pull. Poya with a 2-man taunt. And ThunderTalk has started to answer back. A big shutdown goes the way of Aki. And now they can look for more. XQW at half HP. YCX dashes forward, but unable to find an knock-up. And now Savior is able to get a crit back. He flashes away. How much can this Jin do? Nothing after that initial kill as Satab gets himself yet another. And overall, it is ThunderTalk getting out in the better.
And ThunderTalk get their revenge for the first time in this game. The first 19 minutes don't matter. Now, ThunderTalk have woken up, and a massive shout out there to Hoya and to Feather. As we look at the replay, look how much space is bought out. Look how much CC is layered down by the Galio, by the Alistar during these fights. After the initial dust settles, Sasa comes in with a late TP. And initially, you're thinking the LGD are going to be able to, you know, kind of protect the president, get him out. But then Feather goes for the re-engage when he's 1/3 HP. And just as you think it's going to be a return kill, the shield from the hero's entrance makes the difference and keeps the Alistar alive. These guys playing saviors for their team. And they knock down Savior at the end of the day to finalize that play in their favor.
So overall, a 4-for-1 in the hands of ThunderTalk, and while we could praise what they were able to do to punish what LGD had to offer for them, that was a bad look for LGD. I think we could be honest there. No reason to be just like forcing an engage. You know when you like, I don't know, I have a dog, and then sometimes like she'll like stare at me for like when I'm like eating a bone or like a, I don't know, like a bone of a steak or something, and then you give it to her, and then she just stares at it and doesn't know what to do. And
yeah,
just,
why
like,
aren't you sharing with me?
As soon as the goal has been accomplished, then like you never get this far, right? And so LGD, it felt like they had too many directions to go after being up like 10-0. They had no objectives to fight over. The Otacon, the Baron hadn't spawned yet, and so they were like, all right, let's just send 4 members into the jungle invade and have a little bit of fun. Maybe had a little bit too much fun. And speaking of, YCX has to be careful too, as he tried to face check now with this Otacon available. So now any pick that ThunderTalk find means that they can maybe start this objective up. They might even just do it now.
Probably going to try and force LGD's hand, though. I'm not sure how well this is actually going to work out for them. One of the advantages of a champion like Maokai is that he can just gradually throw those saplings, keep disrupting you. And Otacon is layering down a ton of damage. 1xN taken to half already.
It's a curtain call. And yeah, already it is going to be Aki chunked down to half HP. The hero's entrance still going to knock up 2, but the fate sealed from XQW will secure the first kill as Feather will drop. LGD now fully controlling the Otacon. They'll say thanks for the leash, pick it up for themselves, and now control that major objective.
LGD have a 6-member. Otacon is straight up on their team. He half-healths 1xN, takes the Kaisa completely out of the fight, and ThunderTalk have to retreat from the end of the river, from the Otacon circle, to just run away. They try to run, but not without losing a couple of members and the Otacon that they so desperately wanted to get. Now the game is firmly back in control of LGD, and to make matters worse, a dragon is now up, and they claimed that entire side of the map, so there's no possible contest here from ThunderTalk. This will be their second, so not really a big threat for Soul just yet, but it's got to be in the back of your mind at this point, Grapes.
I hate to say it, but that was a group Nirvana-ass looking Otacon start for ThunderTalk. It was not the best
I wouldn't
look.
know.
Couple of fumbles back to back here, as yeah, they've had some experience in group percent as well, so you think that maybe they learned a little bit from that, but really taken after their own here as LGD counter their own throw with a throw right back against them, as they have reclaimed control of this game. They have a major objective here. The golden lead, not as massive as it was after that initial fight, you know, about 18 minutes into the game, but I think overall LGD still feeling very good about themselves.
Yeah, LGD at a really winning position so far. Almost 2,000 gold difference between the top laners, and coasting at around 1.5k for both AD carry and support, if we're being honest with you. YCX is really far ahead of Feather, actually. This just means, you know, with these really high econ champions, such as the Yone, such as the Rumble, the wallet diff becomes more and more apparent, I feel, with characters like this, who are buying these really, you know, luxurious items that can start to really punish you in the mid game, such as this Blade of the Ruined King that I think has been putting in a lot of work for XQW over the past 10 or so minutes.
And look at Climber as well. Obviously on the Maokai into a Trundle, you don't want to build a ton of resistances just because the Subjugate will really start to hurt, but you gotta add that second, right? So he's going to be doing a ton of damage, shredding a lot of the magic resist that him and Aki and Hoya have built at this point. And just that is some of the luxury, as you're mentioning, that LGD can get just being this far ahead in the game. They still have a minute until this Baron spawns, and I feel like they're ahead enough that they might just want to start it, or they could just look for a fight. If ThunderTalk step a little bit too far forward, the Nature's Grasp going to hit onto Feather. He'll be okay, but, you know, just make sure the ThunderTalk are a little bit scared to go anywhere too far to their own base.
Yeah, ThunderTalk have to tread lightly at this point. I really like that you mentioned Climber's inventory. This is, I mean, that item is basically the equivalent to the magic damage Black Cleaver, right? You build it when there is a decent amount of magic-resistant members on the enemy team, a decent amount of frontliners, and then when you have other magic damage-dealing champions, such as the Rumble, it increases its value, so it really feels difficult for ThunderTalk to fight these you know, LGD members, particularly at an extended period of time when that magic shred just continues to compound and be more of an issue.
Oh, my XQW! Going so aggressive. He actually
Instinct.
catches 1XN and makes him go in with the Killer Instinct. Aki gonna follow him as well. Hero's entrance coming out. Not gonna find a knock-up, and the Equalizer in response from Sauce is gonna start to burn ThunderTalk down a little bit more. In goes YCX with that great entrance landing, a two-man knock-up, and now the re-engage from LGD can come through. Deadly Flourish lands on Ahoya. He's the first casualty, but in comes Satab. Between Worlds lands on to 4, but he will get shut down because he doesn't do any damn damage at this point in the game. LGD get themselves 2 kills at the cost of nobody with the Baron now spawned.
You know, initially my mind went to, what is this random Yone doing in front of all of ThunderTalk's screen? And then I immediately pivoted to, what is this random Aurora doing in front of all of the LGD members' screen? What is going on, Grapes? The most random fight ever, but it is still an LGD victory nonetheless. They acquire a couple of kills to go with their Baron. And yeah, just look at this. He says, all right, I mean, I guess I landed the knock-up, so I have to go in. I have the fate sealed, so let's see if we can get this kill.
1XN.
Yeah.
What's he doing here?
I mean, Aki was in a position to cut him off, but I think the response from LGD was just really, really fast. I don't think ThunderTalk were expecting them to react as quickly as they did, but they show up like the Avengers when Thanos is on Earth and immediately put the ThunderTalk members in the dirt.
Get this kill on the Satab with that snap of a finger, has really had no chance to do anything after all the tools from TT were already used to even get close to LGD in that fight. So now Baron buff in the hands of our red side team for the next 2 minutes and change, as they have extended that gold lead to about 10k and will look to add to it even more as they will crack open the final tier 2 turret here in the bottom side. Then inhibitors next on the menu.
For sure is. You can see Hoya is actually just doing his own thing on the top lane, so it's really a 4v5 currently for the side of ThunderTalk, who are just trying to defend against these, like you said, Grapes, Baron-empowered minions knocking at the front door now in the mid lane. They will break down the front door. The question is, can they get those inhibitors, or will ThunderTalk hold on? It feels difficult for them because, like you said, this top side is so short range. They're not really in a position to take these longer ranged waves and even really walk up to LGD at this point with 10,000 gold separating them.
Hoya got a small objective bounty, if you want to call that consolation prize. Is now XGW is at half HP. Between Worlds going out here for Satab to try to just keep himself alive. 1XN Killer Instinct straight into the hands of XQW, who lands 4 members with his Q3. But it's going to be that first kill going over, and ThunderTalk actually end up on the advantage at this point. 2 for 1 in that extended fight, as 1XN and Hoya actually came to the rescue on that play.
And it's ThunderTalk somehow managing to win out on that fight. The flank TP from Hoya is enough. They find XQW with the crowd control just slightly overextended on the Yone. Maybe relying a bit too much on that E as Satab.
Don't know what he thought was going to happen there. Going right into an a full heated Rumble that is 4-1 with a Void Staff in his inventory. But Satab taken very low at this point. And LGD not able to finish off the game, but still in a very good position. As we get another look at this fight, I guess they just didn't anticipate all the damage that was going to come out here from both Hoya and 1XN.
It's also a bit of a botched engage here from YCX. The only person he ends up charming is Feather, and then he tries to play defense, but, I mean, XQW uses everything he has in the tank to try and get a trade. He's just not able to do it, and so, as a result, I feel that it is actually just them losing their Golden Goose on the LGD side. They aren't really in a position to fight 4v5, despite how ahead they are. The big loss, though, for ThunderTalk, actually, is despite getting that kill, and despite holding on, they aren't actually able to threaten the Dragon whatsoever. LGD immediately respawn and take their third one of the game without any trouble or difference, regardless of what happened earlier.
If you're ThunderTalk, though, still feel pretty 10? 10 gold?
Good lord.
I thought they were going to get more than that. They took a whole tier 2 tower down there. But the shutdowns, I guess, adding up. As,
I suppose.
hey, guys, still worth taking that Baron. We got 10 whole gold off of
They call it a Baron power play, but I would take the power out of that.
That was a play.
Out of that wording. That was just a Baron.
That was a play.
That was just, honestly, I don't even know if that was a play. It's just a Baron. A Baron plus 10 gold.
Not much else. There's spare change basically in the hands of LGD after
participation
taking that
award.
objective. Oh man. Hey, taking a look at the gold right now, Wax. Aki's actually ahead with over Climber at this point, and 1xN is in a good position. However, the rest of the team not necessarily so. But look at YCX, he's going way too far forward. Has to pop that shield to just stay alive with the locket. And so LGD forced to go back on the defensive. ThunderTalk doing a really nice job to hold things where they're at.
Yeah, ThunderTalk hold strong, like you said, Grapes. And it is just YCX, again, going a little too over-aggressive. Subjugate was dropped by Aki. YCX was made of paper. But luckily, he is light as a feather and will manage to get on out for the time being. So no kills going on, but ThunderTalk managing to delay the game even further. A Baron is spawning in about a minute, and you can already see that ThunderTalk want to try and lay down some groundwork on that part of the map to maybe look for a contest, but it's a difficult world to imagine where that actually goes in a successful way for them. Then again, though, we didn't think that bot lane fight was going to be a success for them either, so.
A lot of resources being burned to just try to get Feather down. I guess with Sasa on the way, the Equalizer going to help things out here. But Feathers and Hoya, two of the tankier members on ThunderTalk's side. Will it be enough, though, as they have really been singled out? Hoya flashes away. The sacrifice at this point should just be the Alistar. But XQW will land that Fate Shield onto both. And with two members down here for TT, LGD have a very good chance to at least crack it open a couple of inhibs.
I mean, the wave is really, really big on that side of the map. They are coming into the base with a lot of minions behind them. So I'm wondering if maybe a double inhib is probably the play or more.
Let's try to clear the wave. They're going immediately onto Aki. They will take him down, but 1xN and Satab, the big damage dealers, are still alive. However, might not be enough against the big, strong 5-man squad of LGD Gaming. 1xN flashes away from the deadly flourish, but the Nexus is now going to be exposed, and there's nothing that TT can do about it. LGD powering through. They should be able to knock the Nexus down and take this game #1 in dominant fashion.
Dominant fashion indeed. You know, anytime a game starts with a 10-kill deficit between two teams at like 15 minutes, Grapes, you know, our solo queue side talks to us a little bit about what would we do. And I think that I think we know the 2-letter command that we would be typing in the chat if that were the case. So, you know, all things considered, though, ThunderTalk fought back valiantly and made a couple of really good plays that, at the very least, made LGD work for it. So there is still promise of this going to 3 games. I definitely don't think ThunderTalk laid over and died. It just took them too long to get online and actually make those counter punches mean something.
And a lot of what we were hitting on for LGD coming true in that first game. You mentioned Climber having to be a big facilitator. On that Maokai, I'd say he did a phenomenal job, especially in those first 10 kills. But then even in that last fight, just spotting out 2 members kind of singled out and just understanding, hey, we could fully go in. Let's just throw all of our abilities at them. And if we could pick them off, we win the game. Just having that knowledge and having that willingness to go for it is something that Climber really was able to help LGD do in this game. And then shout out to YCX as well on the Rakan. They were able to link up pretty well, and he had a pretty good Rakan game until, I guess, like some of those moments where maybe he went a little bit too far forward on those Baron pushes.
Yeah, for sure. I think Climber, though, you know, that initial topside fight was almost like the antithesis of what we were actually talking about for Climber. Instead of spearheading the charge, instead of leading his team forward, he was actually leading his team backwards. He was running away from the enemy, reeling them in like fish with bait, and then it's a double kill that Sasu manages to get for himself. So, you know, same theme, Climber still managing to you know, lead his team to a victory, spearheading a lot of those engages, but it started you know, kind of in the inverse way that we talked about at the pre-show, Grapes.
Yeah, I guess it was ThunderTalk understanding that they also had to be aggressive, specifically with like the top side that they locked in for themselves, but as soon as that play did not go their way, yeah.
Nothing else went their way.
Tough
like
going
15
for them,
minutes.
at least for a little while, yeah. Aki, at least, seeing him try to make things work. We saw that happen from him all year, but it's just finding success has been the next step for him in terms of some of these early skirmishes. We do want to give a shout out to 1xN. Did play this game pretty nicely, all things considered. I'm pretty excited to see what he could do for the remainder of this best of 3 if they are just not put so far behind. However, I do think the Kaisa is one of his better champions, and now that will not be available for the remainder of the series.
Yeah, I mean, 1xN, we talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, Grapes, before we went live, but it kind of feels like 1xN can get a ton of resources in lane. He can gap his counterpart, but in order to take it to the next level, he really needs Aki and Satab to be in a position where they can actually facilitate that growth further than what he's able to get in the laning phase. So we didn't get that this game. 1xN tried his best with what he got, and he didn't really have anything. So I do like that shout, and I hope that we can see some more activeness that hopefully goes the way of ThunderTalk in the early game, because I am a firm believer that if, again, YCX wasn't there for that fight at the top side, and there was actually a 2v2 going on, ThunderTalk win that, and we might have had a different game.
But it all happened because of YCX, who, I don't know what you think about player of the game here, as we do get that MVP announced at the end of every matchup. Honestly, would not be super opposed to YCX. He had very high KP, was a part of seemingly everything. Climber, I think, also deserving. XQW, though, also, with some really massive fate sealed. I wouldn't be surprised if it just goes to him.
Honestly, I think XQW, though, was covered really, really nicely by Climber and YCX. A large reason why he was able to get that 500 gold lead that we talked about at the start that got them to around 2,000 toward that 14-15 minute mark was largely because Rakan and Maokai were just sitting in the bush, letting him do his thing. And if at any point Aurora put one hoof out of line, off with the hoof.
Does she have hoofs?
Or hoof? No. She's a bunny.
Isn't that
what
like
do bunnies
Lilia?
have? Do they just rabbit's foot? Rabbit's foot?
Like,
is that what
yeah,
it is?
not
I
hoofs.
guess something like that.
Just pause. Yeah.
Pause.
We might get a Lilia later in this game. We'll see. And then you can really go out with your hoof references here as we get another look at some of these big team fights that did happen. This was where ThunderTalk maybe we're starting to answer back. LGD a little bit too big for their britches in this certain situation, but other than this, I feel like they played things rather safe.
They definitely did. I think that ThunderTalk just didn't have the resources to make a lot of these counter punches earlier on in the series. They got their opportunity here, and they made the most of it. Again, I really think Feather did a good job at going in despite being extremely low HP the entire time. He said, "We ball," and kept going in as the Alistar, laying down that headbutt pulverized combo. This was absolutely hilarious, by the way. I actually thought he was going to kill him, and that would have just been the most random solo kill I think I've ever seen, Grapes. But it didn't happen. Instead, you didn't just get a solo kill. You got more than one. So, worth.
Yeah, I mean, again, a little bit questioning as to why ThunderTalk went for this play. Maybe they were just desperate and thought, okay, we could chunk this Yone down, maybe look for something here. But didn't end up working out for them. Got them the Baron, as we do kind of see the end of this game here. This was another fight that maybe did not go fully LGD's way, but overall feeling very confident about where they are looking here in this series. And if this can be the form that they have with Climber back on the roster, being as big of a force as he was all across Summoner's Rift, this is an LGD team that can potentially contest for the top of Group Nirvana as we head into the second round robin.
They absolutely can. They look convincing in game number 1. They look convincing in game number 2, and people are going to start talking about that possibility, Grapes, and it's a possibility that's really, really exciting. A lot of people, particularly on the broadcast and people that have watched LPL, a lot more than I have been saying that EDG and NIP basically trump all, and I do think it would be cool if a third party came in and had the at least ability to upset that sort of status quo that has been established over these few weeks that we've had, or not few weeks, but over these just straight up weeks period that we've had the LPL third split.
Yeah, I mean, remember, LGD actually were first in this Group Nirvana last split over EDG, so they've proven to be able to do it in weeks in splits past. Just haven't been able to fully find that magic just yet, as they did get 2-0'd by them. However, taking a game off of NIP, now taking a game off of TT, two teams that were obviously in Group Ascent and had so much time and experience and practice going up against some of the best teams in the league. Gotta feel good for this squad of rookies and what they could potentially continue to accomplish as we go throughout Group Nirvana. Again, reminder that this is a double round robin, not the single round robin that it was in split number 2, as YCX gonna get that MVP. Very high kill participation, very good job overall from player that, again, we want to see a lot of as a rookie.
Absolutely. I think he saved the level 3 play. He saved that topside fight. If he hadn't been there, this game in general could have gone very, very differently. I think he was really instrumental to a lot of those engages. We talked about the importance of him linking up with Climber on that Maokai, sort of following him whenever they were together and just going in as a duo. And he did just that. He was certainly instrumental, and I definitely agree with the player of the game here. Obviously, I maybe wouldn't have been opposed to Climber getting it. Junglers look out for each other. But still, I will take YCX for sure.
Hey, with how good Climber has been for this team all split long, seeing a player like YCX step up this time around, I'll be willing to give it to him here for game number 1, as they are up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. We'll see if ThunderTalk can bounce back after this short break. Before we go, though, we want to give a quick shout-out to everybody that is watching here on LPL English, and especially a big shout-out to our Coffee members. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a member over on our Coffee page. It is the best way to support the LPL English project, because the vast majority of those contributions that you put on that page actually go directly to the show, as opposed to a Twitch or a YouTube subscription. A lot of the initial payments go into paying the on-air broadcast team and the content creators, but also some of it goes into upgrading the broadcast in terms of the new package that we have here for split number 3. So you can subscribe to our Coffee. It is linked right now in the chat as we speak to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So again, check out our Coffee. Thank you, and a big shout out to everybody that has pledged at this point throughout what has been a wild first year for us on this project. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes for game number 2 of ThunderTalk versus LGD. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we just saw LGD Gaming take a win over ThunderTalk down here in Group Nirvana. Before we get into the draft for game number 2, have a quick thank you and a quick shout out to prodiff. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, like the ones that you see on your screen today, take the opportunity to learn directly from those pros themselves. Wherever you rank, the best way to start climbing right now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or even the LTA North, who will teach you to play like a pro. You get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg. You can use code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. So a big shout out to prodiff. We're going to have some of those pros on our show in both some of the content and maybe even in some desk content as we go throughout the rest of this LPL season in our partnership quacks. And overall, very exciting. As we know, they're a big partner. A lot of people that we have covered in the NACL and the like, a part of that organization as well. But with that being said, time to transition back over to the LPL, where some of these pros are going to try to diff their opponents in game number 2.
And it's ThunderTalk again on the blue side. I am really interested to actually see why they decided not to swap. Do they have like an ace up their sleeve for B1? Because I mean, we saw the Trundle get B1 in game number 1, and it had mixed results. Obviously, Aki had a bit of a gold lead over Climber toward the, you know, waning minutes of that match. But for the most part, it was just dominated red by everyone on LGD. Maybe they just want to rep their colors and match the sides with it so we don't get confused, Grapes?
You're going to learn quickly, Quacks. I know it's your first show. There's no question. I don't think I've seen a single team take red side in a series. With
we hate red side in the LPL?
It doesn't matter if you just got killed, if you just won a close game, if you just won. Loser always going over to blue side after the matchup, and when you do have side selects. It's just how it goes here. You're gonna get used to it.
Yeah, as I have gotten very used to this jungle matchup. I know you have too, Grapes. As it was the Xin locked in first, and then LGD pair up with a top side of Sasu on the on the Ambessa. Wrong arcane character.
Wrong arcane character.
And then it is going to be Climber on the Wukong. Wukong into Xin Zhao is kind of a curious matchup. I always have felt like Xin is just straight up better in the skirmishing. Wukong takes a lot longer to actually get going, whereas I feel like Xin can be way more proactive way earlier. So I think that's where I really want to see Aki yet again. I know that we sound like broken records, but being proactive in that early game means a lot. It set game 1 up the way it did. And overall, if ThunderTalk want a chance at taking us to game 3, Grapes, they gotta reverse the results of those early game skirmishes in their favor.
And they have another solid top side to do that with. The Poppy locked in for Hoya, most likely against Sasa, obviously with all the dashes that Ambessa has in her kit. Something like that steadfast presence can really be impactful, and always something to watch out for with Poppy in just League of Legends is when we get to these 5v5 team fights, what that Keeper's Verdict really can provide. Hoya's had a lot of good experience on this pick throughout 2025, and so excited to see him whip it out here in game 2. Followed up here by XQW, locking in the Rise to match up against ATAB's Orianna.
Yeah, and I actually think that this is kind of a skill matchup because on one hand, we're probably expecting Satab to go for the phase rush. So I think a lot of this is going to be on him finding the right time to trade and then correctly spacing against the Rise. If he is able to get those done, kind of whittle down XQW in the lane, get that priority for Aki, then we'll see kind of shades of what we were, used to from game number 1, where it's Aki making the aggressive play first, going onto those tier 2 Raptors, trying to disrupt Climber, and hopefully this time actually being able to do it instead of the fight being turned on its head because of a particular support just completely roaming out of nowhere.
Yeah. See what YCX is going to have up his sleeve this time around is, am I crazy, or do we have the exact same bands and just different champions getting picked
this is just what happens with Fearless, my friend.
I guess I get just the full top side gets locked, and then Senna, Sivir, Corki, and Lucian, all the 80 carries banned away. So have to go further down that tier list now even more. We'll see what Savior wants to lock in here to round out the bottom side here for LGD.
I mean, you could go, I imagine you want to probably do something that can follow up with the engage. So like Misfortune has some kind of angle here. Caitlyn would be really interesting. This is something that that was brought to my attention when I was doing notes earlier today. Both of these AD carries love this champion, but I'm not sure if this, you know, properly fits into this comp. You do have lockdown to, you know, place down those bear traps or those Yordle traps. Bear traps are Kled. But you just are not super, I think, range adjacent to a lot of these other champions on your top side. You're going to be sitting in the back, and the rest of LGD, they're not going to be peeling for you. No, they're going straight in. So I feel like that opens up opportunities for TT to maybe look for flank angles onto Savior.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Flanks are going to be very important on both sides of things. Faki can get right onto this Caitlyn. It's going to be big. The MF Nautilus is a very solid team fighting 2v2.
Don't do that.
Normally the response is like a Braum here, but if you want to go aggressive, you want to really try to dominate the laning phase, a Lux could be interesting, but no, the Braum is going to get locked in, and we're going to be a little bit more boring. Overall, LGD have a really nice 1-3-1 set up for themselves. They could play with Sasa and XQW into those side lanes very nicely, have Savior and Climber kind of hold down the fort in mid. As for ThunderTalk, they're going full team fight every single time.
This is a really good game for a Misfortune. There is a lot of space creating happening from the side of Aki and Satab, and Hoya and Feather, honestly, I'm going to rope them in together, are just basically going to be denying LGD any opportunity to actually get onto this backline. I think the peel potential from a lot of these ThunderTalk champions is really, really good, and just allowing that bullet time to get the full channel off, deal the max amount of damage. The big caveat to that, like you said, Graves, is going to be YCX on this Braum. I'm really looking at him to be that guy that he was in game number 1. Instead of this time, you're not really looking to engage. Your top side can do that. You're looking to protect your AD carry. It's the other side of the coin when playing support. And if YCX, you know, to me, if he wants to stand out, you got to be able to do both. And this is certainly a series where he has the ability to do that.
I feel like ThunderTalk overall, maybe the easier to execute composition, but if what LGD can bring to the table does work, I feel like they'll be running away with a series win. It's all about that skill expression down in Group Nirvana. If LGD, they are able to succeed, would be a very big statement with a win over a team in Group Ascend just a split ago in ThunderTalk. As we head into game number 2, again, compositions very different stylistically, but overall hoping for another explosive match.
My big concern with ThunderTalk is just realistically, you want to maximize the damage output and the disruption that this Shockwave can deal, and you have a lot of ball deliverers, but it's kind of going to be a question of who is playing Protect the Misfortune, allow them to complete that bullet time and not get flanked, and who is actually going to be doing the engaging. Because it feels like that distinction is going to be really important if ThunderTalk want to maximize this comp's efficiency. You have the potential to do both. It's just a matter of who you're assigning to what role, I feel.
I'd love to respond to whatever you just said, Quacks, but I just got ganked by the pool, the hot spring skins, and I'm
unlucky, bro.
I was distracted. Sorry, I have to admit it. It's been
Can I be honest with you? Solid C-tier skins. C-tier.
Okay, but that. You know what? I'm not gonna get too. we still have a lot of night left to go here today as we go onto the rift.
You'll get another look at that. We can revisit this conversation 100%.
Sure. We'll VOD review it later. As Climber took the flash away from a hook from Feather to start off the early game here. So that's gonna be a pretty big cooldown off of Climber to start things off.
I wonder how this is going to impact his ability to stay safe in the jungle. We're obviously expecting, like we talked about in draft, Aki to be the more proactive, the more aggressive jungler of the two, as Wukong, I think, is really reliant on actually getting that CC down. And realistically, the only, I think, you know, surefire CC that you're going to get is XQW with that Rune Prison. So the onus is on Climber to, I think, really farm up until he gets that Cyclone, and then he can start turning on the Jets in terms of proactivity. Aki, though, doesn't really have that luxury. He's got to get going as soon as possible. So abuse the fact that the counterpart you're against, as Xin Zhao doesn't have flash, and just make as many aggressive plays as possible. And for Climber, stay safe. All right, stay back. Do not do anything reckless. You have no escapes, my friend, other than your dummy clone thing. But is that really an escape?
A lot of time you're using it to go into, so like extra no, and also just not a very good escape tool most of the time. Unless you can like, you know, you play the bait, you S key, and then just like stop moving, and then like, everyone kind of follows you the other way.
I used to be a Wukong main, and I remember I recorded my monitor. Okay, I was in like 6th grade when I made this play.
Oh, I've done this too. Don't worry.
And I straight up juked out the entire team and had them chasing me for like a minute. We got inhib and Baron and won the game off of that. It's lost to time because I think I cleared out my cloud, but you know, I still remember it. I feel like you can't really do that though with the Wukong rework. No, ever since they reworked his clone, it's been a lot harder.
I guess no, you could still. I don't know. I guess maybe it's a little harder. You're not fully, slightly different. I wanted to go back to your recording the monitor with the camera because I did that too.
Oh, yes,
back in the day, folks, OBS was not the easiest for us young children to use. So we had to find other ways to capture our gameplay. Yeah, that was a big that hit home for me here. It's might see a gameplay topside.
Absolutely, as like you said, Sasu has to be real careful. This wave is slowly pushing in, so honestly, Aki cancels his recall. I think it's good.
Ooh, the steadfast presence that blocks the initial dash from Sasa. He's forced to flash away already. Aki can just follow up with a 3-talent strike of his own, picking up first blood for TT.
That's flash for flash, and Aki making the most of his champion's dueling prowess, being proactive in the early game, canceling that recall, and immediately getting things done on the top side. He burns his flash for it, but most importantly, Sasu on the other end has to burn both summoners. He TPs back to lane, so we'll have a significant amount, or significantly less amount of safety going forward, and this will just, I think, allow Hoya to be that much more of a nuisance in the lane. It will at the very least deny Ambessa from getting further resources and feeling comfortable while doing it.
Very nice play overall here by Hoya, setting himself up and setting his team up for that success over Sasa, who had himself a really good game on that Rumble last matchup. So if Hoya is able to kind of be a little bit more on the consistent end, I know he gets flamed or gets criticized a lot by the community kind of just throughout his career here on ThunderTalk. He's been here for a couple of years at this point, or a number of splits, as like the longest tenured member here of this squad. If he's able to lock in, that's when ThunderTalk really are able to succeed. I feel like in some of their matchups where, you know, he was going up against Bin, holding the line a little bit, back in Split 1, that's where TT did look at their best.
Yeah, I mean, ThunderTalk, realistically, I think that we are looking at them to try and, you know, look like they did earlier in the year. These are two organizations that have shown their high highs, and it's basically a story of returning to those points, and I think a series win here will certainly give at least some people the idea that the possibility is there, because NIP are kind of those gatekeepers on top too, and if you can challenge them, how high can you actually go? As
Climber has that flash up once again, going to be followed up by XQW at the Realm Warp. Not a ton of damage though, issued onto Feather, who was the primary target of that engage. So 4 members sent down to the bot lane for LGD, not finding a kill. And that means that Aki can make his way back top lane. Remember, Sasa doesn't have flash after that last play.
Yeah, Sasa, though, does have the public execution, so if he plays it correctly, he can just cancel out any CC that Aki and Hoya were to deal. And it looks like that's actually not going to be an option, as YCX, yet again, is being the savior for his top side and manages to dissuade that dive. The Climber, despite having eyes on where the Zinzao isn't actually going to full commit to that Dragon, thinks better of it, and I think that's the better play. You see that control ward there, you know Aki has the ability to cross over mid, so you just don't deal it enough. We saw it. You don't have enough damage yet as this Wukong to be super relevant on the board.
So that initial attempt at a play, maybe just not thought out the best here for LGD, as they end up not getting a kill, actually not really burning many summoner spells either, and they're going to lose the Drake in response, as well as Aki now making his way over here, knowing that Climber is on the complete opposite side of the map.
Yep, so Climber not really going to be able to contest it. Finally has that Cyclone unlocked, but really only has a Sheen, so I still don't think that's going to help you in the damage department, kiddo. which will mean Aki takes this dragon for free, still has that kill advantage. So I would imagine after this, might just look to either recall or cross over mid and prepare to fight for these grubs coming up in about a minute. So far, 30 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go, rather. We don't see any sign of a swap, or really neither jungler roaming toward that side, so maybe they don't take those on spawn as clones.
Interesting interaction here that we haven't really been able to point out. Xavier and YCX actually down in the CS department at this point. For whatever reason. Some summoner spells have been traded. Obviously, LGD had the better attention, but it's 1xN and Feather actually so far having the better end of things.
Yeah, 1xN and Feather. That is interesting. You are significantly at a disadvantage when it comes to range and safety, and yet you are the guys that are doing really, really decently, not really getting pressured much in the lane. As we talked about the grubs maybe not being focused on spawn. They are going to be focused on spawn, and it is going to be LGD claiming those basically uncontested grapes.
Until Aki has now shown up, and 1xN actually rotating first, as Xavier's currently in base, so could make things a little bit interesting here. Climber dashes away after claiming that second grub. It'll be a very similar situation to that first game, with LGD getting 2 and ThunderTalk picking up the leftover.
Yeah, identical, to be honest with you, as, yep, like you said, it's 2 for 1. It will be LGD at the end of the day claiming credit for that feat of dragon slaying. Hoya is actually going to manage to get a plate, so it's a good little incremental advantage for the Poppy. We're not really looking at the gold to be owned there by Hoya. Again, our eyes are completely on Aki and 1xN. And so far, Aki is doing well because of that kill at creating a gold gap between him and his counterpart. But 1xN, like we talked about, not really.
Oh wow, here goes an engage actually from Sasa. It counters and cancels that bullet time and makes sure that no other further damage could be dealt. Meanwhile, we're looking mid, and it's Satab getting targeted right now. The shockwave on top of his own head lands onto both members and actually allows for the Orianna to survive.
Yeah, Satab. Oh, hang on. We're not done.
Hoya landing that knock-up onto Savior. He has to wait to use the 90 caliber net. Not enough damage so far. A lot of trading, but no blood being shed.
Yup, nobody goes down, but everyone's got their knives out, as even Aki wants a piece of Climber. He says, you have no Cyclone. I can fight you. He's going to think better of it, though, as you actually see XQW channeling that TP, so should be able to enforce his jungler if he goes too far. So good patience there by Aki. Good patience there by Climber as well. Like we talked about, waiting for level 6 on that Wukong and then looking to make a play, and he immediately snaps his fingers and looks for blood in mid. Doesn't get it, but still burns flash from Satab, so they can try to revisit putting pressure on this Orianna, who will significantly be with less defenses for the next 5 minutes.
Especially once that Cyclone comes back up from Climber, who has still been proactive, although this time not able to find as much success, at least in terms of finding kills. Remember, at this point of game number 1, LGD were up about 2,000 gold, maybe a little bit less, but generally very far ahead for just being a couple of kills into the game. This time around, though, ThunderTalk have advantages across that top side of the map. It is only Savior now starting to recoup some of that farm advantage down in the bottom side that has a lead individually in a lane matchup.
Yeah, both AD carries are matching each other pretty blow for blow, not just in CS, but items as well. Both of them sporting a BF sword and even having a Cole. Savior, though, most crucially, is going to complete his a lot quicker, so should give him that extra boost in gold right around the time that, potentially this dragon spawns. You're about 20 CS down. That's not going to sync up, but it'll be close. And, I mean, if LGD managed to actually win a fight around the dragon, maybe get an advantage on top of the objective, and then Savior completes his Cole, that'll be a lot of gold into his wallet. This Caitlyn, definitely a favorable pick for him, like we talked about in the draft. So give him the resources, and he can take you guys to a 2-0. Maybe.
What was that? Did you see that? Climber just stole like 3 minions.
Yeah,
the hell?
I just said he's stacking Cole, bro.
That's like, I know you as a jungler, Quacks, you might be like, oh, that's fine or whatever.
No,
I feel
man,
like even you could think that's pretty egregious.
You.
That's pretty ridiculous right there.
That's grief right there. He would be at 5.
If he backs and has Triforce, I might forgive him. He does. Okay, maybe.
Okay, all right.
Maybe I can understand. He was pinging that. He was making sure everyone knew.
Yeah. And I think it should be Savior who... is this a cannon wave? No, it is not a cannon wave. Okay, so he's actually not going to be able to complete his Cole. So there you go. You get your Triforce, but your AD carry can't complete his Cole and can't really get an item for himself ahead of this Dragon. And speaking of Dragon, it's spawned, and both of these teams are gravitating toward bot side.
Oh, Hoya just immediately wall-banging Savior into the wall, but on the backside of things, it's Sasa targeting 1xN, knock up on double, and there's the 3-man cyclone that comes through from Climber with this Trinity Force in hand. XQW picks up kill number 2 of the fight. And ThunderTalk are forced to flee. LGD now control the Dragon Pit as a shockwave lands on XQW, and ThunderTalk want to make a bit of a trade. Thrusting card comes out, a knockup will land, and Aki will claim another kill. He flashes on out to safety as LGD have lost another man. YCX is at 300 HP, Savior at half as well. Satab looking to chase, doesn't have that shockwave available anymore. Dredgeline from downtown will pick up Feats of Warfare for TT, and they're still fighting, they're still brawling, but now LGD will get right back into the win column by claiming everybody. A delayed ace for them, as now they will finally pick up the Drake as their prize.
And it's an extended fight. It's a messy team fight at the end of the day, Graves, but still, it is LGD coming out on top. They will claim their first Dragon of the game. And a lot of credit over to Savior. He burns a ton of resources from ThunderTalk. He manages to stay alive as well. As we're going to get a replay. Yeah, it's just a flash, wallbang like you said. And then immediately, I love this response from Sasa. Gets that public execution down. The re-engage from Climber is there. And the bouncy house shenanigans commence. It's a really good initial engage from LGD, but then CTAB gets really bloodthirsty, and Aki is more than happy to satiate that bloodlust, gets a kill for himself, and they take some back, but at the end of the day, they lose the Dragon, and I feel like the win condition for them just gets stalled even more.
I mean, I was very surprised that ThunderTalk decided to continue to contest this when they already had lost 2 members.
Yeah.
It almost looked like it was going to work out. Aki actually getting pretty powerful, and getting a couple of kills under his belt is a good sign for them, but end up going a little bit too far forward. Feather, maybe that last hook didn't need to connect. Maybe just back away after, getting 2 in response.
Yeah, for sure. It felt like ThunderTalk jumped the shark a little bit, but still, at the end of the day, it allows them to get some resources back. They're still within 1,000 gold of their opponents, so despite the Dragon, despite the kills, they are still close to matching LGD in that department and are still able to fight them. And a lot of that gold, though, crucially on Satab, actually. He is around 400 over XQW. And I feel like this is a matchup that, like we said, it's a bit of a timer because Ryze will eventually outscale Orianna. So you want to make use of that gold difference. You want to make use of that power difference between the 2 mid laners. Ooh. As quickly as possible, as many times as possible.
And Feather misses Dredgeline. That means he's going to be very vulnerable. Immediately LGD jump atop him. And YCX actually the one to claim a blood there. And now the next target will be Satab. He's dueling XQW, but that 1v1 won't be one for much longer. As XQW has to flash away from that shockwave, but Satab now has to be on the defensive as the Rift Herald has spawned.
Yep, Rift Herald is here, and I mean, realistically, look at that trap line. It's going to be so difficult for Aki to actually walk in because that top side is owned by LGD. You can see that XQW actually slightly cancels his recall just so that he's present around that part of the map. And yeah, free Herald, but what's going to come after it?
He lands a knockup on a YCX. He does have his flash. Going to try to get to the pit as quickly as possible, but will not be able to as Satab gets kill number 2. So ThunderTalk get a small consolation of just the support, but it comes at the cost, of course, of that Rift Herald going down.
Yeah, still definitely worth it for LGD at the end of the day. Not only do they get the Herald as... Oh, hang on. What is going on here?
Like CW's back. Teleport's going to come in from Sasa, and Climber's on the way. Doesn't have the Cyclone, and a Realm Warp is here. XQW just going to get hooked.
Oh, hang on.
He should not have taken that ulti in, as Hoya going to be the one to claim the kill, and now the target can't be Sasa. Here's the heroic charge. There's all the damage, all the crowd control that you need to take that Mbessa down, as TT find themselves 2 kills onto the solo laners.
And this is the proactive ThunderTalk that we wanted to see in game number 1, Grapes. They're given the chance with relatively even gold against their counterparts, and they are making moves. It's 2 on the top lane. And And now LGD, they're forced to make a play mid to try and break down this turret. They'll be successful, but look, there's a fight possibly.
Oh, 1xN though. He gets targeted by Climber, who immediately dashes upon him. Going to survive though with the peel of the Nautilus. Aki going to survive a little bit, but it will eventually go down. Keeper's Verdict will knock away one, but already 2 members have gone down on ThunderTalk's side, so LGD find themselves a nice play in response.
Yeah, LGD with a good snappy response after that topside double kill for ThunderTalk, and I think a big reason why that was successful largely was because of Climber being able to find his way onto 1xN. That flash basically meant nothing in the grand scheme of things. It covered no distance for the AD carry of TT. Most importantly, you didn't have Satab with you. Your Golden Goose, the guy who is 1.3k gold ahead of his counterpart, wasn't present for that fight. So naturally, you're not really favored in this exchange. We're just going to get a replay. That turret goes down. And yeah, 1xN obviously has some time bought for him, but he can't really participate in the fight. He's as good as dead, and the rest of his team is literally dead, Grapes.
And I am always one to praise 1xN. I feel like he's been one of the more consistent players for ThunderTalk throughout this entire season, even when Beishuan was on the team. But getting knocked up by the Herald there and just getting yourself out of the fight, unacceptable. That resulted in that fight being lost here for LGD. It was a moment in time in that game, Quacks, where TT felt like they had a lot of momentum, and now we're right back to even footing with this first Hextech Drake being spawned.
And it is just this part of the river owned by LGD, though you can see Hoya. Let's see what he does.
Oh, flash heroic charge onto YCX. That's a Braum, gonna be pretty tanky as Climber gonna get sent in with the Realm Warp, but he gets immediately crowd control knocked up. And now 1xN getting targeted by the potent execution. In comes the flash in from Climber to lock down the MF. Feather should drop as well, and already it's 2-0 in favor of LGD. But the rest of the fight could go well for them as Satab finds the first kill onto the Wukong, but he gets taken down by XQW. Now it is the top side of the map for TT to try to save it for them, and they do so already. Keeper's Verdict doesn't connect. Savior's still in the back line, but right now Hoya and Aki are ripping apart Sasa.
Savior?
The 3 talent strike connects. Savior is going to not go down. No, he does. Hockey gets the kill. It's a double for the Zin, and somehow ThunderTalk win 4 for 3.
And ThunderTalk, by the skin of their teeth, managed to win out on the team fight. Aki is so low that he's not even going to be able to complete his mission of taking the dragon. That will be prolonged. But still, I got to give Satab a ton of credit. He was focused down heavily by LGD in that fight. He survived for so long, dished out so much damage. And I honestly feel was the big difference maker despite dying in the end. Is we're going to get a replay here. And look at Satab over the wall. A massive 2-man shockwave. And then you can see LGD, they have eyes on him. They flash over the wall. They try to kill him. But it's Aki on the other side that buys him the ability to flash over back to his teammate. And all of the while, it is a 2v4 that ends up going the way of ThunderTalk.
Hoya and Aki, some of the more criticized players over this past calendar year in the LPL, really stepping up here in that last team fight, as they are now the big playmakers, the big winners for this team. And the dragon actually was never taken. It's secured by Aki, but now Climber has taken the Hex Gate over the wall. XQW has been caught out as Satab is looking to chase him down, but in comes the flank on the other side. Cyclone will land onto 3, and the depth charge will knock people up, but the bullet time comes through from 1xN, but it's not able to take a kill just yet as Aki's actually the first one to fall. Climber is ticking dangerously low, burning down, but will survive.
He'll be able to recall. He'll be able to live for another day. Ordinarily, you would think, okay, maybe ThunderTalk can actually go for this Otacon, but I think because it's a Hextech Dragon, the timing just isn't really in their favor. You can take the Hex Gates and immediately go back. Climber's not even going to bother doing that. He's just going to heal off of the camps, but still, this has proved to be a pretty arduous, you know, post 15 minutes for Climber on this Wukong. Those initial engages around the laning phase, they looked really nice, but ever since then, it feels like it's been so difficult for him to get into the backline as this Wukong to actually cyclone 1xN and Satab, simply because Hoya, Aki, and Feather are doing such a good job at holding him at bay. We saw that in real time. And now the Otacon is unclaimed. Sure, ThunderTalk, they get the dragon, but they're just starting it up, Grapes.
They griefed it the last time they did this. I really hope that doesn't happen this time. as the Otacon's already melting those resistances as the teleport comes in from Sasa. No public execution available on the Mbessa. Will be a big engage tool off the table. That Otacon's down at 4,000 HP.
No way in.
Hoya with the Keeper's Verdict going to send a Climber out and make sure that objective is secured by Aki on the Xin Zhao. Let's see what LGD can do. They do not want to overchase, and so ThunderTalk will be able to succeed, at least for now, as Climber is still hunting, but will then blast Kona away to safety.
Climber literally couldn't get into the Otacon pit. Hoya was charging his ult. The Poppy was ready to knock him away, so he just decides to leave. He does Poppy a favor, saves her the energy of having to swing that giant hammer that's double her height. But nonetheless, it is an Otacon claim for ThunderTalk, so a massive advantage as, ooh.
Oh, Realm Warp!
What are we
Three
doing?
people just sent under the tier 1 without a wave, and somehow it's gonna work! Satab already going down!
What?
And they just get out for free! What was that?
I blinked, and suddenly Satab, the big carry of ThunderTalk here in game number 2, he just dies, Grapes. What just happened?
XQW giveth, XQW taketh away. These Realm Warps have been insane, man. Some for the better, some for the worse. Should never have worked out there. That they had to get a kill off of Satab there. But somehow, LGD back in the lead as they take that bot lane tier 1.
You know, they can threaten us with a bad Realm Warp. They can threaten us with a good Realm Warp, but all the while,
Was that a good Realm Warp?
They're just threatening us with a good time every time he uses it, right? So better or worse, we're still entertained. And at the end of the day, can you ask for much more here in Group Nirvana?
Hey, that first game is a warm-up. This is your first LPL game, and we have definitely had the full LPL experience, and we're just 24 minutes in.
Absolutely.
A lot of fighting, a lot of back and forth, and right now LGD, the one slightly in control in terms of gold, in terms of kills, but ThunderTalk with the neutral objectives still have a very good chance of trying to even up this series.
They absolutely do. They'll be able to possibly get Soul Point in about a minute and a half here. You can see there's not a lot of attention being paid by either team on this bot side, maybe just wanting to try and get some information around the Baron, which is spawning in about 40 seconds. Though, I will say, Grapes, neither of these teams, obviously they have consistent DPS, but it's hard for me to imagine ThunderTalk in particular being fast at taking the Baron. So I don't really think LGD have to worry about them making a cross-map play this early on, unless they're looking for something additionally like this top lane turret.
And Climber looking very aggressive. LGD just sending like full squadrons of people to different side lanes
guys.
Has been their strategy. Everybody's on the top side right now. Baron hasn't even spawned yet, and we're just going at it. It's not NA RAM, it's LPL top lane something.
Something like that, you know.
Yeah.
We'll workshop it. Okay, like you said,
I was close.
We're VOD reviewing already. We talked about this. That's something we'll VOD review, I think, and we'll come back later.
If you have any ideas, let us know in the chat below, as we do have the dragon spawning in 30 seconds. I think for ThunderTalk, though, their 5v5 is very good. And while they do not take these objectives quickly, they're okay with starting them up, kind of waiting for LGD to kind of hover around, and then use what Hoya's Keeper's Verdict to try to knock somebody away, make it a numbers advantage, and then press that go button, press all their ultimates. That is exactly what ThunderTalk are going to want to try to achieve. We saw them do it successfully around that Otacon, and now maybe targeting this dragon to try to get themselves that Hextech Soul Point.
And it really is a matter of who gets, I think, to the bot side river first and who is able to claim control of that part of the map. Because Hoya, I mean, like you said, he has that Keeper's Verdict. He has the ability to just straight up knock Climber away and deny a 50-50. But Savior as well has those traps, and he's not really able to place them. So it's difficult for LGD to fight this, I think, in a proper way. He's trying to divide it a little bit, but still, that's within hitting range.
Only knocking away the Braum, but it still is a numbers advantage. Hook lands here onto XQW, but not going to take enough damage. Ooh. Who's going to get the dragon? Secured by Climber, but he goes down to the MF. 1-0 in favor of TT so far. The Realm Warp gets canceled. XQW and Savior will both drop as it's another kill picked up for Satab, and TT can march towards the Baron.
Satab is going absolutely crazy on the Orianna. 2,000 gold difference against XQW. You cannot escape. ThunderTalk wanting to go to game number 3. They lose the dragon, but it doesn't matter. The Baron was what they wanted all along. They are thinking 5 steps ahead here, Graves. They're playing 5D chess. They'll claim that objective. Climber's not up.
They take it slowly. I thought maybe Saucer was going to go in and try to farm a clip. Not going to happen. Going to be Aki smiting this one away. Hoya also claiming the bot lane tier 1. Gold swing now in favor of TT. It was 2K in favor of LGD. Now it is 3K here for TT as you get another look at this fight.
And the pendulum swings their way. As yeah, I mean, Climber... but look at everything that's happening. We're paying attention to the dragon, but all of the while, I mean, Sasu misses his engage. Climber immediately dies after taking that. You're in a position where YCX was irrelevant right from the get-go because he got ulted out. It is just ThunderTalk gradually stripping away the pieces and then going in for the kill once LGD realized, oh wait, we're 2 members down and at a man disadvantage, and now we gotta run.
They did not run very far as ThunderTalk able to get a lot of those kills there. Now we take a look at the gold lead. Continuing to climb here. Satab nearly either approaching the Zanyas or the Death Cap, whichever one he may please after this reset. But right now, TT have inner turrets in their eyes. A lot of standing gold currently on the map. And again, with the ability to play grouped up really well in the 5v5s. Becomes very difficult unless LGD find a flank, and they're looking for that just right now with XQW and Climber coming through with the Realm Warp. They're just trying to stall out time. They know that Hoya's on the way. Another ulti from Sasa does not connect, but Climber has come in with the Cyclone, but it is all too late as Satab picks him up. XQW on the backline has 0 chance. That's just a double kill already picked up here for the Ori. XQW gonna get one back. He goes golden, but will eventually go down to Aki. He pops the sad beast, says thank you for your time, and ThunderTalk will control the fight.
And is it a flank if the enemy team knows they're getting flanked, Grapes? I think not, as ThunderTalk just eviscerate LGD's attempt at trying to turn this game around. It was a last-ditch effort, but now the only ones in a ditch are LGD, as their inhib on that bot side will be taken. The supers will be pouring in. It's good timing too, as the Baron is less than a minute from falling off. So they maximize the amount of gold that they got from that objective, Grapes. We're no longer at the plus 10 gold Baron power plays like in game number 1. We've evolved beyond that.
A little more than 10 this time. It's almost 5K, over 5K at this point. Yeah, I mean, ThunderTalk knew that this was happening the entire time, and they just immediately punish onto the flankers. Zayt had nice movement to get away from that public execution, and Hoya is so disruptive on the backside of things too.
Yeah, for sure. You can see XQW trying to make things happen, but I mean, Aki has just been such a monster on this Xin Zhao. We talked about the proactivity that this player needed, and there were so many doubts about him on this squad. Would he be able to, you know, kind of turn this team around? Would he be the guy that could succeed Beichuan after he got called up to BLG when that happened? And, you know, people have had mixed answers, but it certainly feels like he is able to do just that here in game number 2. The question is, if this goes to game number 3, Graves, will he be able to push them over the finish line?
And there's still some of game 2 left. I know the inhib is down, and maybe ThunderTalk have controlled these last couple of fights, but LGD aren't out of this just yet. Caitlyn's at 3 items. Sasa has 3 items. XQW now, you know, getting to that 3rd completed item as well. Problem is TT really able to control the 5v5, so LGD have to get very creative in terms of how they are able to keep themselves in this game, because if it just is a 5-stack right down mid lane, not going to be super promising for you if you are LGD.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we would call this again. We don't know what the LPL equivalent is of an ARAM, but certainly feels like LGD need to try and look for a strategy that isn't that as. This is something that I think is nice from Caitlyn, just kind of denying that siege. And now that you don't have Baron empowered minions, it will be a bit difficult for you to actually fully push in that wave. It's just a question of if LGD can actually stall out long enough.
What is he doing? He's just sitting all the way under the tower, gets chunked really low and has to flash away. Spins away that hammer, make sure that LGD don't want to do any more, but that could have been really bad.
The question is, can LGD actually capitalize off that and contest this dragon? Because it's not a soul, they're not going to go for it just yet, but yeah, a bit of a scary misplay there from the ThunderTalk top laner. Almost costs him his life, and probably would have been gold into Saviour's pocket, who, like you said, now has 3 items, is very scary on the Caitlyn if given the opportunity to free hit. And overall, I think ThunderTalk's biggest issue right now is just the lack of siege that they realistically have. Sure, you have the Misfortune, and you do have some of that range, but I do think Baron is a super valuable commodity from here on out. That comes up in less than a minute, and you better believe ThunderTalk are going to do everything in their power to ward around that and deny Climber from getting into that pit.
As long as TT can make sure that they, mark their flanks, make sure that nobody on LGD can really collapse upon them, they should be pretty set to win this fight, to win this game. However, we're in Group Nirvana. We know that crazy things happen here in the LPL, especially when you're down here towards the trenches, as these guys definitely are into there right now. As they're looking to get out of there, get into that play-in stage. Starts here with a win in this series. As LGD is currently behind right now, about 5,500 gold, but some of these items are starting to stack up. Just very difficult for them to walk into ThunderTalk at this point.
I mean, realistically, that snap engage, the job is on Climber, but we've seen how difficult it is for Climber to do anything other than land the initial charge of the Cyclone and go beyond that to actually deal damage onto the backline. And you can see he's playing it super cautiously, so much to the point where I think ThunderTalk just get this Baron. I don't really think there's a way for LGD to enter this pit.
Six are trying. Climber is as well. Already a Keeper's Verdict knocking away the Braum, and XQW just face tanking for now, but already Hoya has dropped. In goes Climber with the ultimate on the backline, and finally the perfect execution connects, and it is going to be a public death at that. Another kill picked up for Sasa. LGD somehow are going to just completely wipe the floor with TT off of a beautiful engage from Sasa and Climber. Feather, the only remaining survivor. Is that the end of the series?
You can't see me currently because my cam is not active on the screen. My mouth is open right now. I am absolutely amazed as Sasa is okay, thank God. He's going to win the 1v1 against the support. What? Hang on. No, go back. Wait, wait. What?
It doesn't matter what Satsu's doing. The game is just going to end. LGD were held in their own base for so long. They win one fight around the Baron, and they just 2-0 the series over ThunderTalk.
I'm not disappointed, Grapes. I am glad to be on LPL.
I'm very disappointed. What the hell was that?
You promised me the LPL Nirvana action. Is this what you had in mind, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, like, literally, by definition, this is what happens here in this group. You either love it, you hate it, you do a little bit of both.
I love it!
But regardless, LGD Gaming is somehow coming out with that team fight victory. Going to have to watch that replay to see what exactly happened. Hoya died very early in the fight, and it seemed like LGD were finally able to use their multiple angles into the fight to 5-0 what TT had for them.
Okay, Grapes, we had a pretty generalized consensus on who the MVP. Hello over there. We had a pretty generalized consensus as to who was going to be MVP of game number 1. Who the heck is MVP of game number 2? My brain didn't even have time to catch up to who was actually popping off in that last fight because it just all happened so fast. Who was the best player from LGD in game 2? Because I genuinely don't know. Do we give it to Savior because the Caitlyn was just dealing a ton of damage?
Sasa maybe for the engage?
Maybe?
I have no idea. XUW should have died in that fight like 10 times, and he didn't as well, so I don't know. They're giving it to Sasa. He landed the big ulti onto the backline to end that fight, basically, so I could see it. He had a very questionable performance throughout the rest of the game, but in that one team fight, it seemingly was the only thing that mattered. And what an unbelievable way to end that game.
I love it here. That was the funniest ending to a series I think I've ever seen in my professional casting career, Grapes. And frankly, it just kind of felt like ThunderTalk were in control the entire time, but again, it came down to the fact that they didn't really have any siege, right? They weren't able to break open that base. They were extremely reliant on that Baron to give them the extra range to break open those parts of, LGD. They didn't have it, and ultimately they got punished on trying to take it. I feel like they just finished the Baron, no? Like, they got off of it.
Well, that's the thing, is that they like the 5v5. That's what their competition wants to do, so they fully stacked around. They took it slowly, knowing that they were trying to bait LGD into the pit. And LGD took the bait, ripped the fishing pole out, and took ThunderTalk right into the sea with them. I mean, that was ridiculous how they just ended that game after what was seemingly something that TT wanted to do in terms of sparking that last fight. Very curious to see just all the little micro interactions in that last 5v5 against Sasa with a very critical ulti that ended up ending that team fight for them. But what a weird way to end that game. But at the end of the day, it results in LGD going up to 3-2 overall in the standings.
Yep.
ThunderTalk are down to 2-2. And hey, that's the first step. Obviously, it's a double round robin. But right now, LGD going to stand comfortably in 3rd place in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, and the big question about that is, we asked for not only a win from one of these teams, which, I mean, obviously we were getting, but we were asking for a convincing win. If either of these teams wanted to take that next step, right? 3rd is nice. It's comfortable. It's cool. However, if you want to go higher, if you want to go to 2nd, if you want to challenge NIP, you gotta look convincing while winning. And frankly, we should be in Game 3 right now, Grape. So I am really interested to see how LGD fare in the future of Group Nirvana against those top 2 teams, because I mean, they just recently, I think, played against NIP, took them to 3 games. So who knows, honestly, at this point. My head is just still spinning, my man.
What a weird way to end this series. But you know what? That's what Group Nirvana is all about. We're going to get into the highlights and the post-match analysis very, very shortly. If you're ThunderTalk, got to be very disappointed that you weren't even able to force a game number 3. I feel like Aki was able to have a really good game. Hoya had a really good game. Our boy Slayer, big ThunderTalk fan, unfortunately, not going to work out for them as they go down to 2-2. You mentioned, though, ThunderTalk, they do have some more chances to prove themselves against NIP for these next couple of matches. But if you can't beat LGD, NIP might be a bit of a challenge as well.
Yeah, there are kind of like 3 phases or 3 steps of Group Nirvana. You've got the bottom 2, you've got the middle of the pack, and then you've got the top 2, right? It feels like it is very clean cut amongst Group Nirvana here in split number 3. And I think, realistically, we've been looking for an excuse for someone to break that mold all split long. It hasn't really happened a ton here over the course of split 3 so far. And so I am interested to see if, despite ThunderTalk's disappointing early exit of the series today, if maybe they can come back and challenge NIP. They'll get 2 chances as well, so who knows? Maybe if they lose the first one, they can come back and get revenge in the second one.
This team won the game. The team that did that just won the game. The team that did that won the game. Can you believe that? Did you see that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, there are the 3 tiers, like you say. I think this series a lot closer than the 2-0 might represent. A lot of interesting engages, weird skirmishes that were taken by LGD that resulted in ThunderTalk actually coming up big. But when we think about what TT can do better going forward, I feel like Satab got pretty far ahead. His impact was not as visible as it should have been, given the lead that he had on this Orianna pick. And that's going to be a big thing that we have to continue to note. I feel like he's been a player that really has been volatile on this ThunderTalk roster, and that was not the performance that we were looking for, given the lead that he had.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at this fight, the one that I praised Satab's involvement for, it kind of felt like that was the only one of note where we were actually like, yeah, Satab was a massive, investment for the side of ThunderTalk that actually ended up paying off in more than just that one exchange. Like we can see here, Satab was obviously relevant, but I feel like I credit a lot of this play going the way of TT over to Xin, over to support. I feel like those pieces were way more instrumental to the success of ThunderTalk for most of this game, as Satab just kind of reaped the rewards, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, that shockwave just landed onto the Braum. A lot of one-target ultimates here on the Orianna, a pick that is, known for hitting multi-man ultis and, creating game-changing team fights. As here's the way that this last team fight went. I want to watch what Climber's able to do, and also Sasa. As Hoya just gets completely caught out, and then watch the public execution here. It immediately goes on to Satab, and I think that's where the fight really gets broken up.
Yup. Okay. That explains it all. So not only does Sasu, get the public execution down, but he just immediately axes another ThunderTalk member on top of it.
He can't even believe it.
I can't even believe it, man. Neither can you. Like, we're all in the same state of disbelief, but some of it is good disbelief and some of it is bad disbelief, you have to believe.
I can't imagine that LGD are super happy about how they played that game. They're probably happy about how the game ended, though. They're happy about the result. They're happy to be 3-2 overall in Group Nirvana, with just one big team fight that resulted in ThunderTalk just being a little bit too spread out. They were trying to mark the flanks, and they ended up marking them a little bit too far, unable to get back to their point of safety around the full 5v5. And LGD picked them apart, one after the other, and resulted in them picking up a 2-0 win over TT here in Group Nirvana as we await our player of the game. I think Sasa was winning that fan vote pretty heavily, so I would imagine it goes over to him.
It was kind of a monopoly between the fan votes for sure. And I mean, yeah, Sasu,
oh,
realistically, whoa. Really?
Okay.
Climber.
Fan vote not as important. Climber getting some love here, I think.
Jungle representation. Grapes.
You were flaming him a little bit, though. I do have to remember. I was recalling that.
At the end of the day, honestly, I don't even really feel like this game, like the way it was coasting, was necessarily his fault. Like, he was going for engages. He couldn't really do much outside of that, though, right? Like, I think ThunderTalk did a really good job at keeping Wukong at bay and making sure they couldn't actually get into the back line. So, for what he actually was able to do, he did it. He wasn't able to do much, though. So, I am kind of, you know, in the back of my mind, secretly, I am questioning why Climber got the MVP vote. But I'm happy that he did because, again, junglers.
Jungle supremacy. Hey, shout out to Climber. Again, a big part of this LGD team. Subbing in for Nio, returning to this LGD organization with some of his teammates that he's played with over the past couple of splits. And this time, ends up picking up that MVP in the deciding match in a 2-0 win for them over ThunderTalk. As LGD trying to separate themselves into the top half of Group Nirvana, trying to secure themselves a spot in that play-in stage. Of course, still only about 30 to 40% of the way there. A lot more ground to continue to gain. But if you like that matchup, you're really going to like our next matchup because we have Ultra Prime up against LNG after this. Two teams in Group Nirvana that have yet to pick up a series win. One of them will be able to do that for the first time in Split 3 right after we come back from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to another series, another day, another week here in LPL English. Our second series of the day about to come to your screens, and it is another matchup in Group Nirvana. Grapes alongside Quacks here for your best of three between Ultra Prime and LNG Esports. Quacks, and we talked about it. These are the two teams that have yet to collect a win in Group Nirvana. The bottom tier group, the bottom tier teams. We're in for an all-out bloodbath. We're in for the Mud Bowl. Only one team able to pick up a win here, obviously, and these are two teams that are really hurting. Finally, one of them is going to come out on top.
Yep, one of them has to win. You cannot escape the W at the end of the day. And yeah, you know, that first series, Grapes, that was my indoctrination into LPL as a caster. This one, though, this one I'm super excited for, simply because if Series 1 was a taste of the Group Nirvana style, of the Group Nirvana motion, Series number 2 is going to be amazing. I can't wait. This is going to be great. This is going to be amazing. I'm excited.
The fact that you're saying excited and not terrified means that you are fit for this show, and so that is a good sign.
I'm the definition of just happy to be here, man. I'm trying to cheer up the mood a little bit because I know that, you know, some people are actually dreading this series and what it could bring gameplay-wise, but I'm just excited, man.
Dreading? You might be, but at the end of the day, you're all here. You have some sneaking little part of you that wants to see the horrors that could potentially unfold on Summoner's Rift, or the good stuff that could happen, as we do have some fun players here across both of our teams. Let's start things off with Ultra Prime. They are currently sitting at 0-4. This is their last matchup in the first round robin. They are running with, of course, the same roster they've run all split. A big core from that BLG junior team with Baye now officially coming in to join alongside Jinho and Xiaoxia. But the solo laners have been the big story here for this squad all year.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think that Jiang has looked like the best team, or the best player on this team so far. Every time I've watched Ultra Prime play, it seems like when he is in a winning position, this team is able to actually carry that over and be a lot more relevant around the mid to late game. And Saber as well, I think, has been a really unique prospect in the sense that this man, he's got knives out from minute one. He plays a lot of the assassins, which I think are really fun to look at. Things like the Akali, things like the Echo, that he's both won on. The Echo, actually, I watched that VOD, and I actually stood up out of my chair because I was so happy. As an assassin player myself, we don't get picked a lot in comp here, Grapes, unless your name is actually Akali. Or Nefiri, I guess. So overall, though, it's been really cool to watch Saber and Jiang play, even if it hasn't always netted them a W in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they can continue to do. Obviously, the first round robin has not worked out well for them, but they were a second half team last split too, where they kind of came out firing and were able to make it into the group, or stay alive, I should say, in Group Nirvana ahead of the teams like OMG and RNG that we unfortunately had to say goodbye to at the end of Split 2. But their opponents today are going to be LNG. And Quacks, we always forget that this is a team that went to Worlds just a year ago. The roster looks so different, though, at this point, virtually unrecognizable. Only Zika really remaining from that team.
You know, my dad used to watch League of Legends in terms of the competitive scene, and I told him I was casting this series, and I mentioned LNG, and he's like, oh my god, I remember they made Worlds that one time. Do they have any of the same players? And I was like, yeah, it's just Zika. Everyone else is new. And he kind of looked at me, and he was a little bit sad because, you know, as someone who doesn't keep up with the scene as much, he doesn't recognize some of these newer faces. And speaking of newer faces, Grapes, Fish One. New AD carry, new guy on the block, and going up against Baye, who in of himself is also on the newer end. So I'm really interested to see how this bot lane matchup actually kicks off. We're obviously super interested in the top laners, but I do think that Fish One coming in at this point when you're winless and only have actually one game win to your belt, they're looking at him to kind of be that guy that gets them out of the Mud Bowl that we're calling this series, and out of the Mud Bowl that is the bottom of Nirvana.
Yeah, the replacement for LP, who was originally the replacement for Photic. I don't think LP has really done too much throughout his tenure on LNG to really warrant another spot here, another opportunity. And so given the fact that they are 0-3, want to get some momentum back, getting somebody, just calling up their academy teams, ADC
Yeah.
is basically what they did, and we'll see what Fish One is able to do as he's paired alongside another veteran that we have here in the LPL space in Zhuo. And recently, it was actually his 7th anniversary of playing competitive, and as we mentioned, that LNG actually did come out with a piece talking about his competitive career. We're going to take a quick look at that just to see what exactly Zhuo's been up to.
其实打了这么多年吧，然后我对于职业选手这个身份从一开始的这种陌生吧，一开始还是比较陌生吧，因为我是跟很多职业选手的情况不太一样嘛，我是还没有30级，就还没有打排位的时候就已经想好了想打职业的，所以在我真成为职业选手的时候，感觉更梦幻一点吧。随着到现在的话，其实已经完全适应这个身份了。 其实这个瞬间还蛮多的。其实，在 LDL 第一次夺冠的时候就是最开心的吧。再来就是到滔博得杯冠军的时候，也是非常非常开心。还有之后低谷期的时候，到了深圳，第一次出场的时候，我以为喊我名字的时候不会有什么反响，但是那里的观众都很热情地呼喊我的名字，那个真的非常感动。
Very interesting introspective moment here for Zhuo, who has had a very weird career. I mean, you saw that had so much success from the start of his career, right? Winning a game or winning LDL, then immediately getting picked up. His first ever team was Top Esports, which had 369, Karsa, Knight, and Jackie Love alongside him. That team unfortunately did disappoint and didn't make it to any internationals, but he's been hopping around, being a part of different teams, has played with those players, has played with Rookie, has played with Karsa, a lot of really big names, but now in LNG has not found that level of success at this point in his career.
Just hearing the name Karsa, Grapes, it's like that one scene in Ratatouille where, you know, he takes a bite of the meal and then immediately gets transported back. Like, ooh, that was one of my favorite pro players before I actually got into competitive. So yeah, I mean, Zhuo himself has had a very, like you said, interesting career, and overall now has landed on LNG. And I am really interested to see if these guys, with the new AD carry, with this new partner in the bot lane, if they can finally get that first W of this split 3 and, you know, start maybe looking for a miracle run. I feel like this is kind of the last chance for both of these teams, because this would be, you know, in particular for Ultra Prime, this would be 0-5, and that would be against all of the Nirvana teams. So it would be tough to come back from that. LNG, though, I think because this is their 4th game, or 4th series and not their 5th series, maybe have a little bit of wiggle room, but still, you don't want to test that. If you win here, you could start something good, and I do really think that this could be the secret sauce that finally gets them into that next phase of play. Really looking at AD carry, and really looking at top lane.
Speaking of, right before we get into draft, quickly pull up our featured matchup of the day, which is our top lane between Zhang and Zika. Again, Zika had a lot of success over the past couple of years internationally. Zhang coming over from the PCS/LCP. Overall, both very explosive players and big parts of their team's success.
For sure, and I think that Jiang in particular has been, you know, like we said earlier, when this guy's ahead, it kind of feels like the chances of Ultra Prime actually winning significantly shoot up. And Ultra Prime have come so close so many times in most of their series. 3 out of the 4 series that they have played, they have gone 2-3 games. The only exception being EDG, which is, you know, universally considered to just be better than the rest of Group Nirvana. So the opportunities are there. The chances have been present. They just have barely been out of reach for this team. And I do think that playing around Jiang will be a good strategy for Ultra Prime going into this series, because if you can target Zika, who in my opinion is the best player on LNG, you take away their best and biggest win con, and you set yourself up for a successful series.
And that's why this matchup is going to be so important up in the top side, because they have both Zhang and Zika the core reasons as to why each of these teams have been able to win even any games within their series so far here in this season. LNG, only one of their series has actually gone the distance. That one win, of course, helped Zika was a part of it, obviously, here. A lot of actually pretty good top laners that we have here in Group Nirvana. We saw Salsa have a pretty good performance in that last game. We have Solo Kill, obviously, over on NIP. So still, you know, there's some good talent down here in Group Nirvana, specifically on that top side of the map. It makes us pretty excited about the prospects here as we get ready for this draft to begin. I believe that we are in Shuzhou, which is the home of LNG Esports. So very nice to see another arena here as we get to maneuver around the country a little bit.
I will never honestly get used to that. The fact that certain, you know, areas of China actually represent certain teams.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That would be something so cool if we had it here as well, Grapes, but that's never going to happen. We can dream, but it's never going to happen.
Maybe one day. You know, the Overwatch League tried it maybe a little bit too prematurely, so
yeah, definitely too prematurely.
Hey, fandom exists here in China, exists here in Suzhou as we get ready for our picks and bans of game number 1. LNG over on the blue side. They're going to lock in a Talia for Haichao to start things off.
So now I think the onus is going to be on Ultra Prime to probably just take away a lot of good jungle pairings with that. Talia Zhenzhao is one that screams to mind. Talia Wukong is also a decent combination, especially because, like we said in game number 2 of the last series, Grapes, Wukong isn't really a champion that likes to go and do stuff early, and neither is Talia. I think they both really spike at that level 6 mark, so denying that combo should be really valuable for Ultra Prime in this draft. Pairing it up with Annie as well, I think provides a good amount of just AoE damage going into these team fights. And now it just became a lot spicier.
Yeah, I mean, Viego is normally like a game 3 pick, I feel like, when we play these Fearless series, but hey, looks like they want to pick it up a little bit earlier for Xiaofang, who has been a very nice carry player here for LNG throughout their season. The one win that LNG has been able to get in Group Nirvana this year was Xiaofang on the Viego, so looks like they're going to try to keep that level of you know, consistency.
I like this, you know, play around what works. And LNG, they have experimented with a ton of different styles over the course of their 3 series and, you know, 7 games that they've played. In fact, the only people, obviously Fearless, you know, makes the stat a little bit less impressive, but the only people that have played champions more than once on this team are Zika with 2 Mbessa games and 2 Jax games, and then 2 Rise games coming out for Haichao. Everyone else has played all uniques. Xiaofang has played something different every single time. Zhuo is the same, and Fishone is a little bit different because this is his first official LPL match. So it's just been kind of, you know, throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, and it certainly seems like LNG are adopting that strategy going into game number 1 by picking, like you said, the jungler that gave LNG that first win.
And, you know, very curious to see what Fish One does look like here, as he still has to lock in a 80 carry in the second rotation of the draft. Actually got a chance to talk to one of our friends here on LPL English and Super K-Man Rocks. He's actually following a little bit of the LDL and the Asia Masters event and was watching Fish One with LNG Academy back a couple of weeks ago. And he said, a guy that can be very explosive, likes these very aggressive picks. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kai'Sa get locked in here, Quacks, even though there is a lot of decent disengage here with something like the Braum.
Yeah, a Kai'Sa could be good, like a Zeri as well, I think is possible. If it's a Senna lock in here, I will actually be kind of sad, because I think from the description that K-Man put on this player, this is like the complete opposite of what he likes to do or what he's used to playing and good at. But nonetheless, Senna, you know, that's okay. As LNG, I mean, maybe like... Whoa, okay, Rumble 5th pick is interesting to me, because now Ultra Prime, do Ultra Prime 5P like a Galio top lane?
That would be weird, especially for Zhang. I feel like you want to have... the Gwen's already locked in, so he's going to be playing that. The Rumble's a response into it. So now they're looking actually for Baye's selection. Sivir, one of his favorite picks, banned away, so they're going to go Smolder for a little bit of extra scaling. This is always a good...
this is always fun.
Counter matchup into the Senna. Because Senna cannot contest very hard in the early laning phase, you just lock in this Smolder and scale for free.
Yeah, frankly, a lot of people like to talk about this being, you know, who's going to scale better. Whoever scales better and gets more stacks is going to be the winner and be more relevant in the late game. Straight up, Smolder is just a better champion, in my opinion. Right now, at the current moment, I think since the Senna Soul Stack nerfs, you know, that percentage went back down to 10%, hasn't really been the same. And I think teams are just kind of picking this one out of comfort. I really think that Senna has lost a lot of her luster over the past month or so, as Smolder is just better. So I agree with you, Grapes. I think that this is certainly going to be a lane where Baye is free stacking, happy to do so, and frankly, the rest of Ultra Prime are happy to scale. We talked about that level 6 sort of breakpoint for the mid-jungle duo, and then Gwen as well is kind of the same as Smolder, where you're just waiting until that moment where you can 1v5.
Yeah, really nice team composition opened up here, you know, on Ultra Prime's side. As long as the Wukong Annie combo can deliver the engages, the rest of the fight should go rather smoothly. On LNG's side, a little bit more all over the place. They're going to have to obviously go for the resets here with the Viego, try to find picks with Nautilus. They're going to have to be a little bit more creative in terms of how they find their engages.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned the resets, and obviously with Taliyah, you know, you got to be able to use that Weaver's Wall to sync up with your jungler and also to just secure a lot of these objectives. I feel like if you are going against a team that has Smolder, a team that has a lot of this scaling, if you're just giving up dragons for free, this game is not going to work out in your favor. So I really want to see LNG utilize that artificial terrain to try and box in Ultra Prime around these objectives so that they can deny those Drakes and those objectives in general from being claimed by the opposing team.
As we've begun game number 1 of our matchup in the lower bracket in Group Nirvana, our lower group, Group Nirvana, our lower teams in Group Nirvana. If the season ended today, both LNG and Ultra Prime would be going home. Time is ticking for them to try and remedy that, to try to jump up into that top 4 of the group. And again, expectations for both of these teams entering the season definitely very different. LNG, a very surprising situation that they have been in after a Worlds appearance just a year ago.
Yeah.
Obviously, the roster flops that they ended up going for, not finding the most success and having to do a lot of moving around in terms of the players that they have taken onto the Rift. And now a new addition to their lineup in Fish1, making his LPL debut on the center.
Yeah, congratulations to Fish1. Big achievement for him. It's just a question of how he's going to fare against Baye on this Smolder. I expect the early game in this bot side to be rather cordial, right? Just everyone kind of stacking up, not really interfering much with the opposing team. Maybe we'll see a dredge line here and there, some poke thrown out by Zhuo or Zhaojia. But other than that, I think the AD carries are more than likely just going to be hitting the minions more than the enemy champions.
As you say that, Zhuo goes for a bit of an engage, and you can see why Nautilus gets countered by Braum a little bit. As soon as you just go in, you can just stack up those concussive blows, makes it very difficult for any sort of follow-up off of that. So Zhuo taking a bit of a hit. Though it is the bot lane here for LNG, hitting level 2 first, not going to matter too much. As again, the scaling game is the priority, and we can see that clearly with both of our junglers actually pathing up towards the top side of the map.
Yup, and naturally on the blue side, it is going to be Zhaofeng, who will likely be on the crab faster. But he's got to be careful about doing that, because maybe if Junhao decides to cut and really puts priority on the fact that he has, you know, the ability for his top laner to roam on down toward that river, could look to put an early thorn into the side of this Viego, like we talked about, a big win con for LNG, particularly in the early game. They have the late game insurance of the Senna, but they need to make sure their jungler is in a spot where he can snowball.
He's going to get the early clear advantage, at least for now. Actually, it looks like Junhao doing a better job. Zhaofeng is still on the blue buff. Important to note that he just used his smite, actually going to be kiting back towards the bottom side of the river, so not wanting to actually engage into that Wukong, knowing that Zhang has push and also has the exhaust as a secondary summoner spell.
Yeah, that I'm surprised that actually escaped us until 3.5 minutes in, Grapes. That's going to be a major component at the very least. If nothing else, to help your jungler, you know, close the gap between, you know, the river and going on for the gank, which is important because neither of you have a bunch of concrete CC until that Cyclone and Needlework get unlocked. But it's also going to be really good, I think, at, you know, negating the damage that Rumble can actually do. That burst damage is one of the best traits of that champion. So having that exhaust to just temper that a little bit does have a lot of uses. And I'm just interested to see how and when he's going to be able to use them.
It's always, you always go, like, you don't, you know, Gwens don't normally go with the flash. You often see Ignite, sometimes a ghost. The exhaust,
Yeah.
okay, can be pretty helpful here, even if you put it onto Xiaofeng, right? Like, making sure that, like, just that first threshold of a kill is not reached. Make sure those resets don't happen is going to be pretty important here once we get later on into the game. So, very curious to see how that exhaust is used. It's Zhuo making an early impact in mid lane via a roam and forcing Saber to flash away.
Yeah, it was a game of chicken there. Whoever flashed first was going to be in a world of trouble. But luckily, I think Saber backs up enough to the point where it doesn't matter that he flashes. He manages to get away. Zhuo, though, not too displeased with that result, I would imagine, as now they're roaming up toward the top side, initiating an early swap, and should be able to, in the 1v2 lane, get push. This will allow Zhuo to revisit the mid lane in time and potentially get a kill onto his team's name the second round.
And for Zhuo, kind of has to take another step towards a leadership role on this team, both because, you know, a lot of the roster changes have happened, but most specifically, you know, Fish1 and then LP, of course, before him, both coming from the academy system, both rookies. And for Zhuo, who's, again, celebrating his, like, 7th year anniversary as being a professional player, we've talked about all the rosters that he was a part of back on, you know, that top esports team in 2021. He was really the new guy who was learning from the likes of Jackie Love. Now he kind of has to take on that mantle himself, obviously in a different circumstance, as this is no longer a team that has those title contentions of the LPL in their sights, but still a good opportunity for him to kind of learn from his experiences and try to pass that on to his teammates.
Yeah, and we're seeing that in small little increments, that leadership quality that you talked about, Grapes. It's just taking charge, making those plays, burning those early flashes, and now because Saber is forced to play so safely in the mid lane, this has just allowed Haichao to get a ton of priority as this Talia, and that'll net them a lot of control over this Dragon. And yeah, Ultra Prime are just gonna have to be looking the other way, as the teleport will actually be the last thing that tells them to completely back off, and it's Zhuo. So there you go, and another good play there by the Nautilus.
Forcing Ultra Prime away. They're not in a good position. They're not in a good enough position to actually go for a fight, as Zhuo hunting a little bit with that dredge line. Being a little bit annoying at this point onto Jinhao. Not really a threat of the kill just yet, but now Ultra Prime want to go on the offensive. The Weaver's Wall is blocking out Saber and Baye, but now Haichao has been singled out, getting stunned by the Tibbers, but using the seismic shove to push Jinhao away. So nobody will go down just yet, with the Dragon going over to LNG.
LNG, though, despite getting the Dragon, not going to be able to get a kill. And it felt like they were just a little too divided. Zika was on that top side. It dropped a really decent equalizer, but I think Haichao being caught there and not really allowing Ultra Prime to, you know, fester down toward that bot side of the river a little bit more. They could have tried to box them in, but they found a target onto the Talia, and they immediately turned around. So LNG not able to reel them in toward that bot side enough to actually finish the job, but still, they managed to get the objective at the end of the day. So can't be too disappointed in that.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a team that, you know, both teams kind of want to scale, but if you're LNG, definitely happy to be controlling these objectives, because it means that around like that 20-minute mark, if you try to, you know, continue to stack these Drakes, you could really force a 5v5, maybe before Ultra Prime are ready, maybe before Baye hits the 225 stacks. That would be a really good chance for LNG to try to break the game open and continue to try to stack these objectives. So overall, feeling pretty good about things there. Xiaofeng off to a good start. But overall, we are very even. And this is something, Quacks, that we kind of talked about before we got into game during our breaks. But LNG, throughout their game so far, very, very passive. And whether that's because of Zika or Xiaofeng or whatever leadership, not really wanting to go for many fights. They love disengaging. They don't love going for bench stuff. As I say that, though, a little bit of skirmishing up here, as it's going to be Xiaosha knocked back with that seismic shove and getting chunked very low, forced to flash away. Baye kiting out nicely, but it's going to allow for Xiaofeng to at least pick up that first scrub, with Junho and Saber now joining the fray. They're going to secure another, so it's 1-for-1 overall. And now potential fight around the last one. Xiaofeng has the smite, so should be able to secure it.
Oh, look at the bot side. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Junho. He flashes in and goes in for the Cyclone, and it's going to be a little bit too far forward for Xiaosha. First blood picked up for LNG, but Xiaofeng now has to flash and use the Heartbreaker to get out, but he will survive. It's a double kill in for Haichao, and they're looking for Saber as well. He will go down. 3-0, and the Feats of Warfare have gone over to Team LNG.
And it's a snap engage there for the side of Ultra Prime. They thought they had the kill onto Xiaofeng, but Zhuo makes the difference, reels them in, and allows for the resets to come through from the Viego. And then a beautiful escape will deny Ultra Prime anything in that fight. It's 3-0. Grubs over to LNG. They win out on the bot play unanimously. And that is just such a beautiful topside engage there, or counterpunch there rather, from Zhuo to be able to secure his jungler the gold necessary and his mid laner the gold necessary to be relevant in this game. So we're going to get a replay here, Grapes. And yeah, I mean, Zhuo just constantly looking for these stretch lines. I love how active he's been on the map so far.
And just as we say, hey, maybe LNG don't want to be very combative all the time. They decide to go for an aggressive play, and that actually ends up working out well for them. They force Xiaoxi's flash early, and Zhuo continuing to hunt for these engages actually end up baiting Junhao with that Hex Flash and then finding that immediate hook back onto the Braum.
I also kind of question why Ultra Prime even went for this play in the first place, because obviously, you know, you lose the grubs, and then at that point, you're just hunting for a kill. And I feel like, you know, just the two of you, you're really banking on that, you know, like we said, level 6 break point to do the job for you, but you don't have a ton of gold. You're not really in a winning position. Even if you get that kill, you're committing flash for it, so you have to understand that at worst, that's going to be or at best rather, that's going to be a 1-for-1, and it ended up being at worst as they got a 3-for-0. So still, Ultra Prime not completely out of this game. 1,000 gold separates them, but that is well within their bounds to come back from, especially with this dragon coming up soon.
It's Ultra Prime now down 2,000 gold, looking to try to find some sort of response. Zhang doing a decent job up in the top side of the map, forcing Zika back and having the wave in a very nice place, but not going to have that teleport for when this dragon spawns in about 20 seconds. LNG likely in a good position to just go for that and continue to stack those objectives.
Why not, right? It's a major win here for Xiaofeng as well, who completed his Trinity Force, so huge item advantage for the side of LNG. I think is going to give a lot of trepidations over to the Ultra Prime members around this bot side river, and that will be enough to probably dissuade them from even thinking about a contest.
Looks like LNG, though, they don't want to just immediately start the dragon on spawn. They're hunting for members of Ultra Prime, looking for a fight because they know that they are so powerful at this point that they have the Trinity Force advantage in the hands of Xiaofeng. But Junhao wants nothing about it. He's already in the enemy jungle on the top side of the map, and that means the dragon should go over. Doesn't look like there's really a play here for Junhao other than counter jungling. Just gets a Gromp as his prize.
And 3 kills, 2 objectives, 1 more, and they already Grapes. Or wait, no, hang on. They already have the feats. What am I saying?
Yep,
that's the second. Yep, 12 minutes in, they have feats. Upgraded boots. That is, well, that's absolutely insane. Wow.
Hey, this is a reinvigorated LNG, potentially. Who knows? They have not taken a game off of many opponents so far this season, but obviously no time like the present then to go for something here. Now Xiaofeng looking onto Zhang. He has his exhaust and the needlework up in 5 seconds time, so going to be a very difficult dive to try and execute on, especially with Junhao in the area.
You know, but difficult doesn't mean impossible, and Xiaofeng, that's all he needs to hear, but he's going to be dissuaded at the end of the day. Yeah, Junhao just kind of waiting in the wings is going to be enough to force him to back off. Probably a good move from LNG. At this point, you know, the ball is in your court. You don't want to overforce anything that might give Ultra Prime the opportunity to actually come back. So far, it feels like that one angle for them to come back rests in that Smolder, who is still keeping up, I think, really nicely in farm. Obviously has a bit of a farm advantage over Fish One, but Fish One having those 3 assists has the gold ultimately. Still, you can never really count out, I think, this comp that Ultra Prime have drafted simply because of how hard they scale.
That is true. Once the Smolder gets to 225, all cards are back on the table in terms of what can happen here. And yeah, I mean, speaking of tomfoolery, we're here in Group Nirvana. As you saw in that last series, you've been watching here all day on LPL English. Things get wild down here. This is the Group Nirvana of Group Nirvana. The bottom teams still looking to pick up their first win of the season.
One of them is going to be forced to take the W. Which one that will be yet to be determined, but LNG are certainly walking that path at a better, faster pace than Ultra Prime so far. Herald going to be up in about 45 seconds, and I love, again, how active Zhuo has been with his teammates, whether it's Xiaofeng, whether it's Haichao right now. He is still getting those deep wards, he is still syncing up with his teammates, and he is still accruing information across the board that they can use around these neutrals. And Ultra Prime, ultimately, it feels like they are just, you know, 10 to 20 to even 30 seconds behind every single time trying to catch up, and this leaves LNG with a lot of dead time to make aggressive plays like Zhuo going for those dredge lines to try and find Xiaojia.
Not going to hit there, but now with 10 seconds until that Herald spawns, can really set up around the pit, clear out vision, and make sure that nobody on Ultra Prime can get near that Rift Herald without being spotted by any of these trinkets that LNG have put down. It will be started up. Both top laners do have teleport and are currently on the bot side of the map. We'll see if LNG do get contested here by Ultra Prime. I feel like staying behind, knowing that the scaling is there, could be an option, but UP don't think so. They want to fight. And a hook lands onto Xiaosha immediately, but Saber finds the Tibbers onto Haichao, forcing a flash over the wall. The seismic shove, though, sends him right back over. And Junhao can't do anything to finish the kill off of the Taliyah, but with Zhang TPing in and Zika staying down bottom lane, it should mean that Ultra Prime secured the objective.
Ultra Prime managed to wrestle control of the top side, so they should be able to use this to at least break down a turret within the next few minutes. This will also help them possibly gain more control over the bot side dragon spawning in about a minute. They'll force LNG to respond if they place that one down. Still, though, LNG managing to get every single member out, avoiding catastrophe by giving gold over to Ultra Prime. It's just the Herald. I'm sure you lose that, but it could have been so much worse, Grapes.
Yeah, so a small win back here for Ultra Prime. The first real W I feel like they've been able to take here. And we'll see what they can use this Herald for, with Junhao having it in his inventory for the next couple of minutes. Really any tier 1 towers that have taken much damage just yet, but you can start to chip away at them as we continue to go forward. And of course, the big easy play is you always send the Herald down mid, and that gives you prio for a dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's classic tactic. It's a simple spell, but quite unbreakable, to quote a simple MCU hero. Those who know, know. As Dragon up in about 10 seconds, Xiaofeng has to be real careful.
Unfortunate. Just didn't add up the burn of the jungle item enough. Yep. And so it will be the Herald going over, and maybe the sign that this dragon could go over to Ultra Prime. But LG still in the lead. About 1,000 gold or so. Would not be opposed to wanting to fight this. And as I say that, a teleport has come in from Zika. He has the equalizer at rank 2 at this point, and the dragon is not taken down very quickly. Weaver's Wall comes out. Zhuo gets stunned though, and does not land that initial dredge line as Zhang's already chunked down to 60% HP. Ultra Prime don't want to start this dragon just yet. Junhao pops the Herald, maybe looking for a potential escape plan. Who's going to get into the pit first? It's going to be a dash over from Junhao, but it's already chunked down to half. It's stolen away by Xiaofeng. And now the fight can begin in earnest as the equalizer has come out. Zhang goes in with the Herald, but he will drive it straight to his demise as LNG get a couple of kills back, as well as the dragon soul point.
And it's a disaster for Ultra Prime. The dragon gets stolen. They place the Herald. It is completely squandered. That previous advantage that they managed to wrestle from LNG completely made irrelevant. It's so unfortunate there for Ultra Prime. They lose so much, and now, Grapes, they're on a timer. That's sole point. They have got to make a play, and fast. Otherwise, at the rate this game is going, a soul feels like a foregone conclusion as, yeah, we're going to just go back into the replay, and it was the thinnest of margins, but still, the Viego acquires the Drake, even if it is to his own death. We in the jungler department like to call that work.
And look at the equalizer from Zika on that play. I mean, Zhang went in with the Rift Herald, but nobody else on Ultra Prime was able to follow up because Zika's ulti was zoning them all out and frankly, taking him down very low. And that just meant that Zhang had no follow-up. He ended up dying as well. And so now Ultra Prime only went even on the fight. They got a kill on Dabaya, which is good, of course, and he's continuing to stack up. He's not going to be at 225, though, by the time this next dragon spawns, and that would be a mountain soul that then Ultra Prime would have to fight against.
Yeah, that's extremely consequential for Ultra Prime, letting that dragon go. And after Junhao worked so hard, by the way, he went in, almost risked his life, drops a Cyclone, zones off LNG, and still it's not enough. Still, Xiaofeng manages to steal that away. That's a really sad moment there for the jungler of UP. Try so hard, but you don't succeed. But crucially now, it is going to be Otacon spawning in about 10 seconds. It's going to be on that top side. And you can already see Ultra Prime, they're going to try and be first to the punch this time.
This one, popping the Ghost. It looks like Zhuo's going to go super aggressive here. Depth charge on top of the Equalizer with the Dawning Shadow on top. But it's not enough to take Baye down. And here goes Zhang on the flank. Already Zhuo has gone down. But Zika is hunting the rest of Ultra Prime as they loom deviously around that Otacon.
They do indeed, but there were a lot of ultimates expended by LNG, not to mention they lost Zhuo, who does have teleport, so he should be able to, come back to the fight, but still, those R keys not going to be available for a while. So LNG, they're just saying, screw the Otacon, let's abandon it, let's go for this mid turret instead. We don't have the power to really fight this. And conveniently enough, Ultra Prime aren't really in a position to take that Otacon either, so it is LNG ultimately walking away happy despite losing their support.
And Jinho's on a reset, so that means another opportunity for Ultra Prime, or sorry, for LNG to go for another play, this time onto Zhang up in the top side of the map. They will not have enough to take down that tier 1 turret, but forcing Zhang to play a little bit more defensive, and everybody coming right back up to this Otacon. Now, Quacks, I know that this is your first day on the LPL broadcast. There was one day, I think it was in Split 1, or maybe it was Split 2, in Group Nirvana. Me and Black Loxer were commentating this one. And LNG, and I forget who their opponent was, I think it was OMG, they sat around this top lane Otacon for, I kid you not, like 10 minutes without fighting, and then eventually they ended up fighting over it. It looked like we were about to set that up again, but it seems like both teams decide, hey, there's actually minions and other things that we can do that give our team gold if we decide to actually go another direction. So they're going to rotate down there and try to fill those out. So I'm happy that that was not going to happen again.
Well, quick question about that. Was this Otacon before or after the rework? Before.
It was
right,
the Revive one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because it didn't matter. That Otacon transcended regions. It didn't matter if you were a 160 IQ genius. Otacon spawns, you must fight it. It is just a universal law of League of Legends. I am eternally grateful that they reworked the Otacon system, because those old ones felt really toxic to the game. This new one is much better.
Yeah, I mean, provides like just enough power for it to be a nice objective to fight over before the Baron spawns. And
yeah,
gives teams something to contest, but nothing that has to be contested over.
But everyone still contests it anyways, right? You don't have to, but you know you're going to.
Speaking of, hey, guess where we are? Right back to the top lane. Surprised that LNG are set up here because that Soul Dragon is just about to spawn. And Xiaofeng still poking around here. They should just go down and try to take that.
Honestly, I 100% agree with you. I mean, you give up the Otacon, so what? The enemy team is already behind significantly in XP, in damage. Those are the things that Otacon provides, so it gets you a little bit closer to even, but you make up for it with a Mountain Soul. I would say that's way more worth it, and slowly but surely they're going to be gravitating toward that part of the map. Haichao, though, has the luxury of staying a bit further behind, as he does have that Weaver's Wall. Zika
was overheated, so actually going to be in some trouble. Has to flash away from Zhang. But now he gets exhausted. The third proc leader work lands. There's the Cyclone as well. Zika just might be taken down under his own turret. And that is not a good play here. But the response will be that Otacon taken down by LNG. But you're going to say that's all right here for UP because you are continuing to scale the game out. You're going to deny that soul and get Bayek closer to 225.
Absolutely. You drag the game out an extra 5 minutes at the very least for Baye on the Smolder. It's a kill on that bot side by Ultra Prime, but ultimately it's a very costly one as they burn a flash from Junhao, 2 ultimates, and they only get 1 kill for it. They get the dragon, so at the end of the day, that's likely why they overloaded sides, but still, it does temper Junhao's ability to really be that snap engager that his team needs him to be for the next few minutes, provided that LNG don't give him any easy opportunities to go in and Cyclone 5 or 4 or 3.
feel like we're not gonna be fighting until, you know, all these cooldowns are back up, though, because not much to contest at this point, as we are very, you know, very much playing an LNG game. And it makes sense because it is a Senna versus a Smolder, and it also is LNG playing who I feel like play the slowest games in the entire LPL.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But, you know, that means that the fights aren't going to be super far and often. As we mentioned in our last series, you know, between ThunderTalk and LGD, those guys, they love to fight. You know, we would have had like 20 kills at this point. Now, very much more methodical, waiting for these players to scale, waiting for our 80 carry specifically to come online. And Vaya, 224, so he takes one more minion down, he will have that execute.
Yep. Just needs one more stack. Doesn't matter if he kills a minion, hits a champion, lands his ultimate on somebody, he's going to get that one. So the execute will be there. There's not a ton of defense on the side of LNG. Obviously, you have some tankiness from Zhuo and you have the Shroud from Fish One, but that top side really is kind of built like a glass cannon. If you can prevent the Viego resets and allow Smolder to take the extended trades, then I feel like those executes are going to come pretty quickly, given that the rest of the comp does deal so much damage. I think it's going to be up to Saber to really get someone low, allow Baye to execute someone, and then they just kind of snowball from there by taking one member out and running over LNG with numbers advantage.
Yeah, Saber and Junhao are going to be very important for Ultra Prime to start these fights, as they are the primary engages with their ultimate abilities. And as soon as they land a combo onto somebody, then Baye can throw out the Mom, can dish out some damage. That's when the executes can start to fly through. Same thing can be said, though, on the other side for LNG. If you get a nice equalizer out from Zika, if Haichao can land that seismic shove Unraveled Earth combo, that means that Xiaofeng can get a reset, get on the board as well. So these fights are going to be going on a nice edge, and even though this game is so close, would not be surprised to see if one team just gets the better engage, it being a 5-for-0, 5-for-1 fight either way.
For sure. This game can really turn on its head over one tiny little fight, one tiny little pick. Now that the Baron is up, and now that particularly LNG are at Soul Point, it really adds an extra level of gravity toward these picks, and that's why no team is really given their opposition any sort of an inch. I will say, though, for the side of LNG, I'm really looking at Haichao, right? Obviously, Fish One, as well, with the stacks on the Senna, is really important, but you gotta try and, I think, abuse the short range of this Ultra Prime comp. Sure, they have engage, but if you can keep your distance as Senna, if you can keep your distance as Talia and just whittle down those small, granular attacks, then it'll amount to something, and UP won't really be in a position to actually engage you.
Yeah, the poke's going to be very important here with the range advantage that you do mention on the Senna and on the Talia. Haichao, not the best season overall, as he had some big shoes to fill of Scout after this last season, obviously, but has really been a bit of a disappointment here so far. Not necessarily the highest performing mid laner that we've had in the LPL, but in a position to succeed now. 3-0-2, working towards that third item on the Talia, and a big important reason as to how LNG can start these fights. And we've seen him get caught out a couple of times here, but has not died just yet. And honestly, that's actually ended up working out for LNG, because he's spent all the attention focusing down the Talia. It allows for Xiaofeng and Zika to really come online.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, there are a lot of different targets that Ultra Prime have to focus, right? Because on one hand, you want to get to that backline, but on the other, you want to deny the resets, right? Viego gets one chance, and he can just kind of roll over the game. So there are a lot of priority targets that Ultra Prime have to worry about, and they don't have a lot of time to formulate a strategy, as that Dragon is coming up in about 30 seconds. Whichever team is able to garner control of this mid wave, I think, is going to have a huge advantage in controlling that bot side river.
Teleport comes in from Zhang as the Soul Dragon once again about to become available. Xiaofeng coming in forward, trying to chunk out Baye, but now the fight has begun on the other side of things. Seismic Chef only connects onto the clone of Junhao, so no real follow-up there. But the Dragon is now available, and LNG control the pit.
The question is, who will be the first to engage? I imagine Zhuo, who's been so active with these dredge lines, is going to look for an opportunity onto Saber. You can see he's fishing. He's trying to hug that topside wall to get an angle onto the backline. He doesn't want to hook in Junhao. He doesn't want to hook in Xiaojia, but Ultra Prime are playing this very smartly position-wise.
Weaver's Wall separating everybody, gives maybe LNG a good opportunity to try to burst down the dragon. The seismic shove lands on it too, but here comes the mom. It makes LNG kite away. Dawning Shadow over the top, but Baye is able to pick up the first kill of the fight. But Xiaofeng has now gotten a reset as well, and he transforms into the Wukong body. Zika is overheated. Fish one taken very low, nearly getting executed before he issues out the piercing light to heal himself right back up. One more Q from Baye could secure himself an easy double kill, but instead the dragon is going to be the focus. Who's going to get the soul? It'll be LNG to secure it, and now they can win the fight. Baye goes down. Jung will fall. Only Saber and Xiaoxia will live as LNG get their prize and can now go to Baron.
And at the end of the day, Junao is your main engage. He puts himself on the front lines. But the problem with being on the front lines is you are most likely to die. You lose your jungler at a pivotal moment in this game. He's not there to secure the dragon for you. You're going to lose out on that. You're going to lose out on the team fight. And to make matters extra worse, Scrapes, the Baron will be the cherry on top for LNG.
We stalled out, waiting for this dragon to spawn once again. Quacks and LNG get that. They get the Otacon. Maybe took them a little bit longer than they wanted, but they win this team fight and put themselves in a great position to run away with this first game. Some good engages, some good poke from Haichao. And I thought that honestly Ultra Prime had a good chance.
I mean, Junao honestly just goes way too far here. Sure, the dummy is good, but Xiaofeng, the follow-up to just make sure that he can't get away, like you said, transforms into the Wukong body. Even if you get that Cyclone down, even if you actually survive that, it feels so difficult for you to re-enter the fight as the Wukong with how healthy these LNG members are. They just run over the rest of the Ultra Prime members. And it's a huge advantage, like you said, for them. Only 4,000 gold up, but still the objectives account for way more than 4,000 gold.
And they can have even more added to that lead with all the standing gold that still exists on the map in the form of these inner turrets. Zhang going forward with the needlework, trying to chunk out his wave at the very least and force LNG back. But things become much harder for this composition of play of Ultra Prime now that the Baron buff minions are going to continue to allow for LNG to push, and also the Mountain Soul means that just that little extra piece of damage is going to be needed for those executes to start to land.
And the problem is they're just pushing down all in one lane. And Smolder now, even though you have Baron and Power minions, Smolder is really good at clearing the waves. Annie as well is pretty good at clearing the waves. You need to have that 4-1 thread, and LNG realized that, but you can already see Jiang there to counter Zika. So it will be a bit of a delayed play on the Baron, but nonetheless, they should be able to squeeze UP tighter and tighter with this play.
Juno dashes forward, not using the Cyclone, actually baiting out the Dawning Shadow of Fishone, who is playing a little bit more on the defensive side. As regardless of the wave clear, LNG able to secure 2 of the 3 inner turrets in both mid and bottom lane. Only top lane does remain up. Baron buff still around for 50 seconds or so. And we're starting to get to the point, Quacks, where the siege of LNG is starting to come to play.
At the end of the day, LNG just really want to try and siege so that, around, less than 3 minutes until that Elder spawns, they want to prevent as much jockeying between these two teams as possible around that.
Xiaoxia gets hit by one seismic shove, and then the Heartbreaker will execute it, but look at the back line. That is Fish one down. A 2-kill 1K shutdown for
Not
John.
again.
Xiaofeng is still alive in the transform Viego body. He will go and take the Gwen down, but Baye's got a couple of executes as well. A triple kill already for the Viego, looking for the quad, and he gets it on the Baye. It looked like almost an opportunity for Ultra Prime, but the Viego will live, Zika will survive, and it's still 2 men up here for LNG.
I was getting ThunderTalk versus LGD Gaming Game 2 flashbacks there for a minute, Grapes, but luckily, Xiaofeng manages to save his team. The top side prevails, lives through the engage from Ultra Prime, and let's actually take a look at how that happened again. So again, it comes in the form of not just one TP, but to Saber lands a massive Tibbers onto the squishy members of LNG. And initially you're thinking it's good, but I think the big difference maker is just the fact that Xiaofeng is so strong on this Viego, manages to get the antibody, stuns, manages to take those resets, and runs away with the fight. Saves his team from a potentially disastrous fate, but it shows us, Grapes, that Ultra Prime still have some fight in them, and 90 seconds ahead of the Dragon, LNG were hoping to beat the fight out of them by now.
Talk about a cash injection over to Zhang on the Gwen.
Yeah.
2 1,000 gold shutdowns onto Hai Chao and Fish One. And the Baron buff, Baron power play still ended up working well for LNG, but that Gwen is very scary at this point. Getting that third item, working towards the Zhonya's Hourglass as her fourth. That's going to have to be a big part of what Ultra Prime do here in these team fights if they want to try to keep this game alive.
Ultra Prime, they have an opportunity. They've stalled out long enough to where the Smolder has 225. The Gwen has 3 items.
4 items now. Zhonya's
4 items now, actually, yeah. This is their time to fight. They are down around 6,000, 7,000, but, you know, they didn't hear no bell, Grapes, and they are going to continue to fight. And hopefully, this is their last stand, and this is going to be the fight that I think determines who will win game 1.
Ooh, seismic shove. It lands on Abaye. That's a Smolder at half HP. Right when the Elder Dragon was about to spawn. I was going to say, if Ultra Prime were able to get the Elder with the Smolder at now 332 stacks, that could have been a really big boon. But with Baye forced back to base, LNG can really set up nicely around this Dragon Pit, make it very difficult for Ultra Prime to get in.
Because they have no AD carry, they're not really able to overload with numbers. This is just allowing LNG to kind of section off this part of the map. But now the Smolder is here. They've got to make the play. That Dragon is super low.
Zika flashing away from the cycle and getting hit up by the second proc. Almost the mom steals it away, but Zhao Feng able to secure the Elder. And now it's Reset City in for LNG Esports. Already 2 members down. That is Zhang falling before he even pops the Zhonya's. And Jasha will make it casualty number 3. Surely this should mean the end of the game as LNG win the fight. They get the Elder and they can march down middle lane.
And LNG police that part of the map. They completely prevent Ultra Prime's advance as Zika's going in.
Hook doesn't land on Abaye. As actually not over just yet. It's the big carry still alive here for Ultra Prime. Baye has both of his summoner spells. It's almost 350 stacks on the Smolder, and there's no Baron buff in the hands of LNG with 13 seconds left on Junha. So this game might not actually be over just yet, but LNG want it to be as they're headed on to the Nexus turrets right now. The death timers, though, are going to continue to
don't
tick
have a
down to
wave.
0. And that means that LNG actually can't end. They will take another prize as an inhibitor. But now with Junha alive, it is going to be very difficult for them to try to go for the throat.
They still have 90 seconds on that Elder.
Hold on, Elder, Baye. Shields up nicely, will be able to stay alive. And the Needleworth comes through from Zhang. They're looking for a last-ditch effort. They find Zika with the kill, but it will be Zhang getting another one back. The mom comes out. Baye is still untouched in the back line, but he finally will get targeted. And that'll be it. Zhao Feng and LNG end up wiping the floor with Ultra Prime. It took them a while, but a win is a win nonetheless. They go 1-up in this best-of-3 series.
It was slow to the bone there, Grapes. A very, very, you know, thinly paced game at the end of the day. But like you said, LNG with the scaling, with just overall, I feel the better objective play, right? Around those dragons, around those grubs. It felt like they were more prepared. They just had better timing than Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime were always a few seconds behind, and this allowed, I think, particularly Zhuo to look really good on that Nautilus. Around that early to mid game, you know, he lost a little bit of effectiveness in that late game, but he was finding dredge line after dredge line. He was unafraid. He was constantly providing opportunities for his team, and this time around, those opportunities turned into advantages, and those advantages won them game number 1.
And shout out to Zhao Feng and Zhuo specifically, right? I mean, those are the 2 players we were really excited about. I mean, 2 of the players we were really excited about. Also, Zika having a nice performance on the Rumble as well. But Zhuo being aggressive, Zhuo being able to use that experience that he's had in now 7 years of competitive play here in Chinese League of Legends to help his team out and help out a rookie in Fish One pick up his first win of the LPL in just his first game ever played. As for Ultra Prime, never felt like they were truly in the driver's seat. There were moments where it looked like, okay, the scaling might have come here. We see Zhang get this big kill. We see Smolder starting to come online, but not enough here in this game. And Times, again, continuing to tick for both of these teams, but Ultra Prime just a little bit ahead of the curve because they have that extra match. Their first round robin is going to end after this series, Quacks. They really want to put a win up on the board, and that was not the formula to do it.
Yeah, this will be really, really grim for Ultra Prime if they're not able to put up a series win for them here. Like we said, LNG have a little bit more breathing room. This would be really good for them to get a series win, 1-3. You know, it's not the best score in the world, Grapes, but then again, it's definitely not going to be the worst score, as one of these guys has to topple the other in terms of record. And LNG are one game away from doing just that. They looked solid in game number 1, but I would like to see them play with a little bit more expedience. It was very, like we said, it was a slow game, but ultimately there were a decent amount of opportunities for Ultra Prime to actually come back, particularly that topside play. Got really worrying with the double teleport. I was, like I said, getting flashbacks.
What can I tell you, Quacks? This is the LCK teams of the LPL. They just play very slow, very methodical. And, you know, sometimes, like this game, it ends up with a win, although not necessarily all the time. As taking a look at this damage charts, I was not actually really understanding of the fact that Zika did so much here in this game.
Yeah, that was surprising as well. I mean, that's just what happens when you get Rumble, I guess, right? Honestly, any burn champion, I feel like kind of cheats it a little bit. Like, if I hear a Lilia main say, I outdamaged you, bro, I gapped you, bro, crazy self-report, all right? Come on.
And you're playing Kha'Zix probably, so you're only hitting one player at a time, right?
Yeah,
all
man,
5.
it's difficult out here in the assassin life.
You gotta look at some of these replays here after this first game. Again, loving the agency out of Zhuo kind of the entire way through. On this Nautilus, just always able to press that go button.
I mean, even when he does stuff like this, where his team is literally nowhere near him, and he throws down a dredge line, it still allows them to trade 1-for-1 because Nautilus just has the CC to be able to hold you in place long enough for help to arrive. And then it's plays like this that, you know, ultimately show that Ultra Prime was getting desperate at that point, right? They really wanted to try and overload sides. They wanted numbers advantages, but they were never really able to find them. And these engages came off as either really telegraphed or really out of place, particularly. I think Junhao had a very difficult game on the Wukong, both having to balance being the guy needing to, you know, prioritize those objectives after the early game, really tread it toward LNG, but also be that engage. It's hard to balance both and keep your life.
And on for Ultra Prime, you know, I think Zhang, again, played pretty well. He was able to hold his own against Zika. And again, this was a really nice engage from Saber as well. Maybe if things go differently, this could be the deciding fight. But then Xiaofeng comes into play.
Yeah.
And this guy absolutely pops off on the Viego here.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting really nervous about this one, but the Viego manages to save this and gets a quadra for his efforts. And, you know, now this is starting to throw in a pattern for Mr. Xiaofeng, as this is the second Viego game that he's played, and it's the second victory on Viego. It's the second victory also for LNG as a whole, so now we got to branch out a little bit. As LNG, we can no longer rely on the champion that netted us our win. We got to go pick something that we either haven't played or something that hasn't garnered as much success. And I'm really interested to see what's going to fill that slot for game 2.
It's like the Cube Scion thing, but now here in the jungle for Xiaofeng on the Nautilus. 2-0 now on this pick, but again, as you mentioned, the true fearless format means that not an option is selected again for the remainder of this series. And while LNG have taken a game at least one other time here in Group Nirvana, finishing off the series has been the trouble for them here in Split 3. The good news for LNG is that they actually really struggled at the start of the season in Split 2 as well. They were really a second half team in Group Nirvana. They jumped up high enough to survive elimination after it looked almost destined for them to go out early before Split 3 even began. But now LNG looking good against Ultra Prime. That is step 1 of many in order to try to keep yourself in contention in Group Nirvana, get yourself into top 4, and get yourself into that play-in stage.
And hey, you know, to you know, bring some comfort to Ultra Prime, you guys have taken it to 3, like, basically every single time. The only team that you didn't take it to 3 against was EDG. So, I'm starting to recognize a pattern here, Graves. We might just be, fate is telling me that we are probably going to game 3. Game 2 hasn't even started yet, but I can already tell you that we're totally going there.
Ultra Prime, they have been very, resilient, I think is the best way to put it. Whenever they are able to force those game 3s, even though they have not won a series just yet, is Xiaofeng, the winner of our Player of the Game award on the Viego. Very deserved performance for him as he picked up that very crucial quadra kill that ended up ending the game. But that's going to do it here for our first game of this series. Again, LNG up 1-0. We'll see if Ultra Prime can come back, force that decider for our second 3-game series of the day once we return from this short break here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English, which is presented to you by prodiff. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank is, the best way to start climbing is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You can work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or the LTA who will teach you how to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg, and you can use code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. Going back into things here, our second series of the day on our Super Saturday, 3 best of 3s on the docket. Make sure you stay tuned after this one for JDG versus AL. But LNG getting their first win of the series against Ultra Prime in our Mud Bowl is the way that we like to put it. A big part of that win for LNG was Zika on the Rumble. And speaking of the Rumble, he actually posted something on his Weibo account a couple of days ago that we thought was very important to share for you guys. Pulling off his best Super Galaxy Rumble impression in that game with perhaps the best reaction GIF maybe ever.
You know, Grapes, earlier in the stream, you were mentioning how we might be the youngest caster combination outside of Bloxer. I don't know if I'm younger than Bloxer, but we're supposed to be the fellas that can interpret this kind of meme speak, right? Of just taking random pictures and trying to add context. And genuinely, I think we're failing our generation because I legitimately have no idea what this means.
It was posted with just the image, zero context, according to Kelsey, who was following around all of their social media. So what does it mean? Does it mean that LNG are on their way up like this cat, surging in the standings towards Group Nirvana? I think the one thing I know is that I think our mod team's got to turn that into an emote in chat. So maybe that'll be the next. That'll be the next thing.
Make that a request chat. Yes, please.
Pretty good stuff here for LNG. As they won that game one, just like that cat surging towards a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. The moment I saw that image, I laughed. I thought it was hilarious, and I just decided to save it on my phone. So now it's in my favorites, along with like maybe a dozen other pictures. You got to be extra funny to get on my favorites on my crappy iPhone 7. But these teams now going in to go for draft for game number 2. Grapes, honestly, I kind of want to throw to you. What are you expecting for this one relative to LNG? Because like we talked about, particularly with that Jungle Viego pick, I mean, Xiaofeng, you know, used up the champion that previously got him success with that one win up until this point. So I'm kind of interested. What stylistically do you think kind of fits that Viego, but isn't Viego?
So this is a quiz, I see, because you have the right answer as a resident jungle player.
I don't. It's multi-choice.
Okay, well, some things that Xiaofeng has played recently. Whipped out a Zed against LGD, so maybe that's an option as well. A Jarvan, Nefiri even. I know Nefiri has kind of fallen down in terms of priority in the meta, but he has generally looked pretty good on this when you know, LNG were winning back at the end of split number 2. And I think his Vi has also been pretty solid throughout the year. So those are some champions that, you know, maybe have some agency, some more carry threat than the others, I guess. And so what are your thoughts here? What LNG want to do?
I mean, personally, I was kind of with you on the Jarvan. I think Jarvan is a really, really good go button at the current moment. And especially if you have like an immobile AD carry on the enemy team or an immobile mid on the enemy team, it's really easy to punish that with the Cataclysm. So I'm wondering if that'll be a high priority, and maybe they just try and let one of these appealing, you know, B1 picks go, and then they immediately slam a mid-jungle combo or a top-jungle combo on 1 and 2 for their side, which is red. Once again, they are similar sides, or no, different sides, right?
We swapped around because Ultra Prime lost. That means they go blue. That's always what happens here. Just having the ability to first pick these OPs, seemingly very important for all of these squads. As you see, actually a Scion ban away from Jung. I was not necessarily expecting that, but definitely top side focus here, including that Pantheon, which again continues to be the strongest champion in the game, seemingly according to these players in the LPL. I don't know, again, if that's necessarily true. And even when we were bringing up junglers, made sure not to mention the Pantheon because we knew it wasn't going to be possible to select.
Yeah, Ultra Prime have a couple of interesting B1s that they could go here. Corki is one. Trundle is another. Again, just like I said in our first series of the day, Grapes, I am heavily opposed to Trundle as a B1 champion, but still, it has its uses. It basically, you know, says screw this one person in particular, and I do think that going into game number 2, Ultra Prime needs someone to lead them, and I think a Subjugate is basically a good calling for you to just say, all right, let's aim for this person, and we can directionalize kind of our team fights from there.
Response, though, will be the Zyra Rakan, who have a decent time into this Trundle. You can get away from the pillar with, you know, a number of those different abilities. The response, though, is Baye locking in that Lucian was banned away in game number 1 by LNG, actually. So they were a little bit worried about this pick here for Baye. We might see some pretty aggressive 2v2s going on this time.
Nami here?
A very stark difference from the Smolder versus Senna. This time we're getting Zyra Rakan against Lucian Nami.
Yeah, so this is going to be a much bloodier, a much more fight-oriented bot lane, and I really like this from Baye and Xiaojia. I think that this is going to be... Obviously, everyone fears the Lucian Nami. Lucian has been one of the highest banned champions in basically the world at the current moment, simply because not only is he oppressive in the early game, but he pairs so damn well with basically every support that's good right now. You can put him on engage supports. You can put him with enchanters. It does not matter. This man is multi-talented and very good at teamwork, and I am interested to see how that works for them. As so far, I think the big thing for Ultra Prime is lack of engage and lack of range so far. They don't have like a go button, so to speak. LNG kind of solved that problem with Vi, but I think Ultra Prime need to make up in these last 2 picks to try and get something that immediately allows them to go in and for this Lucian to unleash his barrage of autos and abilities.
With Zhang being such a big skirmishing, you know, bruiser player, maybe some options left on at the table for him to select here in this second phase. The Jax has been one of his best champions throughout his entire career. Cassante has grown higher in priority for him as we've gone on. Always kind of hoping that we see the Pocket Riven here for him. It's something that he played a lot when he was with
against
Frank
Renekton. It's not happening.
PCS. Yes, if this gets locked in for Zika, maybe that's not going to happen though.
Yeah, that's definitely not happening if it's Renekton. It is going to be... I mean, you could go like... I like that they banned Cassante. This is a good... Yeah, this would have been a good Cassante angle for them. I don't hate the Aatrox, but I would be really interested to see if this Gragas locks in actually comes through, because this is not a very common champion, Grapes, anymore, but it is the perennial counter pick that nobody likes facing in the top lane.
Yeah, big neutralizer, big beefy body, has a little bit of range, a little bit of engage, a little bit of disengage, of course, as well. So some of the answers that you were hoping from Ultra Prize composition has been kind of remedied with that pick. The Victor could help with some of the consistent teamfight damage as well, which Lucian can provide a little bit, but on a more consistent front, this Victor will be dishing out DPS with those lasers, with the Arcane Storm. Very fun composition that Ultra Prime have set up for themselves.
And now the million-dollar question is, what will be the counter pick from Haichao? Orianna, pretty good here, actually. You have a lot of ball delivery systems, and you do need a heavy source of magic damage. This isn't something that we mentioned quite yet, Grapes, but you need someone that does a lot of damage in the mid lane. And Orianna, I'm not sure is the highest damage dealer in mid, but certainly under the right conditions, the Shockwave can obviously be very devastating. And so I think the onus really is going to be on Xiaofeng yet again, like in game number 1, to visit his mid laner over and over, for Zhou as well to visit that mid lane, for those two to sync up and just constantly give resources over to this Orianna so that your damage profile can be diversified as the game goes on.
It's a great point you bring up too. For LNG, the 5v5 works well, but the ball delivery system is why that is able to succeed now. You can send in the Rakan, you can send in the Vi, send even the Renekton in with the ball, the command protect on top of them. And that Shockwave can really dish out some DPS, especially onto the backline. Very squishy in the Victor, Lucian, and Nami for Ultra Prime. But for UP, I feel like their dueling, their early game skirmishing can definitely come to party against the best of what LNG have to offer. That's what they're going to have to look at here early on in this game.
Yeah, it definitely is. Whenever you have a Lucian Nami, that is the lane that you automatically 100% are going to focus your efforts toward. And Lucian, I mean, it pays off every single time. In this tier of competition, these guys know how to move, and frankly, this is a champion that supports a lot of, I would say, micro advantages in just being able to actually have good mechanics, and that's what the LPL is all about. It's about the fighting, it's about the skirmishing, and no one does it better than Lucian in the current meta, besides Pantheon, but Pantheon's constantly permaban. So looking at the top side, particularly for one team, looking at the bot lane for another, and do my eyes deceive me, Baye with Electrocute Ignite Lucian.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, indeed. As, yeah, that's basically just full offense. You know, he's taken the best defense is a good offense. He's taken that saying to heart in this second game and really hoping that it can net his team a win. Again, Ultra Prime, they lose this series. They're down 0-5. They lose to every other team in Group Nirvana ahead of the second phase of round robins, and that is not a good position for you to be in. It's demoralizing, frankly, as well. I have to feel like mentally that is just such a bad place to be.
You want to hear a fun fact, Quacks?
I do.
The last series that Ultra Prime won in the LPL, April 26th. 3.5 months since the series has been won by this team. And we're still waiting at this point, obviously. UP started off Group Nirvana 2-1, and actually ended up falling down to 2-3. They would look like prime competitors, actually, to make it out into the play-in stage, but were eventually overtaken by Edward Gaming and LGD. So kind of been downhill since then, and for Ultra Prime, not the position that they wanted to be in, especially after how maybe this Group Nirvana did start. They're looking good in the bot lane specifically, though. As Fish One down to 200 HP, has to back early before he even finishes off that first wave.
Yeah, it's the power of Lucian right there, especially with the Ignite dropped. Those summoners come up at around the same time. Barrier, obviously, the notoriety of that summoner spell comes from how quickly it comes off of cooldown. So there will be, I think, time for Fish One to have that back before Ignite comes up. But still, yeah, going back to your kind of Ultra Prime point earlier, Grapes, I think the extra sad part is they've come so close, right? We mentioned it earlier, but the last 3 series that they have played from 721 onward have all gone to 3 games. They have been at that final hurdle so many times in this split alone, but have just tripped and scraped their knee at every single one. And right now, down 1 game, they are going to have to claw back 2 wins if they want to complete that run to getting their first win in 3.5 months.
And if you can pick this win up and somehow for Ultra Prime come back, win this series, all of a sudden you flip the schedule around, right? Like you're in the second round robin now. You're ending on a win. Hopefully that's some good momentum for you moving forward. Even though of course the road will be tough as you have to get up into that top 4. Still definitely a good spot to be in if you still are able to run away with this series. If you're able to somehow come back in this, you know, mini reverse sweep over LNG.
Zika's wave is actually growing quite large as it crashes into the turret, and yeah, I think Xiaofeng is reading the room. I think Jiang is as well, but the question is, what is he going to do about it?
Zika taking a decent chunk of damage, but does have the Fury.
Oh,
nice flash combo!
Oh no!
Oh, what an outplay it could be! But the turret aggro goes onto the Vi instead of Zika, and that means that the Renekton will be with a claim first blood.
It was not a clean dive whatsoever, Grapes, but you know, a kill is a kill. We take the wins where we can find them. Zika is going to pick up first blood, and crucially, Jiang is going to miss so much CS. A 800 gold gap between the top laners, but Junhao wants to even score.
No slice and dice available for Zika just yet. One more chomp from Junhao will make it a 1-for-1.
So alleviating some stress there for the UP top laner. Zika now also burning flash means that the extra aggression from the Renekton likely not going to be there. Those flashes are basically synced with one another. This will give them an opportunity, I think, to go for those swaps at the end of the day. And I have to think that LNG going for this early probably means that they just don't really care about the dragon. They really just want to set up around these grubs when it's time and give resources over to Fish One in the meantime.
Has not had a chance to get a lot of resources just yet, which is why this lane swap will be very helpful for them. As obviously that level 1 starting to pay the price a little bit, as now they can try to go onto Zhang. He doesn't have his flash anymore either. They've already burned a lot of those damage spells, so the body slam will be able to be used to get away. But now, LNG have an opportunity to take a lot of plates up on the top side, with the trade being, of course, Junhao taking the dragon in response.
Yeah, gonna be uncontested on a ward, but it doesn't matter. It's Haichao. Saber's actually just going to straight up burn ultimate there. And I love the aggression coming out from LNG on the other side. They aren't even giving Jiang a moment's rest. They are sending 3 people top lane. They're not even trying to hide it. Xiaofang is just saying, all right, I don't even care about waiting in the bush. And look at Jiang. He's like, all right, well, I mean, okay. I mean, I guess this is how we're playing now. I'll just go bot lane. Maybe they can dive Zika?
River Gragas at play. This is given like start of 2025 lane swaps, right? Where they would just try to
don't remind me, man.
Hey, it's fun when it's not happening every game. And now it means that things are interesting here, as it looks like 4 members of Ultra Prime will go towards Zika. He does have his subjugate available, gonna pop it, try to heal up, but will not be able to use the empowered Q to heal. And Zhuo comes in with the TP, but it is far too late. Ultra Prime get the kill, but LNG still farming plates up on the top side of the map.
And really, really smart play there, particularly from Jiang, realizing that he is bullied out of the lane. He can do nothing about getting back to top, so he makes the most of it. He goes bot. They set up for a dive on a stacked wave, and they punish Zika. He goes down. It's a kill over to Baye, crucially, as well. So this Lucian, you may get a lot of CS on one side for the Xayah, but now that swap is going to be kind of Uno reversed, because Lucian and Nami will be going to the top side now, and they'll be doing it with a kill's worth of gold.
And they'll be able to generate enough pressure, most likely, for Ultra Prime to be in prime position to start up these grubs in about a minute's time as well, if they want to try to continue the snowball. Again, the early skirmishing from the bot lane and the jungle of Ultra Prime is really going to help this team stay alive and stay ahead here in the early game. And they gotta try to keep continuing that momentum. Junhao backs, picks up a couple more item components, and then will now rotate to the top side jungle, where he has the entirety of his second rotation of camps, as well as the grubs now fight over in about 20 seconds time.
And you just see how much pressure this Lucian is able to provide for Ultra Prime. They immediately get priority on the top side. They open up that river for Junhao to take. Doesn't even matter what Haichao's conditions are at the current moment, because even if he roams, it should just be possible for Saber to follow. Really feels like a pressure advantage. The ball is in Ultra Prime's court. The question is, can they deliver a slam dunk and get us advantages capable of taking us to 3 games?
Ultra Prime starting up these grubs after the blue buff was secured by Junhao, but LNG in a good position to actually contest. Xiaofang has a level lead over Junhao, so a little bit of extra damage to potentially be at his ability, as he actually smites away the first grub. Now landing the knockup onto the Trundle. Subjugate now going to be used to try to keep him alive, as Xiaofang has to flash away, but he's stuck in the pit. Ball break over the wall, and the double shot nearly taking him down, as Ultra Prime will be able to claim the other 2 grubs, but LNG do a nice job at least getting 1.
LNG, they deny the full 3 like you said, Grapes, but still they are going to get that meter for the feat of dragon slaying. At the end of the day, though, it kind of felt like LNG were just coming into that fight a little bit less prepared, particularly Fish One, not really able to sync up with the rest of his team. Therefore, Ultra Prime more or less had a numbers advantage. They were able to be a unit of 5 a lot easier, a lot quicker. And I think because of that, they were just forced to concede. So, not the worst thing in the world, getting the 1 grub, but still a really well set up topside river for Ultra Prime. Ultimately doesn't let the 1 grub go any further.
Saber gets knocked up here by Zhuo, not popping that quickness as it was on cooldown after that last fight. Saber in a little bit of danger, getting threatened slightly here by LNG, who continue to try to be aggressive. I like how Zhuo continuing to press the initiative here for his team as that big veteran here alongside Zika. But Ultra Prime, I feel like we are very much more pleased with how they've been able to play this game out so far.
This is a much better showing from Ultra Prime than in game number 1, like you said. And they'll have more opportunities to show that, as Dragon going to be coming up in about 45 seconds. Zika and Jiyoung, crucially, don't have teleport, so the top laners will not be relevant, you have to imagine, in this fight, unless we see Jiyoung roam all the way down. Culling.
Nice chunk. On to Fish One and Zwo, as they're going to try to pick up some more plates down here as well. Nice CS gap has opened up for Baya and Xiaosha. Again, this bot lane duo from the BLG junior team from a year ago, reunited with Junhao, reunited together as a unit. We've seen some decent looks from Baya. I feel like most of the time he's kind of like on like his Sivir duty, but now on a more explosive
Sivir
pick,
Ezreal,
like the Lucian. Gonna actually have a decent showing, at least so far.
He absolutely is, and this is going to be first turret acquired for the side of Ultra Prime. Funnily enough, there's actually a lot of damage being dealt by LNG on that top side turret because of that lane swap. They were able to take it down to 1 plate, so if they want to abandon this dragon, they can try and overload top and maybe dive Jiyoung as this Dominus pop from Zika.
To pop that explosive cast just to clear the wave, which is a good formula for now, but might not be able to save him still
risky.
as Xiaofeng is on the way. They're going to say,
Xiaosha's
screw
coming.
the wave, we're going to go for the kill anyway, and they should be successful at that, but they bought enough time for Xiaosha to be here, and Baya will join it and take Xiaofeng down, making it a 1-for-1, with the dragon also secured by Junhao on the bottom side.
That is not worth it, in my opinion, for LNG. Sure, you get Jiyoung, but you give another kill over to Baye, who now has a 1,000 gold lead over his counterpart. Fish One, not exactly expected to be the carry, but still you need gold in comparison with the Zayas. Xiaosha?
That was a very aggressive Hexgate without anybody nearby, but you know what? It ends up working out. Don't even have to burn a summoner spell as he gets on out as Junhao now joins him in solidarity. Hits Krugs a couple times, then realizes he can't do this. And actually getting engaged on by Xiaofeng right now. This teleport coming back
flank
in from Zika to try and take this Trundle down. Already has the subjugate, has to flash over the wall. Make sure he stays alive, but Zika still hungry, still looking for buy-in now. He has both of his summoner spells available, but won't be able to use any. As the shockwave comes through over the stun from the Renekton and even things up for LNG.
You know, they were going for the Trundle, but they'll settle for the Lucian. Absolutely a massive kill over to LNG, and now nobody from Ultra Prime is here to contest this topside push. A turret will finally be claimed for them in trade from that recent bot lane tower that they lost. Zika is going to claim the gold as well, so this Renekton, despite being put behind, is now in a really solid spot relative to the Gragas. Over 1,000 gold lead over his counterpart. And this is slowly but surely matching what Baye was able to accomplish against Fish One.
Yeah, you know, you say put behind, but Xiang was also put maybe even further behind, which is indicative of what the gold lead looks like right now. Yeah. Obviously, the winner for Ultra Prime is Baye at this point, but he's going to try to do some damage on Fish One, who already has to pop that Feather Storm. Will be able to live as it does get away from nearly all of the crowd control that the Ultra Prime bot jungle duo tried to throw at him. Fish One will live for now, but see the power of this Lucian Nambi combo really coming into play as the culling just immediately takes Zhuo down to half HP.
Really solid outing there from the bot lane duo of LNG. It burns the culling, it burns the tidal wave as well. So those will be down for a little bit. But still, you don't have anyone contesting Baye on this mid wave. It doesn't matter how much gold you try to give over to the Xayah. It doesn't matter how much gold you even try to give over to the Renekton. If you don't put down this carry in the Lucian, UP are just going to run with it as they're going to try again on the Gragas.
Hey, third time. Why not go for it again? And once again, will be successful. Jung's had a bad time here in this second game. Not going to be in the same position as he was in the Gwen in game number 1. But the rest of his team may be in a better position here as Baye and Xiaosha doing a nice job gaining some control in mid. And Saber and Junhao munching away on this tier 2 turret.
Yeah. I mean, this is just the consequence of giving 2 grubs over to Trundle. Immediately bites that one in half. And I mean, sure, you get a kill on the bot side, you're gonna get a turret in trade. But ultimately, Ultra Prime, I feel, win out on this one with just how much gold they're beginning to funnel into their carries as Baye maybe has an opportunity with his team.
Nice pillar, lands on above Fishone and Jwo, stunning up the bottom side of LNG and allowing for them to claim yet another turret. 4 towers at 15 minutes into the game. Ultra Prime have a clear objective, and that is to make sure those objectives go down.
And now Ultra Prime likely going to push the issue onto LNG, having no outers. That Herald is up and could prove to be really, really useful around the time of this Dragon. We talked about it a little in game 1, but oh my god, Jiang. My poor friend. Just play safe, right?
You know, I've seen a Gragas player, maybe in the ERLs, have performances like this. So, you know, maybe that's a sign that rest of Ultra Prime could be doing well. As now we're seeing Zika and Saber go at it on the top side of things. And Zika is having a really good time. However, reinforcements now will arrive. A summoner heal popped by Xiaosha, forcing the Croc to flash away. Aqua Prison does not connect, but the rest of the damage might be able to do the Kuldemeek, keeping Zika alive. But Saber's going to flash forward, land that empowered Q, and take the Renekton down.
And that Roa is really doing a lot of favors to Saber. Zika thought he had the angle, but the Victor was too darn tanky. He will survive. He trades his flash with the Renekton, but ultimately him being alive will give Ultra Prime the ability to walk into this river with numbers.
Now it does get engaged on, taking out
the flank.
Still has subjugate available. Zhang teleports in, spots out Zhao Fang, and he has to now flash away and use the Vault Breaker to get back into his side of the pit. Ultra Prime currently winning out on things right now as they await Zika's TP, but it might be too late. Baye flashes over the Shockwave, but he gets knocked up by the quickness and should be taken down by Zhao Feng and goes forward with the season assist. 1-0 in favor of LNG, but the health bars are low. They'll be forced to back away as Ultra Prime will look to regain control mid.
But they have the Hex Gates, the low HP members. They should be able to rejoin the fight immediately. Baye has another 20 seconds on his death timers. And that was such an unfortunate engage there from Baye. He wanted to try and make the hero play, but he just goes too far. He burns his flash as well, so even if he comes to join his team for this continued dragon fight, he will be down a summoner. He won't have that safety net. He's got to play extra carefully. And Ultra Prime, they don't want to play carefully. They want to go in. They want to reclaim this river, Grapes.
They don't have any ultimates to do it. The big damaged ones in terms of Saber and Baye, both still on cooldown, but Junhao still trying to get his way into the pit. That pillar doing so much to allow for Fishone to get very low. Juno's right in the middle of everyone, and Xiaofeng will go down. It's Baye to claim the kill, and it should be Ultra Prime claiming the Drake as well. It's the Hextech Soul Point, secured for UP.
And it is the same thing, but a different side. Ultra Prime getting Soul Point so early on in this game, and now it's LNG that are put on a timer. We're gonna go back here. Baye again, just looking for the play. Flashes the Shockwave, but then he basically has nobody to back him up. I think that Zhuo on the Rakan, the charm prevented the rest of the front line from immediately joining up with the Lucian. So ultimately, it was a delayed reinforcement of the UP80 carry, and that tiny little window was enough for LNG to kill him and burn his flash, but still it doesn't stop them from getting Soul Point and the Baron now as well. So, or rather the Herald. Baron is in a few minutes. So still, Ultra Prime in firm control of this game, but the gold lead actually doesn't really tell that story, Graves.
No, definitely not. I mean, the scaling obviously does still exist on LNG side. You have all these ball delivery systems with High Chow Shockwave. He's had himself a decent game in his own right, at least for now. But Ultra Prime, right now taking advantage of when their competition is the strongest. Baye on the Lucian doing a lot of damage right now. Saber starting to come online. That Road Out of Ages going to be completed for him as well as Zhang shortly. As LNG now are really going to have to be careful about fighting around these objectives, because if they falter just one bit, that's a Hextech Soul going over, one of the stronger souls in the game right now.
Looking across the board right now, It really feels like the best bet for LNG here rests in Zika, the guy who has seen the ups and downs, the lefts and the rights of this organization now, here to try and get his team the first win of the split. But if I'm being honest with you, Graves, it doesn't necessarily feel like that gold lead is because Zika is ahead. It more so feels like Jiyoung is extremely far behind.
Yeah, and he can still have utility on this Gragas pick as everybody on Ultra Prime hovering around this Otacon. And Zhao Feng is still so far away.
Oh,
Hey, there's Zhang with an MVP play, using the cast to knock the jungler away. He will go down for his sins eventually, but he heals up for a while and forces LNG to get chunked out. Zika forced to run away as a flank angle still is available, and LNG still want the fight. It's a 4v5. Zhao Feng at half HP. Zika getting chunked as well. The dominance not going to be enough as Baye will secure the kills. They collapse upon the flanker. They're using the Herald, but not towards the turret. They're looking for blood onto LNG's side. Knock-up will land onto Haichao, but the engage isn't there just yet. Junao trying to chase him down as Joel goes forward with the quickness. It will not be enough though as Haichao will drop. They finally take down the Lucian, but now Fishwan will be the response. Ultra Prime winning the Herald, winning the fight, and they get themselves the Otacon as well.
And at the end of the day, it's Zika just going a little too far forward. They miss time trying to choke out Ultra Prime. They box them in, but Ultra Prime find the correct timing to counterpunch, and now Zhao Feng is going to defend his tier 2. Ultimately though, UP winning out in the fight. A lot of that gold going over to Junhao on this Trundle. And we're seeing just how difficult it is to play against this champion. The Subjugate made it so easy to take down the Renekton. Even if he manages to stall out long enough, he had signed his death warrant the moment Trundle clicked R on him.
We'll do a little test here. How quickly does the Renekton go down? This is again a champion that's supposed to soak up some DPS.
3.5 seconds, almost 4.
Yeah. And then with a 4v4. Hey, nicely done here by Junhao to knock up Haichao with that Herald.
Yeah.
That man earned his license off of that play.
He absolutely did, but also it just feels like mistiming and miscommunication coming out from the side of LNG, because, you know, obviously we point to the misdirection of Zika and being alone on that top side. But then again, Zhao Feng was completely isolated from his team when that Herald play was made by Junhao. He wasn't really able to be there. You talk about 4v4, but it was more like 3v4 if we're being honest with ourselves, Grape, simply because the jungler for LNG wasn't present to back up his team. Ultra Prime are just routinely finding numbers advantages, routinely finding the angles to press the issue, and now the issue has arrived to LNG's front doorstep. This is soul on the line for Ultra Prime. This is LNG's potentially last stand to come back in this game.
All eyes have to be towards Haichao on this Orianna. Need a great shockwave if they want to win this fight. The culling has already come out, and Fishwan is down to 300 HP. Into the pit, Zhao Feng goes. He's looking for the engage. The cease and desist does connect, but a huge bubble from Zhao Sha is going to slow down the assault and make sure that Ultra Prime are fine and dandy around the Soul Drake. Haichao did not find a good ultimate, and he will pay for it with his life. The laser from Saber will take him down, and it's an ace picked up for UP.
And a triple for the mid laner of Ultra Prime. Junhao at the end of the day, uncontested, doesn't need anyone on his team to help him with the dragon. This will allow Ultra Prime to push down in the mid lane. They don't have a huge wave, so maybe they don't find the turret, but nonetheless, that was just, like you said, Grapes, a massive bubble by Xiaoxia, being able to peel off his AD carry, give by a crucial couple of seconds on this Lucian, and overall just waste so many resources on LNG's side. As we're gonna get another look at this, that culling damage, a Fishwan, he might not have been dead, but he was out of the fight. There was no way for him to get back in. And then a beautiful R from Xiaoxia, a beautiful bubble peeling off for his backline, providing so much time for them to just free hit in this fight. You have to think that was a primary reason they were able to take this exchange.
Xiaoxia on the Nami, able to find a lot of plays. They find another huge play. Jung might be 1-5, but he's finding huge attempts for his team as they take Fishwan down once again. the newest player here in the LPL, not having as good of a performance this time. Shockwave lands onto 2 members here from Haichao, but there's no follow-up here onto the Ultra Prime backline as Baya gets healed up by the Redemption, and they can now turn their sights towards the Baron on spawn.
Yeah, Ultra Prime are like, okay, doesn't have Shockwave anymore. Let's just go on to Baron. The world is our oyster, and right on spawn, they're going to take the big purple worm. Zika does have teleport, but based on Zhao Feng's positioning and the fact that the Vi is just on this bot side, there really is no possibility for a contest. This is going to go over to UP. My biggest concern now is that LNG don't have the greatest of wave clear. Obviously, you've got the Xayah with those passive, those clean cuts, but really, the AoE is not doing you any favors for trying to defend your base. And it feels like Ultra Prime, they get 1 pick, they get 1 kill. They should be able to press the issue and take us to a game 3.
Said game 3s. Ultra Prime very familiar with that, trying to make it 4 times in 5 series. The question is, if they do close out this game, can they finally win their first series here in Group Nirvana? Time will tell, obviously, but a much better showing here from basically everybody here on Ultra Prime. Saber quietly really be having a monster showing on the Victor at this point.
Yeah.
3 full items and 1,000 gold shot down to his name. And Baya playing aggressive and still looking for more. As Zhao Feng now the target, he uses the Vault Breaker to try to escape, but another nice Aqua Prison lands as Zhao Shao will find the jungler of LNG and take him down easily.
That's another kill, another one racked up for Ultra Prime as they are now 5 members in the bot lane. And LNG, they've got a member at top, they've got a member in mid. Is this the competitive version of Open?
Oh, they're going to get some objective bounties maybe here on that tier 1, but they might not be get the chance to spend the gold before the game already ends. Culling comes out, Chuo trying to block for Fish1, but both of them are taken critically low as the first Nexus Tower does drop, and Baron buff still in everybody's hands. Haichao with the Shockwave doesn't do any damage whatsoever, and Zhang will get kill number 2 on the day. Nexus now exposed, Body Slam will connect, and that's going to do it. Ultra Prime forcing a decider into this battle of the mud. Game 3 is coming up right after this.
Both teams are in the mud indeed, Grapes. They are getting it all over their face. It is everywhere. Just trying to get that first series win. And I told you it would go to game 3. I told you something in the air was letting me know that this 100%, the battle in the mud, had to go all the way. There was no other way.
You know, the cynical LPL fan would tell you that, you know, these 2 teams are just trying to torture us to make sure that we stay here as long as possible and make sure that JDG versus anyone's Legends is delayed until the wee hours of the morning here in the United States. But that is kind of what always happens, seemingly, whenever Ultra Prime take to the Rift. The question is, are they going to be able to close out this series, something that they've been unable to do so far here in the 3rd split of 2025? But overall, a much better showing for them. I think overall, Junhao had himself a good game on the Trundle that was locked in first, by the way. And he was able to really facilitate the map, allow for initially Bite to get ahead. And then once he started getting targeted by basically every ability of LNG, Saber ended up really taking the mantle.
Yeah, no, Saber was definitely the late game insurance that I think, you know, we mentioned it toward the end of the game there, Slayer, but kind of flew under the radar for both of us. Just quietly started accumulating this mass heap of gold, had the bags on at his knees, and was able to spend it all and absolutely eviscerate the side of LNG. Was Victor from Arcane, for lack of a better term. But I honestly kind of want to shout out Jiang. Like, if this is a solo queue game, I would be honoring my man for Tilt Proof, because he was focused down all game and managed to still be super useful around those team fights. Those casks had so many different uses, and he managed to find every single use for them in the, you know, short time where he was actually able to link up with his squad.
Yeah, you know, those are the most important moments, right? Where you're, doesn't matter, you know, you lock in the Gragas not to get ahead, not to like fully 1v9, but to utilize your kit to provide the most utility possible for your team. And he did that multiple times with the explosive casks, sending, you know, Zhao Feng away from the Otacon or on the top side, then using those body slams really nicely to set up for his team as well. defense. Overall, Ultra Prime winning this one in a much quicker fashion, I should say, than LNG did. As for LNG now looking forward for the remainder of this series, Fish One did not have himself a good game. Really starting to see those rookie, showings here after the beginner's luck maybe in game number 1, getting caught up multiple times, starting off with that level 1 trade that Baya and Xiaoshao were able to take advantage of, and he really was never able to do much. You can see he actually did less damage than Xiaofeng in that game.
Yeah, it was a rough game for Fish One. My man was never really in a position to deal any damage, period. And yes, he did get caught out a decent amount of times. He saved himself a decent amount of times. At the end of the day, Grapes, I think it was just the fact that he was never really able to use his ultimate in any offensive ways. He constantly had to do it in order to save himself. And when you are, around a minute, 45 seconds away from a dragon, that ultimate is extremely crucial to have, and so it just constantly gave UP a nice target to go for and gave them an opening into every single fight. And whether or not, Fish One was that opening or not, the fact remained that he wasn't relevant in the game, and it felt like he really wasn't able to find any kind of uses on that Xayah. So going into game number 3, it's a pretty scary task for a rookie, but now you're the guy that's expected to maybe try and help this team find their first win, get them back on track, and one game can separate you from a very embarrassing first round robin to something that shows promise going into the second half of the split.
Absolutely here. Winning that first series, sometimes you break the seal and it ends up, finding success after that. We saw both FPX and Team WE in Group Ascend last split start off 0-4, 0-5, and then eventually once they got that first win, it ended up kind of spiraling into, again, what was pretty impressive runs for both of those teams. So yeah, maybe we can see something similar out of Ultra Prime. We saw LNG do the same thing last split as well in Group Nirvana, as they're also looking for their first win.
God, that Herald play.
As this was a really fun moment again with Junhao. I feel like he might just have to be the player of the game.
Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to it, and that would be our 3 out of 4 games, by the way, would be owned by the jungler. So, again, jungle lives on top, boys. The boys remain the best. And yeah, overall, Junhao, I think, played that Trundle really, really well. Again, we're looking at these junglers to be the guys spearheading these engages on things like the Xin Zhao, on things like the Trundle. You pick who your team wants to go for, and it's up to your team to follow. And I think Junhao did a great job of target selection, of subjugating the right target, of leading Ultra Prime in a lot of these fights, and allowing them to just take numbers advantage and basically run away with this game. And a big shout out to Baye as well. Electrocute Ignite Lucian sounds like something you would see in like a plat game where someone says, oh bro, I watched it on X, Y, and Z. I watched some X, Y, and Z pro player do it. I can do it too. I can first time it in ranked. This guy actually made me believe that technology is it's not good. Dark. It in fact illuminates the team's hopes of taking this series.
Honestly, we've seen most Lucians in the LPL specifically go for that build.
I'm not used to it.
Just because of the fact that level 1 can happen, right? Where you send your opposing AD carry down to 200 HP, force him to back early. Ultra Prime didn't look back from that moment, and that was largely off the back of Baye. And again, even though he ended up eating the brunt of the Vialties, of the Renekton engages, in these team fights, soaking up that pressure allowed for the rest of his team to succeed. And so if you are Ultra Prime, if you are Baye, a very good win for you, even though the KDA might not be the most impressive, as you have now a chance to win your first series of split number 3. Player of the game going to Junhao, well deserved.
There we go. Third one of 3 out of 4 here, Grapes, for the Jungle Boys for MVP of the game. And now I'm really interested to actually see where we go from here. This is our this is our first game 3 of the night. Can you tell it's late at night? Because I'm starting to stutter over my words. And frankly, really interested to see the direction that both of these teams go, right? We said you had to pull out all of the stops. We said that Xiaofeng had to play a champion similar to Viego in style, but obviously due to Fearless wasn't able to play the Viego, and he wasn't able to accomplish success in game number 2. So now I'm kind of interested to see where LNG's head's at, going back to the drawing board saying, all right, what worked for game number 1? Can we dig deep and find that success in the draft? And if they can, maybe they are the victors. But frankly, this Mud Bowl Grapes is getting very, very messy, my friend.
And only fitting that the battle of our two teams that have yet to collect a win here in Group Nirvana have struggled to close out the series cleanly. It's one apiece between LNG and Ultra Prime. We'll see who ends up in the win column for the first time once we come back from this short break here on LPL English. And we are back for one more game in Group Nirvana today. Grapes and Quacks here to close out this series between LNG and Ultra Prime. After LNG took a slow, methodical game number 1, Ultra Prime fired back with an explosive, dominant game number 2. And that brings us here to a decider between these two teams to see who will pick up their first win of the group and potentially start that road up to clinching a spot in the play-in stage and avoiding elimination at the conclusion of this double round robin.
And, you know, Grapes, going into this series, we were talking about the battle of the top laners, right? Wonjung versus Zeka. And frankly, while those two have been fun to watch, Wonjung was completely destroyed in game number 1, or in game number 2. And Zeka, for lack of a better term, was definitely not the carry of game number 1. These games feel like they've been dictated by Xiaofeng and Junhao. Those two junglers have literally been brawling it out for proactivity within the first 14 minutes, because those first 14 minutes feel like it really dictates how the game goes. We've seen slow burns from both games, but it feels like these small little incremental advantages have been gained by the junglers, and they've compounded and sort of ballooned as the game has gone on to more noticeable standards.
And when, Ultra Prime was, doing well in Group Nirvana to start off split number 2, I feel like Junhao was a big part of those victories. And so even though he didn't necessarily have, the greatest start to this season, as Ultra Prime are currently sitting at 0-4, part of their success does revolve around this player, as well as it does for Zhang, obviously, as now, as we get towards this game number 3, the top lane battle might continue to grow in intensity, but the jungler battle even more so. I mean, think about Xiaofeng. He's replacing somebody in Weiwei who went to Worlds last year. On this team, was originally with them for split number 1. Things didn't work out. Ended up with 5T5 for a little bit, but then Xiaofeng really kind of cementing himself as a part of this LNG core, and has actually been one of the team's more consistent players.
I just noticed it now. Those headphones are huge, by the way, around the ears. I know we're in draft, and that is what we should be focusing on, Graves.
No.
Had to comment.
Continue.
They're it's insane. Look at that.
Wow. Actually, you bring up a fantastic point. These things are very big. I suppose the white noise has to come through. The noise canceling has to come through. They're hearing smells, I guess, at this point, which is how crazy those are. But yes, as we say that, these guys are going to have to listen in to this game. Smells like some mud here as we are in the mud bowl, as we have politely termed this battle here. As game number 3, LNG, back to blue side. They're going to lock in this Aurora for Haichao. His champion pool has been pinched as we've gone throughout this series, so makes sense to see them lock in something early for him.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what they're going to pick into this Aurora. I think that Galio would be, I'm scanning to make sure that it's not Fearless Away, to be honest with you, but it's not. And I am kind of wondering if Galio could be a proper response into the Aurora, but for the time being, Ultra Prime are going to sit on what they want to try and counterpick with mid, largely because, a recent development, Grapes, is that Aurora isn't confined to mid lane anymore. A lot of people have actually been going grasp Aurora top lane. So some teams have been able to flex this champion around. I think that it is just Ultra Prime holding that off for the time being, waiting for more concrete evidence as to where this one is actually going.
And now, with the Skarner locked in for Xiaofeng, another facilitator that can be very aggressive, with these Ixtal's impacts and be the one to start off fights. I feel like that's the most important thing for Xiaofeng. Not necessarily. I mean, the damage is also going to be very crucial, but it's going to be matched up alongside the Corki, keeping things just the slightest bit flexible here, Quacks.
Oh, do it,
Corki
Saber.
Has been played here by Haichao a couple of times. That Saber Echo ended up doing really well for himself a couple of weeks ago. We're hovering between two very different picks right now. The Twisted Fate providing a little bit of extra global presence, and maybe the safer option here to round out the first phase.
It definitely is the safer option, but it's less of fun, Grapes, at the end of the day. And Saber is known for his assassins. I'm sad that we haven't been able to see him display those at all in this series, that comfort that he's known for. But regardless, I think that both Twisted Fate and Aurora, regardless of where this, Aurora, or Twisted Fate and Cassante, regardless of where this Aurora goes, is likely to be countered. I think that these are two champions that deal pretty nicely into Aurora. Twisted Fate in particular has some really good interactions with his ultimate where he can just see where Aurora is going through the invisibility and is able to catch her out before she is able to use that between worlds hop. The stun has a lot of really, really good halting for the Aurora to actually get moving in the fight, which ultimately is the main goal of the champion. And extending just beyond that, I also think it'll work really well in stopping both the Skarner and the Corki, but we'll have to wait and see what it's paired with.
And it's interesting, you see Galio and and the Jax banned away by Ultra Prime. They really don't know where this Aurora is going just yet, so they're just trying to take away the most amount of options possible. As LNG targeting Baye. Those were two of his most played picks so far this season. Going to be instead a Kaisa lock-in for him. So sticking to the theme of being very aggressive here in this game number 3. We'll see what Xiaosha wants to pick here on the R5 as well. For that, LNG gets to round out their composition.
I think we'll probably see a Rel. You want some form of secondary engage along with your Skarner, and the ability for Corki to, I think, just also be safe with that double engage comp will allow him the confidence to Valkyrie forward, knowing that he has tankier members right on top of him, there to protect him in CC while he kind of dances around the fight. So this is a good Corki comp being built up by LNG, and this is kind of the million-dollar question here, Grapes. Where is the Aurora going? That's totally a fake out.
Oh!
No, what?
This is not the Shy. This is Zika, but he's going to be playing in Italy anyway. Here in the top lane, most likely. Unless we get really weird and see like a Skarner solo lane, which that would just, at that point, Ultra Prime, just give Ultra Prime the series. But hey, Zika on the Nidalee, most likely going to be 80 Nidalee top lane into Zhang on his Cassante. Pretty free lane, get a lot of harass off, and then obviously that side lane presence Quack is going to be pretty massive.
And this just provides a lot of pressure and push for Xiaofang in the early game on this Skarner. So I'm really interested to actually see how he operates in the first 10 or so minutes of the game. We've seen how instrumental priority is to basically just the early game success of a lot of these junglers, right? If you have the ability for your teammate to move on over, you kind of just dominate a certain part of the map and can spread all of that vision, gather all of that information to completely take over. So I think this is going to be a game where LNG likely going to be the ones to get that early pressure. And then later on as the game goes, I feel like it will be LNG who can circumvent that by having the Destiny, and TF being very proactive on the map can really net advantages over to that bot lane in particular.
Oh man, what an interesting draft that has been shaped up. Zika, again, a big carry here for LNG. One of the most consistent players, the only player now remaining from this roster that went to Worlds just a year ago. Now gets the ball fully in his court on the Nidalee top lane. Oh man, what a weird situation this has become in our battle at the bottom for Group Nirvana. LNG in their home arena in Suzhou up against Ultra Prime, who are again trying to end their first round robin with a bang. Compositionally wise, side laning is going to be important for both teams. Team fighting, of course, as well. As we're on to the Rift for our last game in Group Nirvana today.
And this is where it all comes crashing down. The finale to this series. And LNG putting their faith in a Nidalee top by Zika. Like you said, Grapes, that only member that stayed with LNG from last year. Let's see if he can carry them to their first win of the split. Like we talked about in the draft, likely going to see a lot of push on LNG's side, so we want to see aggression come through from Xiaofang. The question is, how are Ultra Prime going to respond? They have a very, very snowbally bot lane with Baye on the Kaisa, but it is very safe for LNG. Corki and Rel are both very difficult to actually punish in the early game, having that Valkyrie and crash down.
So 2v2 likely going to be pretty safe, as you mentioned, for LNG. With the Alistar in the laning phase, you're definitely not looking for a dominant 2v2. So Ultra Prime going to play things safe, at least for the start of this game. And then see what the 5v5s really can do and what Saber is able to do here on the Twisted Fate. The biggest X factor, I would say, here in this game. Just what he could provide in the team fights and also on the side lanes. compared to also what happens when Twisted Fates don't find good abilities and don't find good engages. Kind of a pretty useless champion, all things considered.
The mid laners just trading blows for blows with each other, each popping a pot as well, matching one another in the mid lane. And both junglers actually pathing toward the bot side, not really giving any kind of opportunities over to this top lane. We're just expecting Zika to have this one under control for quite a while. I feel like Jiang might have an opportunity to turn this one around once he unlocks the all-out, but until then, this is just the classic, you know, dealing with ranged top laners. He's going to stay in range, he's going to poke you out, he's going to push you in. There's not a ton you can do about it, and Nidalee is all arguably worse simply because when you go in Cougar form, you have so many resistances that not only are you hard to catch, you're hard to kill once you actually get on top of that champ.
Yeah, Zhang's not gonna have a good time. Just like he didn't have a great time in game number 2 though. But you know what? Ended up working out eventually after he escaped the laning phase that seemed to last forever with the 4-man dives and all the like. Have a feeling that that could be in play as we go forward into this game as well. This is the first Nidalee top of the entirety of Split 3. Obviously was popularized by the Shy and Invictus Gaming in Split 2, but he has not played it just yet. Played one time in the jungle so far. Saber's just flashed away from the weaving of Haichao as LNG getting ahead in the laning phase in both of their solos.
That was a bit of a jumpy flash there from Saber. Even if Haichao manages to cast a spell there and it hits, it's not going to be enough to kill, even with the electrocute. And he wasn't able to follow it up because he didn't have any mana. So I think Saber kind of burning that flash for nothing and possibly providing an opportunity for LNG to push the issue a little bit further. You can see Xiaofeng cancels the recall. It's just hovering around this top side of the map, looking for a double crab actually, so a major gold inflection over to the jungler of LNG.
Jinhao can't really do much about it as Xiaofeng is in a good position now. Now we've been looking for more of an invade. No, you know, given the fact that Saber already had to burn his flash, advantage in the 2v2 should likely go to LNG. But the gold card does connect here onto the Skarner. Xiaofeng chunked out and did not connect on any of those objectives, any of those chickens, I should say, stolen away. And so overall, nicely done here by Ultra Prime to make sure that their jungle remains safe.
Yeah, no casualties at the end of the day. No way for LNG to really punish the flashless Just Evade. Just Evade likely going to remain under tower for a really, really long time. I am interested to see what LNG can actually do with that, as Saber doesn't have teleport, so the odds of him being able to, even after he gets the Destiny, you know, make a play on bot or make a play on top or even make a play with his jungler, it's not going to come without drawbacks. Ooh. On
the buy, the Frost Bomb and the Ignite, taking the Ultra Prime bot laner very low. Valk forward is going to be not doing much as the barrier comes through from Baya. 3 summoner spells burned on Ultra Prime. They will not go down.
Nope, no casualties at the end of the day, though. A lot of aggression, in particular, coming out from LNG. Ultra Prime, though, able to take the hits, able to take the blows, withstanding the aggression from the opposing team. But not really able to dish it out themselves, as they are just kind of waiting for the right time, though. They do have a good amount of pressure on this bot side. You can see, actually, Junhao is going to start up that dragon. The question is, does he have enough time to take this? His bot lane resetting maybe puts them in a bit of a precarious spot if Haichao decides to roam here now with level 6.
He's pretty low, though.
Yeah, he is.
Don't think he's going to be able to get in there. He's going to head back to base instead. This dragon likely should be going over to Junhao. They feel so confident about it that they're sending Saber actually back to the mid lane, and Xiaofeng not wanting to contest or go for a flip, instead going for these grubs instead. So Junhao should be able to finish this one off nicely. Ultra Prime getting on the objective board, but overall LNG still controlling that top side of the map pretty admirably.
LNG going to have a Vice Iron grip on that one for a while.
Sasha now getting targeted. Yeah, he shouldn't have stepped too far forward. Getting stunned up by Xiaofeng. Right now it's just the tanks hitting him, but they're going to do enough damage actually to take him down. Give first blood over to Haichao. LNG on the board first after what was a very unnecessary death from the Ultra Prime support.
Really, really good there for LNG to actually give the kill over to their mid laner. Haichao, basically the sole magic damage proprietor of this comp, so you want to make sure that he has as much gold as humanly possible. Also a champ that just snowballs really well. We've seen time and time again what happens when Aurora is actually fed, so I think if LNG can continue to funnel gold into that pick, they should create a very difficult win con for Ultra Prime to actually deal with, especially because this is a rather short-ranged Ultra Prime comp and very, very engage heavy. So if Aurora can evade all of that and have the proper protection from this top side, it'll be pretty difficult for them to find a crack in the armor.
LNG still ahead though in terms of the gold, as you mentioned. Now it's actually Fish1 getting a bit of a CS lead over Baya as well, as they are turning their attention now towards the top side of the map with the grub spawning in just about 15 seconds time. Ultra Prime should be able to get there first. Fish1 should be stuck in the bot lane, at least for the time being. So if Junhao wants to try to immediately start up these grubs, continue to play towards that objective stacking game that Ultra Prime have already started by taking that first dragon.
Yep. So they roamed their bot lane over here. Like you said, Fish1 not in the area to really help with this. So we'll kind of see what happens here as both of these teams are jockeying for the grubs. But ultimately, LNG, I feel, are stronger in the team fights. I think Ultra Prime realized that too, and they're just going to surrender them. This is going to be really big for Zika in particular, who we're expecting to be on the side lanes about 75% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's just able to show mid and allow for that, all three of those grubs actually to get picked up by LNG. Meanwhile, Zhang was kind of on that bottom side to match the Corki, but ended up not having teleport to join a fight even if it did start, so Ultra Prime not wanting to pick this one up. Fun fact here for Zhang, 0-5 this season on Cassante, so maybe not the best formula for success. He's been good on it throughout his time in the PCS, but in 2025 specifically in the LPL, has not always been his calling card.
Certainly not. This is a game where I think it's going to be a bit difficult for Jiang to actually find his moments on this champion. We're really looking at, I think, flanks from the Cassante, but realistically, not the best champion at flanking. But it's just hard for him, I think, to get his hands on a lot of these champions from LNG because they're very mobile, right? They don't, have the longest range, but they have the ability to just get away from Cassante and prevent him from unlocking that all-out. And if you can't all-out, then I feel like it really creates a struggle for Ultra Prime to find a target, to properly lock down, properly focus. And if they're not able to do that, as we've seen, just one guy being able to point the team in the direction of who to focus, that has kind of been the keys to success throughout the night.
Yeah, so we'll see if Junhao can accomplish that here. Not on this side of the map right now, as we're just seeing the power of the Nidalee top lane a little bit here.
So annoying.
As we have hit that lull in the game state, but as I say that, Xiaofeng immediately coming in with a flash and using that Impale to send Zhang right back into the Nidalee's arms. Xante has to go pop that ghost, I should say, and back on out. But the redive might be imminent. Zhang still has his ultimate, so it might be a little bit more difficult to go for the play. And so Zika just using this opportunity to get a couple of plays.
I mean, Zhang at the end of the day survives the 1v2, and he wastes a decent amount of Zhao Fiang's resources. There's no flash on the Skarner. That's no ult on the Skarner. This is 30 seconds ahead of the Dragon, so Ultra Prime, they have the opportunity to, I think, really move in toward this bot side, especially with Zhang teleporting back to the bot side, the bot lane. And maybe they can converge on that river, but they need to get priority first, something that they have struggled all game at basically trying to get trades.
Not all game, I mean, even all series, right? I mean, Ultra Prime, never I mean, it's always been LNG kind of objective setups, especially in that first game, in their hands. But Ultra Prime, now with that teleport with Baya and Xiaoxia starting to get a little bit stronger, and look for more in that department as Saber chunking out Haichao very nicely, using an Ignite from the Summoner Spellbook to get Haichao down to half HP. Both mid laners have their TPs and should be able to join a dragon fight if needed, as LNG would definitely like to make sure that Ultra Prime don't start that soul sack.
Going to miss that third and Tofu strike. Yeah, both teams going toward this bot side. Junhao is actually hitting the dragon. They're in a bit of a difficult situation.
Wow. They stayed around here. Saber looking for the solo kill. There was that interaction that you talked about here. On to the Destiny. Speaking of, he's going forward again, flashing in. Gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. As now it is Ultra Prime controlling the Dragon Pit and taking their second of the game. Engage already coming forward from Xiao, but the Magnus Storm lands on a 3. It's going to be the all-out back in as Zhao Feng will drop. And Joa enough spot to flash away as Zika comes forward with the teleport. Killer Instinct comes in for Baye as well. Looking to burst down the Rel, forcing him to flash away. Zika gets hit by the third and Tofo strike. And Baye will claim another kill as Ultra Prime get themselves the feats of warfare.
Really, really good re-engage there from Baye after the play was looking like it might be dead in the water after the initial kill onto Zhao Feng. He ults in, gives his team a new opportunity to re-engage, and they take the fight. Numbers advantage, it's a 3v4, and Zhao Feng, I bet Jiang in the comments is saying, I bet you wish you had Flash, huh? As they slam him against the wall, despite getting the nice, actually 2-man impale, because it was a good all-out cancel buffer from Jiang. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. And then Junhao and Baye go in as a jungle AD carry duo, re-engage the fight, and manage to find one more, claim those feats of warfare. It's just cleanly played, and honestly a mistake from LNG not having the numbers to fight it.
They look for a response here with Saber. I mean, this Twisted Fate was able to get himself a pretty decent gold lead, but instead trying to just sacrifice his life to make sure that Haichao is not involved in the fight as well. When he had the Destiny and the teleport available, a decision that Ultra Prime will look upon again as being worth it for making sure that Haichao was not be able to get into the fight. As we say that, UP reclaiming that gold lead, and looks like LNG aren't done fighting just yet. The Crescent card has to be popped by Junhao, and that'll send them both away.
It's really difficult for Ultra Prime to actually fight with a lot of these frontliners, as they don't have anything to necessarily knock them down for size yet. I mean, Baye has Kraken Slayer, and there's been a lot of debate on whether or not Kraken Slayer is really considered a tank-killing item anymore. Speaking of tanks,
yeah, I mean, that is Zhao Feng looking very beefy, diving in on a Zhao Shu. He already has to pop the Unbreakable Will, but 4 members of LNG are going to try to burst down the cow anyway, and they do so successfully with Haichao picking up the kill. Ultimate popped onto Saber. They should be able to get him as well. It's a double kill for the Aurora, and LNG will strike back.
And LNG find 2 on the top side. The wave is pretty low here, so it's not going to be enough for them to claim a turret. Instead, they're just going to recall around 20 to 30 seconds ahead of this Herald. They should be deploying toward that top side. Jiang on the other side is going to deal some damage to the turret, but is also recalling, has teleport, so both of these teams gearing up for that neutral objective. Personally, it just kind of feels like some really, really good snap engages coming out from Zhao Feng, unafraid as the tank. The Skarner now with the Heartsteel, getting a new bout of confidence here in the mid-game, Grapes.
Yeah, and who else is getting confidence? It's Haichao on this Aurora. 4-1-0 now in the game.
Absolutely.
As we'll see how much he can do. Again, question has not always been Haichao, can he get resources? Can he get ahead in the early game? It's what can he do with those in the team fights? Not always a lot. And sometimes we see some disappointing plays from him, but hoping to see that change here for LNG. As UP started up the Rift Herald, they should be able to take it down. Now Zhang actually looking a little bit more. Gonna get taken very, very low though, and Zhao Feng with the Flash Ixtal's impact will make sure that he pays for the Herald going in favor of Ultra Prime.
I mean, Zhang just a little too far away from his team, ultimately. They're not able to assist him. And a good Flash Ixtal's impact from Zhao Feng. Basically not capable of reacting to that. Is going to secure them a kill, but I'm a little bit surprised LNG actually didn't go for a smite fight. At the time, Zhao Feng actually had the upgraded 1200 damage smite and could have easily outsmited the Xin Zhao, but instead they look for a kill onto the Ultra Prime top laner. We'll have to see if UP, who got that Herald, will be able to turn it into anything useful, as it feels like this is going to be the moment for them to try and turn the game around. A Drake here would be Soul Point, and they have Herald to be able to draw attention away from that river.
We have to Junhao once again. Remember, here's the MVP of that first game, utilizing that pressure really nicely to claim these objectives. Will he be able to do it again? This time with him having the Rift Herald. in his hands. He heads back to base, already has the Thunder Sky, so he'll be able to do a lot of damage as LNG still in the gold lead, but not in the objective lead, and that's what Ultra Prime need to try to capitalize on.
Sure, I think a Dragon here for LNG would go a long way in just gaining back control of the tempo of this game. Ultra Prime, if they get Soul Point, they basically put LNG on a timer. So here we go.
Ooh, this one very aggressively positioned. Had to use the Valkyrie early to make sure he did not get knocked up. Speaking of knocks up, lots of them here in the Dragon Pit. As Zhuo gets taken very low. Baya flashes after him with the Killer Instinct. One more auto should take him down. He's the first one to go into this fight. As now Zhang has already popped the all-out. Xiaofeng trying to take Baya down, but he goes back into the pit and right into Haichao's arms. It's going to actually be Zika to pick up that kill, as it's a 4v3 in favor of Ultra Prime for now. Haichao dishing out damage. The health bar is not on UP's side, as Zika's still looking very menacing here around this dragon, as UP want to try to get this soul point. Is that half right now? Xiaofeng looking to chase him down the spear. Gonna dodge away from Zhang. And the skirmish, the shuffle will continue to commence. Xiaofeng gets knocked up. He's gonna get taken down, but Zika dives in and takes Xiaoxia down in response. Another gold card comes in. A double kill in for Zhang. And this should be Ultra Prime claiming the fight. Haichao will fall as well off the Destiny. And Junhao will claim the kill.
And Saber locks it down. Haichao says, sit down, Aurora. And Ultra Prime win out on the fight. Ultimately, though, you got to give a lot of credit over to Junhao yet again. This fight, it felt so difficult for LNG because you had Zika on the side. You had, like you said earlier, Fish One burning that Valkyrie to try and get away. So they had no real easy access into the fight. And that tiny little window gave Ultra Prime the ability to look for the aggressive play. Junhao turns it on, and he does not turn it off. His team is able to deal damage over the wall to assist him. This is where I got a little bit worried, honestly, Grapes. I mean, these health bars, it's very, very concerning, but they play it on a knife's edge.
These gold cards from Saber were big. Remember, we talked about him being this X factor. In this deciding Game 3, he delivered a great performance in this fight.
He absolutely did, and then he doesn't even give Haichao the ability to escape. This is the second time we've seen that interaction come to fruition, Grapes, where Aurora's not able to invis against the Destiny, isn't able to hop away, skip away, jump away, just is the one getting jumped, because Saber has eyes everywhere on this Twisted Fate, and his eyes are constantly on the right targets of LNG.
Sitting at 1, 2, and 5. Not the most impressive KDA, but the way he's been able to control the laning phase, even despite Haichao picking up a number of kills across, you know, just the little skirmishes that have broken out. Saber's done a nice job to make sure that he has still had a high impact here in this game. We've seen some more skirmishing around the bottom side river. There's no dragon to take anymore, so not necessarily necessary to go for anything.
Ooh, hang on.
As Xiaoxia gets the knock up on the Xiaofeng, now using that Herald and charge into this tier 1. Try to take some of it down, but he's going to go right to the Excel's impact of Xiaofeng, but now the headbutt will send Xiaofeng right back into the team. Zhang teleporting right under the tier 1 turret, and he will yeet one back with him. That is going to be Fish One taken down thanks to the all-out, and Zhuo will be the next target. Magnus Storm only delaying what's going to be a double kill going into the Cristante's hands.
And I mean, Xiaofeng with that Ishtal's impact, he thought he had Zhang, but Zhang hit him with the proverbial Uno reverse card, grabs his AD carry, sends him over the wall. It's a pick for Ultra Prime. They only get one more, but that is more than enough for them to break open the mid lane now. This game is wide open for UP, and with those 2 kills, they're going to claim an Otacon, Grapes.
Ultra Prime have their sights on a win in a best-of-3 series, one that they have not been able to achieve in over 3 months. But they have not finished it off just yet. They claim the Otacon. They are at Soul Point, but there is still work to be done. A lot of that work, though, came here on this play in the mid lane.
It absolutely did. We're going to get another look at this, and I mean, honestly, this is just hilarious because Xiaoxia goes in for the engage, goes into the Herald, and then gets hit. Xiaofeng says, I can do it better. Here, guys, here's some ground beef. Then proceeds to get knocked back. Ult throws him the other way. They're just ping-ponging each other around that terrain. And then Jiang says, you know what, here's an innocent bystander that's extremely squishy. I'm gonna just throw him into my team. It's just a friendly game of ping pong between two players, and then Jiang had to pull in a cheap move and involve the AD carry of LNG. How disgraceful.
Fish one, this is his welcome to the league moment on the Corki, just getting teleported on underneath his own tower, getting Cassante ulted right back in. Yeah, as Ultra Prime looking pretty poised to run away with this game at this point. They got gold leads in basically every position across the rift. As now Junhao and Bai specifically really able to get those item stacks going. As there's now 40 seconds until what could be a Cloud Soul as well here for this team.
That is indeed a scary prospect, especially against Twisted Fate and Kai'Sa. Not only are the champions good with the soul, but I mean, the players piloting them have just been relentless in this game. Baya has been so aggressive on the Xayah, and Saber has been finding gold card after gold card, constantly pursuing LNG in these extended chases. Speaking of getting pursued, Jiang might be pursuing them
LNG,
after being the pursued one.
They were trying to collapse onto Zhang, but now Ultra Prime have found the collapse onto them instead. Xiaofeng gets knocked back for the Intofo strikes and will die, and that is the smite available, taken away on the side of UP. However, LNG, they're not done just yet. A nice engage comes through from Zhuo, and Saber is taken down, making it a 1-for-1 overall. Zhang now at half HP, forced to run away. Zhao Shi lands another knockup though on the Hai Chao. He's still one of the stronger members in the game, and he gets taken back between the worlds, and Zhang gets shut down. Ultra Prime though get one back. A crazy fight, an all-out brawl in the bottom lane, and now Zhuo is one taken very low. Junhao goes forward, picks himself up a double kill, and forces Fish One and Hai Chao to back away.
Junhao, even though he loses his solo laners, continues to go forward, continues to be the spear for Ultra Prime. And that dragon is still up, still ripe for the taking. He's going to wait for his solo laners to respawn before he starts it up, I would imagine. But Zhang has teleport. Saber will be able to respawn quickly as well. So we get a couple of kills. But when the dust settles, the objective is still the same. The dragon is still the priority.
What a crazy way for this fight to start off. And maybe a little bit overforced here by Ultra Prime. Maybe as soon as you take down Xiaofeng, there should be an opportunity to just go back to the soul. They're going to do it anyway here. And Zika hunting with these spears, but instead it looks like LNG's prio goes towards the mid lane wave.
I got a little nervous there, honestly, about that spear. But nonetheless...
80 Nidalee. Not a lot of damage on that one anymore.
Yeah, no, of course. You know, just PTSD as his jungler. But ultimately, I mean, Cloud Soul for Ultra Prime, this is going to be a tough one for LNG from here on out. Saber and Baye, like I said, have been so proactive around the map, and I feel like this is only going to increase the rate at which they are able to just hover around Summoner's Rift and be in control of so many different facets of the game. And Baron now the next target, and I like how Saber is positioning. I think Ultra Prime, realistically, positioning as a 4-1 composition and just drawing a lot of attention over this Twisted Fate. Even if you call in and receive a lot of damage, all you need is 2 or more people, and suddenly Ultra Prime could start up that Baron and really look to set their sights on the ending of this game.
Junhao on this Xin Zhao. Again, the junglers, maybe this just because Quacks are here, man, but they've really delivered in all the games so far. Xiaofeng even finding engages critical at the start of the game for LNG, has yet to really find anything to break the game further open or to try to mount some sort of comeback. But Junhao in this game having a tremendous impact as the Baron has been started up. LNG know that they have to get into the pit, make sure they try to contest this objective, as Ultra Prime not just playing bait around it.
Playing bait around it, but they're not actually starting it. They're not actually threatening anything, and so LNG are just free to play around this mid wave and kind of dance and poke and prod around Ultra Prime. Meanwhile, UP are just kind of relying on the vision that they have laid on that topside river, and that's slowly but surely being cleared out. So ultimately, LNG are going to gain control of the river, regain control of the river, I should say. They had it before. Now the question kind of becomes, how are Ultra Prime going to approach this? Because obviously this is a comp that likes to go in, but LNG, we've talked about it, they have a lot of mobility. Them being engaged on, they're able to counter that as they have been able to this game. There have been some instances where they're able to kind of turn the fight on its head if Ultra Prime aren't careful.
We didn't mention it's just the power of this Cloud Soul as well, and Ultra Prime, now that they have it in their hands, gives the extra movement speed on the ultimates, and a lot of those champions have that value here. We're going to see that in any potential fight that unfolds for the rest of this game, as Ultra Prime look like they want to dance just a little bit around this river. They force Xiaofang to use that Ixtal's impact defensively, but then he sends in a two-man impale. Only on the front line though, but Junhao's already popped the Crescent Guard. They find Fish1 and catch him out as Baye will get that first kill. Another knockup lands on the Xiaofang. He should go down. It's a double kill in for the Kaisa. Between worlds from Haichao gets knocked up. There's another knockup from Xiaosha, and Baye could pick himself up a quadra kill. Only Zhuo remains. Will they give it over to him? Zhang's looking to chase him down, but Baye has no interest in the Penta. Instead, it's going to be the mid lane tier 2 and potentially the game.
And people are going to say Fish1 is green, but nah, this man is black and blue and battered all around. Ultra Prime find their target. It's the AD carry of LNG, and sure, they lose their support, but they will gain a Baron in response, and the siege just got a whole lot meaner for the side of UP.
They can see it in their eyes. The first series win for them in Group Nirvana. And it got ever so close after this last team fight. It was a nice engage from Xiaofang once again, but there's just not enough damage.
Yeah, this is really, really tough. I mean, Fish1, my friend, just gets immediately eliminated from this fight. And although it takes a little bit for them to get through these frontliners on LNG, as I don't really have any necessarily, I would say, easy way to take out tanks. Slowly but surely wins the race, and they manage to win out in that exchange. A Baron acquired now. They've got about 2.5 minutes to really make the most of it. And especially with Jiang having TP, you really want to probably see just some 4-1 laning coming around, especially with that Destiny as well. It's going to give Twisted Fate a lot more agency by just solo laning by himself.
Yep, there he is in the mid lane with the Destiny available. So the rest of Ultra Prime going towards this bot lane tier 2 tower. LNG, their time is running out. They are looking dangerously close to dropping down to 0-4 to start off split number 3. The mid lane tier 3 does go down. Tier 2 in the bot lane should be the next target, as Ultra Prime can bide their time and closely wait for anybody on LNG to step too far forward and begin that engage.
They're just waiting for the right time to strike at this point. There's no objective coming up for a little less than a minute, but I mean, look at that bot side, right? It is just completely owned by Ultra Prime. LNG, they would be walking in blind if they were to contest this Elder. But frankly, this is what you have to do, right? A loss here, you're down 0-4. It's really rough for the first half of this split. You have to look for a Hail Mary, even if the chances are low. I mean, the chances are 0, literally 0, if you give up this Elder.
Not looking very likely that LNG get a chance to contest it, at least fairly, as it's up in 20 seconds.
Certainly
All
not.
these teleports starting to come in. Zhang rejoining the fight with his 3rd completed item, and now looking to just soak up as much damage as possible, as LNG trying desperately to get their way into the pit, get their way closer to that bot side river. And now a teleport comes in from Haichao. It's going to be a last-ditch effort. Zhuo looking to begin the engage. Magnustorm onto Zhang, but he's just way too tanky. Pathmaker away is going to keep himself alive and still have HP.
On the
and look at Xiaosha looking to try to cut everybody off. Headbutt Zhuo right into Zhang's arms, and on the other side, I think that Zika getting taken down by Baye. Already a 1-0, and this Kaisa still untouched on the back line. Zhang gets the kill into Xiaofang, and it's an absolute evisceration in the bottom lane here for Ultra Prime. 5-0 ace, and that winless streak has come to an end.
And 5 series, they finally managed. The two teams that rolled in the mud, one stands tall, the other one falls, and Ultra Prime will be your winners of this best of 3, Grapes.
Not about how you start, it's how you finish this first round robin if you're Ultra Prime. As they finally get on the win column, they take down LNG at their home arena. And this has to be the start of any sort of momentum for them if UP want to have any chance at keeping their season alive and moving on to the play-in stage.
There are some questions about Ultra Prime in regards to their form, but still they showed up on the day and they managed to take their first series win. Whether or not that's going to translate over to the second half of the Group Nirvana regular season and, you know, allow them to turn the season as a whole around to give them a chance around those playoffs, that remains to be seen. But still, it's good on them finally managing to find that win, being resilient, and finally they did it, Grapes.
They did it, and now their reward is they get to play everybody again, and maybe this time have some better results. Obviously, they took 4 out of these 5 teams all the way to 3 games. They beat 1 in LNG.
Yeah.
They can build on some of that, make sure that Junhao is able to play the way that he did in this series specifically. If now Baye, with some more experience under his belt, is able to really step up, maybe Ultra Prime can be a bit of a force to be reckoned with here in the second round robin. As we saw in our last series, you know, ThunderTalk, definitely not infallible. We think that LGD has shown, you know, some ups and downs as well. Even a team like NIP, you know, only EDG really looks like super dominant right now.
Oh no, they totally can all bleed, right? I mean, every day's a banger in Group Nirvana.
Absolutely here. And so if you're Ultra Prime, got to just think about it as the season's half over. Whatever happens in the first half, the opposite can happen in the second. If we went 0-4, 1-5, if we went 1-4 in the first half of the season, we can go 4-1 in the second, end out at 500. Yep. That would certainly get you a spot here in the play-in stage at the very least. But, you know, has to continue to roll along here for them and for LNG. Another heartbreaking loss as they're now staring down a very grim fate, which could be, if things do not continue to go their way, if they do not find momentum quickly, their season ending very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a valiant attempt there by LNG. They tried their heart out, but unfortunately it was not enough. In particular, I really do, even though his game number 3 was not the brightest, I do want to shout out Fish1 for coming in. You know, team is kind of expecting you to be the cure that Xiaofeng was earlier in the year for the team, that sort of turned them around. And realistically, it's just hard for any rookie to be that guy. So my heart goes out to him. My heart goes out to LNG. They tried their best. And yeah, like you said, Grapes, it's a grim reality. And it's an even grimmer fate unless they can turn it around.
And, you know, we're saying that Ultra Prime maybe have a chance too. Hey, they are 1-4. They're basically in the same spot that LNG were in. Or LNG's in the same spot that Ultra Prime were in about 5 seconds ago, right? So we can't just say, like, oh, it's so doomed for LNG. Ultra Prime now suddenly, like, they have a chance. But got to get on the win column to start things off. And for LNG, doesn't get easier for them as they play Edward Gaming to wrap up their first round robin tomorrow. That is not the easiest matchup, as we have clearly seen. As I think EDG still, have they even lost a game in Group Nirvana at this point? It's been basically unstoppable for them. They are 8-0 in game score so far. LNG gonna have to try to, you know, make that change if they want to have any shot at tying Ultra Prime in the standings after the first round robin.
But then again, you know, if LNG actually do manage to do it, then you know, I don't think anyone has. I know we have a lot of passionate artists around here in the chat and both on production, but then you could make like an LPL Group Nirvana Circle of Suck, right? Yep. We don't have that yet. So there you go, right? A win's a win at the end of the day. Even if it isn't literally a win in League of Legends, you can still make some fun memes around the LPL Group Nirvana, because this was, as my first cast here, Grapes, this was definitely a good time at the end of the day. There were memes, there were dreams, there was everything in between. I definitely had fun, and I really hope that this is, there's more to come from this, because this is a good watch, and this was a good time.
Absolutely. Hey, it's great to have you here on the show for these first 2 series, and again, hope there's more to come as well as we get a look at some of the replays here of our third game, our final game in Group Nirvana. Reminder that we are in our Super Saturday here on the LPL English stream, so one more series left to go. going to be anyone's Legends up against JDG. But in terms of player of the games here, I feel like Junhao definitely the easy option, but I want to give some love to Xiaosha. This man popped off on the Alistar.
I actually respect that pick a lot. I would be inclined to maybe give it over to Saber for game number 3. But then again, I think that Xiaosha is a really good shout. I think that his Alistar, that mid play was so funny, where the Skarner was saying, come here, I got you. And then he was saying, no, come over here, I have you, no, I have you, no, I have you. And they were just ping-ponging back and forth until Jiang decided, I'm gonna ult the 80 carry, and then ruined everyone's fun.
Yeah, we should have just kept playing ping pong with the tanks. As soon as you throw the, you know, your what is it? Like you're playing, I lost the analogy. As soon as you throw like the big dangerous like fragile thing and it shatters, then everyone has to go home and then you get yelled at. So like this, as Fish One definitely got bounced around a little bit to end this game.
Got bounced out. Yeah, as that's just a tough thing for any rookie, I think, to deal with, and so certainly doesn't feel like you know, the burden is completely on him. It's definitely a team effort, but still, you know, kind of going back to Ultra Prime one last time, or the last couple of times. I personally think Saber and Xiaosha are probably my 2 front runners, but I wouldn't really be surprised if Baye also maybe won MVP. I think that Kaisa, the killer instinct was instinctual, for lack of a better word. It felt like he was really piloting those ults correctly and knew when to go in, and I think that is a really good skill to have when you're going up against these, or when you're piloting these aggressive AD carries. And it's pretty contrary to what we're used to seeing from Baye, right? I mean, Baye is the Ezreal, the Jhin, the guy that usually is very monotone and calm in the laning phase. And I mean, this man just grabbed him by the throat and ran him.
Yeah, that Kaisa doing a great job in that one. Getting a quadra kill. Feel like if he really wanted to like risk his life and maybe sacrifice Ultra Prime's full chances of winning,
should have done it, honestly.
Yeah, would have been big respect. But instead, the MVP
there we go
over to Junhao. I mean, makes a lot of sense. This guy had such a high impact all series long.
Yeah, he definitely popped off in this series. Big respect to him, leading the charge at basically every single engage, and I felt like he was spearheading the operation constantly. So congrats to Junhao. Congrats to Ultra Prime on their first win of the LPL regular season here in Split 3. And overall, we're not even done yet, Grapes. After this, there is one more series. If you thought the LPL was done, nope. Super Saturdays, baby.
Yeah, and congratulations to you, Quacks, finishing your first shift here on LPL English. Of course,
I hope there's more. I genuinely do. This is really fun.
Yeah, hey, you know, Group Nirvana. If you're having fun in Group Nirvana, that means you're having a good time overall here in the LPL. So pleasure to be alongside you here for these first 2 series. And we still have some more games to go. When we come back, we're going to do a little caster swap. Mazel and Rudude are going to be hopping in to break down JD Gaming versus anyone's Legend.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Root Dude. We're doing a little bit of caster swap. Got to give a huge shout out to Grapes and Quacks for covering the first two series, as we ended up having a 3-game banger in the last one. Somebody had to come out the victor, and Ultra Prime does as their 5th crack at it. But now we get to the heavyweights. We get to the top of the table. We get to Group Ascend, but the bottom of the table of Group Ascent, because it's JDG and Anyone's Legend, and who would have thought we would be here coming into this one as we take maybe a little bit more of an introspective look at JDG first and foremost, Root.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for me here, I'm looking at why these two teams haven't had that same start to the split maybe that I'd have hoped for, and looking at how well the AL start has been versus how well JDG have gone and versus their expectations at the end of last split. AL back off of MSI, they've just absolutely blundered their way through the first couple of weeks. But for now, I mean, they won their most recent series. JDG as well won their most recent series. Maybe we're starting to see them return to a little bit of form.
Hey, a win's a win, I guess, wherever you go. Let's go ahead and take a look, if we can, at this JDG roster, because it's a team that has such big names, such big prowess. Xiaoshu, obviously the newest addition here for this split. Wink, obviously, as well. But being able to find consistency has been key and has been nowhere to be found in a lot of cases, even though they were able to get that bounce back against FPX.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of these big name players on the roster have been performing, I'd say, quite well in June and Pays. Haven't really been struggling too much, but scouting that mid lane last series had a really solid turnout, but needs to continue to keep that high performance because he is, like we've said, one of those all-time greats of the LPL in the mid lane. So we need to see him keep up at that level and try and push JDG back to that 2023 franchise legacy.
You might not imagine it, kids, but that man earned double MVPs in a single year in the LPL 1 year. So, hey, just give it that. As AL on the other side, still some big names on their side as well. And obviously coming off a little bit of that MSI hangover and trying to figure out the things that work for this squad, because it seemed like everything did work for them in Split 2, and especially with their run at MSI, but things haven't necessarily gotten off the ground running for them here in Split number 3. But they did finally find their win over WE.
They did, and importantly as well, it was a decent victory also. I think we got to see some really strong parts of AL, and I think that honestly the sad thing about this roster so far for me this split is that they've looked really impressive in game ones and then just absolutely lost the plot through the rest of their series, and they've been looking like the MSI AL, game 1 quite handily, just smacking teams down left, right and center, and then we get into games 2 and 3 and it just completely looks the opposite, and it's not like they are being bad and they're getting rolled 0-2 in their series, but we aren't seeing that level of consistency from them that we might have anticipated after such a good run at MSI.
And every single game for AL every single series has gone to 3 games at least. A little bit of a differentiation from JDG, who in their streak so far, at least in this last week, have all had 2-0s. But that series between WE and them, I mean, it was a little bit chaotic to say the least. But AL were able to squeeze out some of those clutch moments that we do know them for. And I'm particularly interested at how much impact Hope is really having in this split number 3, paired alongside Tarzan, who's there to set up things for the team.
Yeah, I think that so far, and especially in this matchup as well, that the jungle and the AD carries are going to be our 2 real linchpins that we're looking at. I mean, Hope with his big come-up recently, and with the legacy between Tarzan and June as well, the power that those two have. As we take a little bit of a look back at AL's first series win, we get to see that, there were some highlight moments from those key players.
Exactly that. We look back at it, and again, with the distance, still had to fight for it at least, but it was some pretty good drafting. Back to that standard for AL as well, and figuring out how to make these comps work, where Tarzan can kind of build that bridge to Shanks and Hope, having a lot of success there. And Hope was feeling himself, and he's going to need to do so against his old org tonight as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be always something that he's quite, or that you'll be looking at as a bit of an interesting story to pull from, right? Like, Hope, I think, has been, as far as AD carries go, has been this perennially underappreciated ADC, and finally with a strong performance at MSI and, now a LPL title behind him, hopefully we'll get to see that continue and his story as a player begin to develop even further. And these clips here are just him kind of popping off and kind of styling on people and showcasing that, yes, he's been replaced by, at the time, great AD carry players.
He's getting replaced by Korean ADCs, man. What do you do?
Yeah. that at some point, just have some faith in him and it will reap the rewards.
Yeah, hey, maybe having some flashbacks, some moments. Maybe Ruler's face comes over, pays for him, and his eyes just turn red. Who knows? But that's going back a little far for this one as well. But we take a look here, especially at how these two teams really function in a lot of ways, and we could talk about the way that the bot lane plays, the way that they find carry potential, but I find that the top trios for both squads really need to be proactive and proficient, and that's where you can kind of lend a little bit of a look-see towards this top lane matchup. Xiaoshu, a big new member to the JDG squad, and Flandra, the legend of old, the legend of new in the top lane here. It has a lot of influence on how these teams can play the game.
No, exactly, and I think that with the two top laners coming into this, we have very different expectations as well, right? Like, you can look at the stats and see that they are very, very proficient at joining their teams. I think that that's something that these two top laners are doing quite well, is making sure that they are a part of the fights wherever they are on the map. Flandra quite happy to come down. Xiaozhu as well has been a player who's very notoriously, it feels like for JDG, grouping with the team, and sometimes at a detriment to himself, but to service the rest of the squad. But I will highlight that Xiaozhu in particular has actually had some very good laning stats. That goal difference at 15 in particular, typically positive 440, getting those strong laning matchups, and just making sure that he's in a stable position so that he can then join the team and make sure that he's having that impact for his squad.
And unfortunately, to good and bad, Flandra hasn't necessarily been given the carry reins as of late. He hasn't found, as you see in the blurb there, he hasn't really found that niche that he can drive home as a unique top lane. He really has been kind of floating around more of those tankier sides of top laners. He does still go with some flashy picks here or there. His champ pool is absolutely an ocean, but they definitely have been going away from that to some extent.
Yeah, and you look at the power that Flandra has had previously, is his champion pools, his depth and variety in picks, right? That he can sometimes bring out a Gwen into the top lane. He was the one who pioneered the tank Jace in the top lane when that was prevalent back in split number 1. Like, this guy has got deep pockets, and with Tabe at the helm as well, they are getting facilitated. It's just that to get them back on course, I think for this split, we are seeing them turn to a more traditional approach to top lane, and that, honestly, may be part of their struggles.
As we see anyone's legend take the stage here, I do want to zoom in a little bit more, or at least go back to that conversation about the jungle, and I just want to, because it's literally two of my favorite junglers. I'm going to be biased here. I think I have that right as a caster. But these two guys, their stories have been so intertwined throughout so many years. The championships they've earned. Obviously, Tarzan, finally, after his 7th attempt, gets it 7 times the charm. Shun had that incredible spree with BLG, but now trying to find his next steps and not necessarily finding that stable footing with JDG so far in 2025. And I think they have such impact for their teams and the way that they can play, the flexibility they bring to the jungle, and that's going to be on display tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Flandra's had multiple performances where, Tarzan's had multiple performances where we're looking at, these absolute pop-off Zed games, but then equally it's not like he can't do that when we see him pull out things like a Trundle, and I think that that's the versatility and the flexibility that these two players offer you, where Jun as well will quite happily, if needed, pull out a Kindred, can move to some of those more carry-oriented junglers, but still have that same impact on a bridge jungler, where Xin Zhao will just take over a game, where a Trundle or a Sejuani can just pop off and have a massive performance. His power in the champion pools that he provides as well, absolutely very, very huge, and something that we should always be keeping an eye on.
God, I am so excited for this matchup, and this is only one of twice that we get to see it, so we'll see what that next time looks like for both of them. But We had said it at the beginning. We're going to reiterate it again. Both these teams trying to play catch up to some extent and not having the starts they necessarily wanted to have in a split 3 where 4 spots to Worlds are on the line at the end of the year itself for big name organizations, for teams that have, for AL at least, have a lot of lasting success so far this year. You really need to keep getting these wins, at least for that momentum's sake moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that both of these teams are going to be looking, obviously, to try and make those pretty big moves up the standings, right? At the minute, we have Top Esports BLG, who are dominating the leaderboard. We've then got this pack of what feels like about 4 teams between the 2 on your screen, and then Weibo and IG, who are also looking to contest for that top 4 position, for that immediate berth into playoffs. And avoiding the play-ins is going to be pretty important. And we're looking at the power, at the very least, that these two have got coming into the series, and thinking that there's still more to get from them. So if we can see more performances of a higher level, maybe they will start to challenge the Top Esports, the BLG of current regular season.
And it's crazy when you think about it in the long run of things. I mean, things got dwindled down a little bit in the final split. We did lose those 2 teams, so things got shuffled around, and you don't necessarily have all those easy opponents. I know I talked about it just last night as well, but it's really interesting when you think about it, because the competition gets that much harder. You're in a double round robin, you have a lot more games, but you don't have those kind of easy weeks or easy sprees, and you're up against top tier opponents all the time. And speaking of, we have 2 of them right here going at it, at least to try to get this split off the ground.
Yeah, and I think that for those playoff teams as well, it definitely felt last split like there were a lot more sort of cash-in games that you could take. Looking at your performances up against, your ThunderTalks, NIPs, and even for some of these higher teams as well, FPX, WE, and to an extent as well, Weibo last split kind of fell into that pack of being a team that we weren't particularly scared of. But I think that this split Weibo have leveled up importantly. That re-addition of Crisp has certainly given them a good foothold in the standings and a good position to play from. But that we've kind of got 6 teams now that are all really vying against one another, and then you've got 2 teams below in that FPX in WE that maybe feel like they could be something to cash in on. But when you're playing up against, that's effectively 5 out of 7 games in a round robin that are tricky and that are difficult, so that you have to make the most of.
Well, it seems like we're having some on-stage issues with maybe some peripherals. So since I have a little bit of a second, the LPL gods have given me that. I got to ask you, Root, I think I asked Cubby this a while back. Do you miss the 1v1 side selects?
Absolutely not. No, I don't.
He had the same response. He literally had the exact same response.
When we have a double round robin, just give one team blue side game 1. The next time they play, give them blue side game 1. It's so free in a double. I can understand the thought in a single round robin.
It's cool.
That makes sense. But double round robin, no. It's just, it really took away from it. And then I think in a best of 5 as well, like all of the tension would be built up, and then we have to play this 1 versus 1, and the amount of times
I will say I didn't like the 5th game best of 1. I was not a fan of that one.
Like, we'd build up all this hype. Oh yeah, let's go. We're gonna take a break, and then actually, before we get on to game 5,
1v1.
We're gonna do a 1v1, which is
I was not a fan of that one. But at the beginning, I thought it's kind of cool.
And then you ended up getting teams again. Like if you had Top Esports playing against ThunderTalk, like they're just sending Jackie Love in to try and play Javen, or they're sending in like somebody who they wouldn't put in to play a 1 versus 1 to just kind of have a little bit of fun, like get the hands warmed up a little bit.
Instance, just send on to the wolves and have him int his face off, and sometimes win.
Yeah, exactly. So you do have these instances where it's a little bit underwhelming. What was your reasoning for enjoying it?
I don't know. Just because it's different. I don't know. It's cool. The problem is I say that with like rose tinted glasses, because when you actually get into it, a lot of there was like this weird roller coaster. Like at the very beginning, it was really fun. We were getting like Draven v Dravens. We were getting like crazy stuff. Then we went to like Azir Corkis, and or like just Corki versus Corki, or things along those, like Yorick v Yorick, and it just got boring in a lot of ways. So like I think in concept, it's cool. Execution is a different conversation, especially when important factors are on the line, like blue side, and with the blue side dominance we had seen when we were having those 1v1s.
I think they should add Fearless to the 1v1s, but the way they do it is you get one champion play per season. So every season you play, or every series you play in a season, you have to play a different champion. So you don't get to play Corki. Like week 1, it's JDG versus AL. Hope picks Corki. That means that no AL player in the future can ever play Corki in the 1v1s. For the rest of the split,
no,
you're not allowed to play that champion.
For the rest of the organization's history.
No, because then they'd run out. They'd run out eventually.
But
then at some point they would run out.
There's enough champions.
But in like 4 years.
Yeah.
In like 4 years, it'd have to
and then we'll have League 2.
We'll have League 2. Maybe that's the move. Maybe that's how they go for it. But I think that'd be how I go for the Fearless, and maybe make it a little bit more interesting so they don't play 17 games of Yorick back to back or 17 games of Corki.
True. Man, what are your odds on us getting a League 2?
0.
Really?
0 odds. League of Legends 2 will not happen. They will just make League of Legends, but on a new engine. If anything, that's as good as it.
And it's not going to be called League 2.
No,
there's going to be the Valorant thing.
It'll be remastered.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Well, looks like we are getting into game.
Okay.
Issues or whatever happened.
Casters have stopped vamping. Draft is on.
I've stopped asking Rude Dude wild and crazy questions, which I'm going to come back to those.
Yeah.
I'm sure. But JDG are going to be on that blue side. They are going to be banning away the Aurora and the Poppy. Some real flexibility with the Poppy where it can go for AL. On AL's side, they're going to ban away that Varus that has seen such priority in the LPL.
Yeah, and a little bit of a removal, I suppose, of jungle priority. I think that the Aurora on blue side in game number 1 is a very big ban from JDG and not something that we are as used to seeing. Looking currently at things like Talia and the Azir, they are still open and available, and I think that specifically when Shanks is in the lobby, you have to consider Azir as something to keep your eye on. Up against Scout as well. Several or like hundreds of games on Azir at this point in his career, so also something that we might want to think about. And then the Orianna by default sort of goes a little bit further down, but we've got things like Vi still available in the jungle if they want to go for a Vi Xin Zhao trade, or maybe some Xayah getting locked in as well.
I could see that as well. The Pantheon is going to be the final focus for JDG. We'll get the Trundle ban there for AL as well. Some big ticket junglers going to be off the table here. Some things that we have seen both teams kind of lean on towards as well. But the Vi is also going to be banned there. So heavy jungle focus right now between the two, at least in the banning phase. We'll see what that first pick is going to be, and it's the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, with Trundle off the board, this just is the premier S-tier jungler, and like I said in the pre-show, Jun on Xin Zhao can just occasionally take over games. Looking at responses for Tarzan, potentially on 3 if you want solo laners here. We're looking at that way up of Azir versus Talia, and it looks like for Shanks, he's actually going for something a little bit different from what I would have anticipated, taking the Talia earlier on. And instead of locking in one of those top laners, right, we see Gwen and Rumble still available. Sometimes they hit the ban table as well. So top lane not elected to be gone for here by Flandre, instead giving the choice over to JDG which one of those they'd like.
I'm very curious at this drop by AL. I mean, they go for the Wukong, something Tarzan can have a lot of strength on, but they're giving away some premier picks right now with that Gwen gone, and now the Orianna as well. The ball delivery with Xin Zhao is going to be extremely strong.
Yeah, we saw just yesterday that the Orianna can have a good laning phase versus the Talia. I'm surprised that AL didn't take the Gwen on 2, just to deny that pick away and really secure themselves some stable solo laners. Maybe they've got an answer though for Flandre. You know, a Jax, a Jace, something that can punish this Gwen early on could still come through. And that's the hope here, is that AL will see this answer, or see this Gwen on the top side and have that answer for it.
I was gonna make a hope joke, but I'm gonna let you get away with it this time. It'll come later.
We'll do it later on.
Rumble is the lock in there, so a lot of lockdown to lay up that equalizer. You're gonna need to find some other ways to really buff that up, and Hope is absolutely gonna get a carry champion here, at least a hyper carry. I'm sure, at least I really hope so, because the rest of the team is setting up for that. Now the Lucian ban is going to signal some of the focus for AL in the second phase.
Yeah, get rid of a couple of Paze's really strong champions. I'd like to see JDG ban out that Rel as well. I think that Rel in particular works really well with the Rumble and the Wukong, just keeping people locked up on that equalizer is a very powerful tool, and Kael as well has looked very, very strong with that champion in tow. But for Hope, right, looking towards some AD carries that he can take, he's going to have to try and buy space regardless, because looking at what he's playing against, he's against Xin Zhao, who pops ulti, you can't auto-attack him. Against Gwen, pops W, you can't auto-attack her, can't do any damage to her at all. So for Hope this game, it is going to be really tricky for him to try and buy time or to buy any auto attacks. In tandem, he's got to deal with Orianna Ball, wherever that is, he kind of wants to be avoiding it. And something that he has looked really good on is this Corki, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try and buy a little bit of laning pressure early on and attempt to try and take that through the early game and push the advantage down bot side.
I could see that as well. The Lovers duo is up and available if they want to go for something along those lines, but saving these last couple picks for their bot lane here. I love to see it. We're still potentially going to get an AD counter pick, which I absolutely love and would love to see, and it looks like that's going to be the case here. So now begging the question, what Paze wants to go, what Wink wants to go in this bot lane for JDG?
So they see the Rakan gets locked in, so immediate hard CC does look pretty good. Things like Leona, things like the Nautilus as well could have a pretty good impact. Also denying the Xayah if they wanted to, they could look to take that away from AL, that most likely duo going down to that bot side. And if you anticipate that that Xayah is going to come through, maybe looking at things that aren't as easy to input, things that aren't as easy to get away from with your ulti would be something to make note of. Noticeably though, going for this Senna does give you a little bit of a range advantage in that laning phase. Xayah typically a really low range AD carry, so we'll see if AL look to pivot. Of course, these two supports and the two champions can function on their own. You can play Xayah without Rakan and vice versa, so we'll see whether or not AL look to go for that. And with the Senna Nautilus locked in, it is one of those really powerful duos that can quite easily sustain themselves and as well look for a bit of a skirmish. Looking across the entire team for JDG, I love the way the Senna synergizes with a Gwen and a Xin Zhao, two champions that want to dive in, want to go forward. This is now a secondary shielding process for those divers. Between the Orianna Ball and the Dawning Shadow, JDG can go front to back very easily.
Yeah, and Paze will have highs and lows, and when he's strong on the Senna, but he's really there to support and help the rest of the team in a lot of ways, and I think that's a really interesting way to put Paze into a game, number one itself, but really leaning on this top trio that we talked about coming into the draft as well for JDG. On the other side for AL, they have some serious team fight potential, but how do those in-betweens look, Rude?
I think getting to that, one item for Rumble, for Tilia, for the Wukong is going to be really straightforward for them. The Gwen needs a little bit of time. The Orianna needs a little bit of time. It's mainly on Jun, actually, on this Xin Zhao, to make things happen in the early stages of the game. As we get to the hyper late game, both of these AD carries will deal monstrous damage. I think that Sivir is a little easier to do that on, just with the ricochets, but the Senna as well, we know, at a certain point will just hit 700 range, max capacity, and it is just untouchable in these fights. It's whether or not she can get through the front line in the time with which it takes for JDG to get through, or to get through the rest of the team as well. For AL, we talked about the fact that they've got a massive team fight composition, and we're looking in particular at those junglers in this series. Jun has got the onus of the burden of execution a little bit earlier on. This Xin Zhao from level 3 onwards can get going. Unfortunately, on the flip side, it's level 6 and when they get going.
We're getting into game number one of our final series of the night in JDG's home arena. Let's see if they can take down AL. Crowds out in force, level 1s as well. You'd love to see it.
I think this ward down on the bot side is really important, that JDG are able to sweep away. You're playing up against a Nautilus, right? So any opportunity to command a bit of control over that brush down on the bot side is going to be really important. And just making sure that you can, play that Fog of War, try and get some stacks on the Senna nice and early. Playing up against a Rakan and a Sivir, they're two very low range champions, so finding those stacks for Paze early on is going to be the ideal situation for JDG down on that bot side, and having that pressure of no ward in the brush as well is going to be a really big deal.
It's all about the mind games. It's the early games. Shun will be spotted out here. And I, for one, am all in and all here for the spellbook meta, Rude. I think it provides so much fun gameplay, especially in the LPL with the way they use it. I mean, we got TPs coming in, flanks from supports. It's actually been really
in particular,
cool
I think Rakan uses it really, really well because he can get so much benefit from, first of all, things like a cleanse, but Ghost as well for Rakan is like a really big summoner spell if you can get access to it in a team fight, making his quickness even quicker. Nautilus, you know, a little bit less so, more combat stuns more than anything. Maybe a cleanse to get himself out to safety, but we're not
Maybe
looking
a
at this
smite.
Nautilus. Yeah, exactly. Those ones are those are the ones that I'm kind of like, It's been done. We've done smites on Spellbook, and it is adding to the game as well.
All right, we're going to see this push end up coming to fruition for AL on the bot side. As is expected with the Sivir, even early, still can have that push. Once those ricochets start coming through as well, both junglers going to have started on the top side of the map, pathing down towards bot lane. Do want to see when this skirmishing between the two kicks off, because I think it can happen early and often, but as you were saying in the draft, maybe shouldn't a little bit favored in those 1v1s, at least right now.
Small thing that just noticed here is that Paze's Q can miss even though he's targeted it onto Hope. Hope actually backstepping at just the right time. The programming on Senna Q is anticipation as opposed to direct. So as soon as Hope backsteps there, he actually dodges out on A, taking any damage, and then B, giving over the soul as well. Really like the step-up play from Hope in this 1v1 that he had up against Paze just then. But looking at this Senna, you know, scaling and farming quite nicely. Only one CS missed on either side by both of our AD carries, so they are more than happy to just sit back, chill out, farm their way up. And with both of our junglers making their way to this bot side, it's Jun who struck first down there, but not the one who's going to get the crowd. With no access to bot push, it's Jun that loses out.
Yeah, he's going to see the bad news. He was also spotted on his way across mid. Will be continually spotted on his way to try to get the top scuttle. Should be fine to get that objective at least, but the early reset for Tarzan will mean he's first back out on the map after the bye.
And as we look later on into this game then, Mazel, we already highlighted that there's a really good sort of one-item spike for the Wukong, the Rumble as well, but when they get to the late game, AL in particular, not going to feel like they can't win the game anymore. I think their team fight is really solid. They've got big ultimates with Kael, Tarzan, and Flandre. If they can layer those quite nicely, there's not a lot of mobility on the backline of JDG in particular, so they should get caught up, should get taken down by those quite easily. And then, of course, they've got the Sivir ripping through them as well. My main concern comes from actually the front line of JDG and how well it'll be for the Gwen and the Xin Zhao to get access to Hope and to Shanks. The thing that I want to keep our eyes on is the fact that Hope actually has Ghost, so he can actually kite out Xiaozu, kite out Jun a little bit easier than if he had the barrier.
Now we do look at the map state right now, and Paze and Wink had made the move up towards top side. Flandre is going to have to fight off the 1v2. Xiaoshu had gone down towards bot side. Now Paze flashes, gets the root, the wind becomes lightning, and Shun trying to look for this first blood, and does it, up striking gold. JDG on the board.
That's exactly what we want from Jun early on. He's a jungler, a Xin Zhao that can have agency at that level 3 marker. Tarzan, if he goes to a lane, he's going to dash on somebody, he's going to Q them, and they're just going to keep walking away. You don't have the damage early to make those plays happen. But from Jun, nice and early doors, set up by Paze with a lovely W flash, he's able to make a play happen.
More souls going to Paze as well, about half health for Flandre as he comes back out with his TP. Seeing Xiaoshu did end up getting his back off, going to redeploy back down towards that bot side, so it seems like they're going to keep presence down there. AL is going to take the dragon with the vacuum of space in this bot side.
And there's not going to be a trade for the grubs this time around. Tarzan has sort of elected to forego that top prio in exchange for securing a dragon, but Flandre's bleeding out here on this top side. This wave is pushing away from him, JDG, and making sure that he's denied not just gold but experience as well. This is a really solid move from him just to make sure that he can get access to some gold. Don't think he got that cannon, but Xiaozu here, he's down a level on Hope, so does need to be very careful. But this wave is coming into the Gwen, which is important.
It is. Going to be able to catch up a little tiny bit. It's still going to be difficult to live down here, at least to survive well. And that's where I got to look back towards jungle influence. Are we okay with Tarzan kind of playing the map a little bit more so than playing to be proactive and finding influence, even though we're about a minute and 15 seconds away from Grubs?
I think that's necessary, right? He's playing the Wukong, and the nature of this draft is that, unfortunately, AL won't have that same jungle prio, or same jungle presence in the early stages of the game. The Xin Zhao can do that, the Wukong simply cannot, so it comes back to that blue one from JDG. They've given themselves this opportunity, and it's good to see them leveraging that as well. Early on, making these aggressive moves into the enemy's jungle. Juni's level 6, he can try to steal this away, and he's got a little bit of an opportunity between the level 6 from Pays as well, and that move over from Orianna to find something in this top side.
That's a Chad control ward right there. I love it from Wing. They can just use this team pressure to invade and take away Tarzan's jungle. Xiaoshu's going to go for the all-in on the Flandra. He's going to use all of the needlework on him, takes him down low. Flandra might have a rebuttal now, though. Still has the equalizer available. Tarzan going to look for the play, goes for the flash over the wall. Soon in trouble. Dawning Shadow comes across. They have a lot of damage, but it's not enough yet. Pays is going to take down Kael. Now it's the play on the Shanks here, too, as Scout finds a nice little hit with that shockwave. They will end up looking at the exit as Grubs are spawning. AL are going to get to stick around.
Yeah, they'll probably be able to take one or two of these, maybe even all three with the way that JDG are recalling, but it was Jun getting caught out in that topside jungle. Tarzan, I think, getting level 6 off of a smite fight versus Jun over the red buff, and then being able to take the fight versus the Xin Zhao afterwards. Actually able to ding that level up marker because he wins out on the smite fight is what turns that fight into a winning position for AL. Overall, it's only a 1-for-1 plus Grubs, but it's AL taking both neutral objectives early on and finding an even trade on kills too.
And that's going to mean a lot in this little back and forth that we've had, even though the Grubs still have one up over there. Looks like maybe some pity prizes for JDG to be picked up, but we see this play between Tarzan and Shun, and yep, there you go. Gets the red buff, a steal away from Shun, and ends up taking the fight after.
So he was already level 6 off of the Krugs, but even still wins out on that smite fight, and the red buff in this skirmish is going to be very, very powerful as well. I feel like AL could have got a little bit more here. Tarzan, unfortunately, missing out on that seismic shove does allow Pays and Scout to both be able to walk out to safety. But even still, a 1-for-1 when you're able to use the Grubs to take this after the fact. It's not a bad position for AL to find themselves in, as Zhao Zu now hops off of the seismic shove, but still takes a good chunk of damage from those pebbles.
You got to be careful with all these dashes. Shanks can lay it out in the right timing. Gets a little bit more difficult. He is pushing pretty heftily into this top side. With Shun back out on the map, could be looking, but is just going to go for the scuttle. We have about a minute and 15 seconds till that next dragon. You have to remember AL had taken the first one. It's going to be on a pretty quick timer. Maybe not the fastest timer of all time, but still going to be something that AL can build towards, and that's the biggest picture for AL, is building towards this team fight potential.
And making sure that Hope, importantly, can reach that 2, 3, honestly 3-4 item marker on the Sivir. One of these champions that really, really benefits from 100% crit chance. Getting those ricochets across the team is, you know, what can help her just absolutely rip through people. And it is, most importantly, for these AD carries, I think the storyline that we want to follow is this Pays versus Hope saga almost, as maybe Pays coming in to replace Hope once upon a time, but looking at Hope versus his former organization, the JDG 2022 roster that he really sort of made a bit of a name for himself on, and now he's on this AL squad where I feel like he's getting that international notoriety as well with his performance at MSI, you know, having mammoth performances on Illusion, now looking at a Sivir in a domestic setting. Yes, the stakes are much lower, but up against this JDG organization, there's something just a little bit more personal to it.
We're taking a look at the map state now because that dragon had spawned, and we do have some first item markers being hit. I believe it was JDG's side of things as well, with the static shift for Pays, as the Sundered Sky for Shun. Not yet there for AL, but they are deployed on this side of the map.
Only advantage so far for AL is a couple of 100 gold in that mid lane, but we look across the items. The only real disparity is in that jungle role.
They're invisible. Ooh. Fine.
Okay.
They're just ghosts. You can't be scared of
Still go
ghosts,
in, though.
although Hope might need to call the Ghostbusters.
So a spellbook ghost used by, I believe, Wink. A TP behind Scout, and he doesn't appear to have seen this just yet.
Well, the equalizer signals it, though. Shanks wants the angle, waiting for the seismic shove. Can't connect it.
Wow.
Does get about half health on Scout, but it will not be the kill they were looking for, and that's also the TP burn.
Very surprised that Scout doesn't even have to flash there, but he's able to just phase rush, walk himself out to safety, and actually not really in too much trouble.
Use the Weaver's Wall here. Does have damage. Misses another seismic shove, but might just be able to run Scout down the flash play on the other side of the shockwave.
Yeah, landing those Ws when there's no CC, it is really difficult. It's why we talk about Talia being one of these champions that needs setup from their jungler, but even still, Shank's struggling a little bit to find the mark with these spells, but forces Scout's flash. I think even if it was underneath, it was looking like it was going to land, it probably just forces Scout to flash that instead, so overall, they get the best benefit that they were ever going to be able to get out of it. You can see once again that Shanks is extending that gold lead a little bit as well. Now he's going to get a couple of plates. This is in sacrifice to Flandra, though. Splitting XP, splitting this gold, while Gwen is getting free time on that top side to take turret plates for herself. We looked at it in the pre-show that this top lane head-to-head, Xiaozu, as far as top laners go, has had a very good gold disparity at that 15-minute marker. Well, we're heading to that same junction again, and Xiaozu currently 700 gold up over his counterpart.
And that Gwen is always going to be a Gwen.
Yeah.
Can always be able have that kind of carry potential in games. And it's going to be a good place for Xiaoxu to find some advantages as time goes on. Kind of combat that scaling that we were talking about, or at least that team fight potential that AL has. As he will be hitting that first item as well. The Rift Maker will be completed. JDG going to try to push in mid lane. We do have the Rift Herald coming up in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. And already, AL have had pretty significant objective control.
And one of the things that we praised AL for through regular season and into MSI as well was the way that their jungler Tarzan was able to find these objectives, and most importantly as well, his linking up with Kael to look for plays and to set up that vision. And it feels like in the early stages of this game we've not seen Tarzan go particularly for any aggressive plays even post this level 6. What we have seen though is him dominate those neutral objectives. AL are currently up in every regard. There's a Herald spawning in 40 seconds. I think that's the window where I'd like to see JDG try to punish and try to make something happen.
Scout should hit that first item now on this back coming through here. So as we get the redeploy coming out onto the map for this Rift Herald, as I'm wondering if he's actually going to be able to complete it. Maybe he's waiting for a little bit of gold. Does almost have his TP back up as well. He's been sitting in base for a long while. There you go. He just had to wait for like 20, 25 gold. But we'll be going to Ludens first. And this Rift Herald fight's important. Oh.
Quite aggressive as the wall comes down.
Shun's going to have to flash. That's unfortunate there, as it's just the Weaver's Wall play. He ends up getting Shun's flash, so the steal becomes difficult. The entrance becomes difficult, but JDG want to enter nonetheless.
And for me, it's about burning these flashes and then doing something with them. We saw Scout lose his flash 3 minutes ago. Hasn't really been punished, and JDG looking to take this fight. This is where that punish needs to come through from AL. There are 2 carries, no flash. Try to take them down. Kael has ult, has flash. This Orianna is a sitting duck.
Gonna get the TP coming in, and AL just give that entire side of the map. They're gonna ping down towards bot, try to get this outer turret. It's gonna be slim pickings there for them, just trying to recoup a little bit of that gold. It's still a very dead even game. But that Rift Herald will open things up in mid lane. It should gets a little bit handsy here. He's going to throw up the Rift Herald and might just throw up his life. Depth charge going to be used by Wink to make sure he can get out. The charge comes through.
The zoning quickness there from Kael as he just ults and then doesn't use his W to walk forward. I mean, for AL, this is like, they're still losing out on this. If they can't get something mid lane.
Oh, they actually are looking on Pays here. He doesn't really have any escape tools. Dawning Shadow buys time, but the seismic shove ends his life. Shanks finds the kill, and now they're going to follow up. Double shockwave, though, to respond. They end up finding good damage onto Kyle, and he will end up falling. Shun's still alive here. Another side.
How is Hope alive?
Xiaoshu coming alive, too. Now with this needle work, will only hit the tip of it. And that is a crazy fight 16 minutes in.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to credit Wink for his play around this setup and around that dive. Actually did pretty much everything he could to keep Paze alive for as long as possible, and through Flash Barrier and the Dawning Shadow coming down, he buys a lot of time, allows the TP to come through, and allows for JDG to punish AL for this overdive. So to keep your eyes on Wink here. Keeps an ulti onto the backline to try and keep them separated for as far as possible, and actually rooting up the Rakan on his entrance to this as well. Rehooks in Tarzan to allow for a double knock-up, and then able to also follow up and keep himself alive in the back half of this is the really important part. The fact that Hope is able to walk out through this topside jungle, I think if Scout had just refocused his attention to the topside, might have been able to find something a little bit better. You know, AL allowed to get Hope out, but I think that's a little bit lenient really from JDG.
Yeah, honestly, as now we have about 20 seconds for this next dragon. Weaver's Wall is going to be used onto Paze. They try to catch him out again. They realize he has no summoner spells. They get the outer tower, what they came for. Now they're going to collapse back over to the dragon. Would be that soul point on Mountain Soul for anyone's legend.
It's about if they can get those resets. They made a big play to try and take that tier 1 turret and committed Hope's ultimate as well to do so. Again, in a position where gold is about even, not really anything to split hairs between in any of these roles. It's JDG, though, that have started up this dragon. They're there first.
Scout's got an angle. Oh, they just take the fight. I think Shun wanted to try to take the dragon. Now Wink is overextended. He's about to give his life as well. Tarzan finds a big cyclone onto the backline. Kyle, he's just dip diving and dodging all over him. It's like pinball, and he's the ball. Right into the hole goes AL, and right into the soul point fight.
And JDG just weren't anywhere for that. Like, they didn't do anything. Wink went forward, looked for a hook. He managed to get away between Locket and a couple of shields from the rest of the team. But JDG just did nothing. They've still got Shockwave, Dawning Shadow, still got Needlework. They just didn't even bother trying to take that fight. Kind of resigned to the fact that they'd lost that before it even started. Now AL are sat with Soul Point ready. And in 5 minutes' time, JDG aren't going to have that same luxury where they can choose to just not go in. Seems like they're just on a completely different page as Wink.
Oh.
You know, unfortunately, hooks a wall instead of Shanks. And look at how he's able to get out of here, by the way. Shield comes through from W. Shield from Scout comes through. Locket as well buys time. But JDG just never once commit to this fight. Kyle buys all of that space. There's an equalizer down on one side, and Kyle just sort of dancing through everyone as well. Means that there's no entry for JDG, and they never really felt like it either.
And AL will take the lead off that, although a small advantage for them. Something they can absolutely build on. If they're in the advantage, well, it doesn't get easier, it feels like, for JDG until they can hit those big spikes. And speaking of some spikes, we are hitting those 2 items for some members here. Paze already has his rapid fire completed. And more importantly for Hope, he's got damage. He's got IE, he's got Yuntals.
I was going to say, if we're looking at 2 item spikes for AD carries, I'm more headed toward the Sivir, and I think that at this point in the game, Hope is so happy with his position. Yes, he's not going to be able to sort of do the 1v9 pop-off team fight. We don't quite have the Navori Flicker Blades coming through just yet, so the cycling of those Qs and Ws isn't quite as present. But versus the Senna, the Sivir is going to do so much more damage, and the 1v1 and the damage output in team fights is not even close. But that's kind of not why you take Senna at this stage in the game. You've still got Xiaozu, who's going to do a lot, Jun, who's going to do a lot, the Scout Orianna Ball as well, quite present in these team fights. It's when we get to the hyper late game that the Senna starts to come online. At the minute, Senna offers utility, offers you the shield through ulti, offers you the heals across longer, drawn-out fights. And it's about Paze reaching that 4th, 5th item where he can start to take over.
And that's going to be the spikes we're waiting on. Those are the moments we're waiting on, as it is AL collapsing to try to take this outer turret. They might have just made a fast play on the Scout. Scout instantly flashes, but he can't get out. Equalizer comes down as well. He's in trouble. He's left out by his lonesome. Even the depth charge couldn't save him, as AL strike again. And now they're just going to go for the Atacon.
Yeah, this whole time Xiaozu decided he wasn't committing to a fight here. He was splitting. He was going to take some gold. And it kind of left Scout out to dry almost. Look at the vision coverage on this top side for AL. Pink Ward's very deep in the jungle, and Kael and Shank zoning them away right now. Xiaozu TPing in, but this is 5v4.
Yeah, it's a bold TP, and the Atacon's already gone. So really not going to find anything off the back of that. They're going to try to collapse into mid, maybe take down this outer turret. It is just a really blow away from getting taken out, so they'll get some of that gold back at least.
Yeah, I do think that JDG just a little bit lost on the map here. Xiaozu should have kept on pushing, tried to threaten that tier 2 turret in that mid lane as well. Pays, I'd like to see him get this a little bit sooner. You can see now they're behind on the play to set up for Dragon. Pays has got to go back to base and now walk out to that bot side, try to defend his vision that his team is setting up. But look at the rest of AL. Hope's already clearing this mid wave. Now he can move into the jungle, move down to this bot side and help out his squad. And AL, they can completely run this bot side jungle. JDG walked top lane to have a look at the Atacon falling instead of doing anything productive on the map.
Kyle moving in now. Be that forward sword for AL. Tarzan stealing away the Chicky Nuggies from Shun. Shun's going to get engaged on by Tarzan, instantly going for the Cyclone Flash from Shun, trying to get out. Crescent Guards use Equalizer down. They have a lot of damage here, but the Dawning Shadow is going to save a lot of it. Shun going the other way, gets away from Shanks, but Xiaoxiu is already down. Flandra had taken his life from him. Pays tries to get some damage back into it, but JDG, they have to close ranks. They have to find something here, Rude.
And it's just desynced, you know, we're looking at the timings of these ultis. Jun goes in, he's able to buy a lot of time, then Xiaozu goes in, he buys a lot of time, ends up falling, and then Scout comes in after all of that, then uses the shockwave. It just doesn't feel like JDG are anywhere near on the same page. Like they've really got an idea of when or why they want to go for these fights. Would like to see them try and consolidate a little bit in when and where they're looking to try and take these skirmishes. If they're going to contest vision, then contest. But you can see that Jun's kind of half in, half out, not really making too good of a maneuver. And Hope is just free firing this whole time. AL largely 5 members strong and a massive core as we look back to live.
Meanwhile, it looks like a deja vu, but this time it's in mid lane. Scout is just taken out from the team surgically as AL try to cut off the rest of the squad. They end up finding Wink with it, a double kill to Hope, who just like in their last series is popping the hell off. And he is feeling himself now in this rise for anyone's legend.
And on this Sivir as well, he's got so much safety between the Flash and the Ghost and that spell shield as well, that he never really needs to be threatened by any single spell from JDG. Because they're so disorientated, because they aren't going in together, Hope's got time to cycle through his E cooldowns. Because he's never getting Nautilus ultied in tandem with a Xin Zhao jumping on him with an Orianna Shockwave. This combo of Xin Zhao Ori should be really easy to plug and play. Scout puts the ball on Jun, and then you hop on top of the Sivir. But Hope is playing with so much space, and also JDG are playing so haphazardly, so disconnected, that they're not able to execute on that.
And this was the biggest conversation, the biggest question coming in is why I was so excited to see what these teams were going to bring to us, because both of them finally coming off a win. JDG in this weird topsy-turvy up and down state, but AL, they just got their first win of Split 3, the champions from Split 2. And it's so crazy to me have seen that fall, but everybody talks about the MSI hangover. Everybody talks about what that brings to teams, and it's AL that finally look like themselves a bit here.
And I will say we've been here before. All 3 series that AL have played, they've looked very convincing in game number 1.
But they haven't won on red side.
They haven't, this is true. I would argue that this is maybe the least convincing that they've looked on game 1, even though this looks like they are doing exactly what they need to. This isn't nearly as dominant, let's say. It feels like JDG have kept
that's the
pace,
biggest difference.
let's say. But AL will look very well poised at this stage in the game to just go and take a win and probably be, you know, game 1 winners in this situation. Fighting up against a Mountain Soul is not going to be easy. We're waiting for a long time before the Senna, you know, gets to a critical stage. Infinity Edge doesn't really feel like it's going to do the job for JDG at this point, as anyone's legend kind of dancing on this top side, trying to starve out vision away from the Baron, because they've got 4 minutes before they need to do something on the bot side with regard to that Elder. So now is the time to have some fun at the Baron.
That's the big thing for me is that AL are playing so reserved. They know they have this team fight special that they can really use to force the issue against JDG. And speaking of, they're going to force the issue by starting up the Baron, try to get the TP out, try to get these tools out. It was all a bait, JDG. You chomped right down on it, and it was poison. Scout is able to get out with his flash. He's in a little bit of trouble now, but JDG will be licking their wounds after that one.
And there's not really been any protection for Scout, whether he's just in a bad position all the time or whether he's not walking with his frontline or frontline isn't walking with him. Kyle's getting access to this Orianna quite frequently, and it's not necessarily what we would expect.
Flandra had to run away. They're going to start up the Baron again. This is a bit bold from AL. Maybe second time to charm.
Good
Weaver's wall going to buy time. They're going to try to burn it. This is a little bit questionable as Chun goes in for the fight. Tarzan's already getting locked down, though, but he's cycloning his way out. He makes an escape, but they already found one back as now some of those damage, some of that AoE is really ringing true. Pays finds the flash play. That was devastating, and JDG find a little bit of something. Tarzan comes back to the fight, finds another one. Swinging his stick around, and Shank's throwing rocks. It's like we're in the Stone Age, but it's working for anyone's legend.
And barely AL come out on top of that. A very back and forth team fight. I think the Mountain Soul having some pretty big ramifications here. Some massive shielding coming through just as players try to commit to a secondary fight. No Baron taken down though, and for JDG that's a win. They stop the Baron going down, and honestly, they don't lose out on much more than anyone's legend. They get a big shutdown as well. Paze is able to flash forward, take a massive shutdown onto Hope. And yes, AL are going to take a couple of jungle camps, but AL will have been in this position and thinking, damn, we would have liked a pretty clean fight, and to have the Baron off the back of this as well. This fight gets split up. We get to see the power of Xin Zhao and Gwen. Flandra's ulti, after they get sort of separated by this Weaver's wall, first of all, creates a decision for Paze and Scout. Do they want to go over and commit, or do they come back and wait for that to go down? You can see that they elect to go backwards, but also Hope's trying to auto-attack here, but it's not actually doing any damage because Gwen W's down, Xin Zhao ulti's down. And all this time, we're not quite getting that Sivir power. Paze flashes in and decides, I've actually had enough, I'm going to take this AD carry down. And then we see this re-engage. But back on live, they're dancing around the Baron once again, Mazel.
I mean, AL are just returning to the pot here, stirring it a little bit, if you will. Shanks has a bit of an angle. He does not have the Weaver's wall available to him. Looks like it was just used on the hunt, also popped by Hope. Engage, not going to be there just yet from JDG. They find the seismic shot, the equalizer, Scouts down. They find the middleman, and now they're about to spread them apart. They find yet another pick on the Wink as well, and JDG, they're trying to retreat. They're throwing up the white flag. Please, mercy, anyone's legend.
Shanks with a great pick onto Scout. A massive flick means that the mid laner from JDG falls, and AL are going to be rewarded with the Baron.
Oh, man.
Wink throws away his life as well. We'll ignore Shanks' flash after the fact. But AL come up trumps.
And it's not a good game all around from JDG, but man, if it's not the talk of the town of how Scout has not been able to perform for this team all year, honestly.
Yeah.
And he is the one that gets picked out 2 times in a row.
And honestly, just a great flick from Shanks. If you want to have a little laugh here, we can watch him again. Looks for a second onto Zhaozu, not quite able to find it. Does sort of throw away his flash, but even still, the Baron is secured, and AL now in a much better spot than they were probably just a minute ago.
Like, what do you do in this situation? You are so backs against the wall. Now you have, like, the game-deciding objective already in the fight.
Honestly, for JDG, I don't know what they do. It's a really tricky spot for them to be in.
Questions.
Many difficult questions, Marcel, and I've sat here trying to figure out an answer for you. I'm afraid it's just not possible.
The answer
JDG, they're looking for a flip.
Is to just start it up. Yep, why not?
I mean, they see Kyle coming around.
Oh, this is a commit. They're literally TPing on the wrong side of the fight, or at least the opposite side of the fight here. Here comes Shanks, AL. They're just going to try to close this one down. Wink's already going out. That's the front line shattered for anyone's Legends fight going forward into JDG, and it's looking like a party for anyone's Legend. They even throw up the panda emotes. Everybody's having a good time except for JDG.
Game number 1 for AL. A colossal fight down around the bottom side. Clean ace. Never really looked close. JDG, a bit of a desperation play. They weren't really going to get much better of a situation than that, and that kind of tells the story of it.
Yep. And anyone's legend for the first time in the split, they will find a red side win. It was their namesake, it felt like, in split number 2. They were the red side team. They were one of the only teams that felt like would choose red side. And now they finally find that win, especially off that momentum of coming off a win finally over WE. It looks like they've taken that momentum and honed it into a weapon to use against JDG.
Yeah, really solid weapon as well. And I mean, yes, we've been here before where we've been happy, we've been really excited by AL. I want to cultivate everyone's expectations that their series that they played versus BLG, they did the same thing in game number 1. They looked incredible, and then all of a sudden BLG came alive.
You said it. You know, it's escaping me right now. There was like a phrase you used.
I said game 1 merchants, but I'm
game
not gonna...
1 Andes. That's
game 1 Andes. Yeah, game 1 Andes, game 1 merchants. They love a game 1. Do AL? They'll come out swinging. They'll come out punching. But I need to see them win this series. I'm not sold on them yet until the series is over.
That's true. I'm right there with you, man. Both these teams have been really lacking that consistency, and especially in the ultimate split of the year, when we have all those spots for Worlds on the line, but there's so many hurdles you have to jump through to even get to that point. You really need to start picking up those wins left and right. It's a double round robin, but less teams this year, so less games for you to middle round with. And anyone's legend looking very clean in this game number 1. And that's where we can maybe take a little bit more of an introspective look at JDG, because they were running around like chickens with their heads cut off, Rude.
Yeah, and we made a big point about Scout getting caught out numerous times. I'd like to hammer home that it's not actually just Scout, like in these team fights. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody is sort of lost and not particularly doing what they're supposed to be doing, and it seems to me it speaks to a lack of planning almost going into these fights, where they're not too sure what it is they're looking to do. So it means that they're just kind of caught out, or they're not set up. They never felt ready to take any of those fights. And when you look at JDG, historically, they're a team that, with these players, can team fight really, really well. They've got some solid fighters in their roster, but that if they don't have those battle lines drawn, and if they don't have the, let's say, early setup ready to go where they know what they're going to do, they're kind of struggling.
Yeah, they are indeed. Oh my God, that's a cliff. I mean, absolutely just blew up for anyone's legend. 31.5 minutes in, and it was all teed off of almost near perfect objective control from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's that one Rift Herald and one Grub that ended up being picked up by JDG, so it's a very small advantage that they were able to find, and unfortunately not one that they were able to hammer home particularly. And I will say as well that when I look at AL taking this first game, obviously it fills you with that confidence, and looking at Hope again in particular really stood out as a player to keep our eyes on in that early game and into the late game as well. Was very consistently doing the damage that a Sivir needs to do.
Yeah, and there were moments like this. I really liked the lane swap that we ended up seeing from JDG, but some punishes hit real hard from AL, and just some really decisive moments. And for me, we could talk about the game 1 Andy stuff. That's cool. But this felt like, again, like I was saying in the cast, like a return to the AL that had been so decisive in Split 2, that we had seen good moments from. And especially the kind of using a great draft and then supplementing with great execution as well.
And that's how they get you, Mazel. That's how they get you. They reel you in. They reel you in with this game 1, and they're like, yeah, guys, we're back. We never left, and then you get excited, and then you think
they have Tabe as the marketing manager. I feel like he could sell me anything.
That's true. Honestly, that guy could, and that's absolutely where they're going with this. I think that he's the brains behind the project, where he also gives them, impossible to win drafts in games 2 and 3, and that's what the story is that he's helping them
sell me this
get more
pen, and it
time.
just gets worse.
Starts off with the classic pitch. He does really well. How about life? What do you value? And then all of a sudden he starts talking to you about gardening, and you're thinking, how does this relate to anything?
Well, hopefully there will be no gardening talk today, even though maybe some harvest got taken care of here for AL versus JDG. Ended up being a little bit more one-sided than the early parts of the game would maybe lead out to, but this was the devastating one. This was the moment that kind of led to the beginning of the game, is Scout just not able to predict where that seismic shove was coming from.
And as well, right, we talked about, Scout having a pretty shaky performance. Talk about Shanks stepping up at the crucial moment, finding that flick, literally finding the pick that wins them the game. Yes, the game was already, pretty well off as far as it goes anyway. But he's the one who starts that fight. He's the one who finds the pick and is able to engage that target.
The pandas emotes are so cute. My God, they're all synchronized because it's the when you get the ace kind of thing.
Yeah,
I appreciate that the players have bought into the panda moniker. Like when Flandra was playing the Yorick, he was playing the panda cat skin thing where it turns everything into pandas. I mean, the whole team they've got their marketing scheme down, and I think it yes, looked good for game number 1. I guess we'll see if that ends up paying out in the long run of things. But who do you give MVP to for this game 1 of the series?
I'm not certain. I can't put my finger on it. I mean, Hope had a really solid performance. I don't think Tarzan had a bad game. I don't really think that Kyle had a bad game, to be honest. I think that his Rakan was pretty instrumental in a lot of these fights. So anybody from the bot lane is who I'd be happy with.
Okay.
We can either have a Sivir win or a Rakan MVP.
All right, well, we'll see who ends up getting it. It's Tarzan. Neither of those. Get out of here, rude dude. As Tarzan with that objective control and constant pressure after he got that level 6 mark really felt good.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. I can understand it.
He
and I
did
can
nothing
see it.
for like 50% of the game and still gets it. It's fine.
Yeah. That'll happen. That'll happen occasionally.
That will happen, and it did happen, rude dude. But you know what else is going to happen? A little break while we get ready for that next game here as we're getting ready for the second between these two teams. We'll see if JDG can bounce back and bring us to 3 after AL's first red side win of the split, and we'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we are off almost into our second game of the final series of the day. It's been a long one, and it might just get a little bit longer. We'll see if JDG can bounce back. But before we get to that, if you want to play like the pros you see on your screen, or maybe something like it in your own solo queue games, take the opportunity to learn directly from pros themselves. Whatever your rank is, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session with prodiff.gg. It's really, really awesome. You get like one-on-one coaching. They like sit with you and they give you their perspective on what you could do differently, what they would do in your same position. And I think that kind of mindset or that kind of knowledge can go a long way in terms of your own development itself. You'll work with one-on-one with coaches from recent players in the NACL, ERLs, and the LTA, who will teach you to play just like a pro. You can also use the code LPL10 to get 10% off at checkout, as well as supporting the LPL English broadcast itself. Huge shout out to prodiff.gg. Really loved their sponsorship across NACL and here now with the LPL English.
Yeah, really solid program if you can look to take advantage of it if you're looking to level up that solo queue gameplay and maybe start to play a little bit like some of the teams on our screen. If you're at that level, try and extend it a little bit further. I mean, back to this series, AL had a very convincing game number 1 up against JDG. They are 1-0 up now. And looking to hand JDG their 3rd loss in the season. JDG, though, looking to turn that back around, make it that they are the ones on the front foot and send us to a game number 3.
And it feels good to see anyone's legend back to form, but as you had mentioned, and as we have to keep repeating, they are Game 1 Andes. Every series they've had have gone to 3, and they just won their first one against WE not that long ago. So being able to take some of that momentum is huge, but you got to see that consistency come through. Another game win brings that closer to being answered. And for JDG, it's just looking for synergies, man. Look for something, ease of execution, togetherness, and really playing to their strengths, right? Like the mid-jungle duo for this team should be strong, and they can lean on the carry potential for Pays, but Pays was on the Senna last game and not really on that super carry potential early into the game.
Yeah, I do think that Pays on Senna is handicapping JDG a little bit. It's putting resources into other areas of the map that, you know, unfortunately just aren't quite strong enough currently. And I do think that, like you say, on paper, JDG should have a very strong mid-jungle duo, but it seems like that link-up, that pairing between the two of them just hasn't quite been right, and whether or not they can fix that going into Split 3 and through the remainder of it, we'll have to wait and see, because there have been glimmers, there have been flashes like their last series where they look incredible, where Scout looks amazing, in fact. But unfortunately, that just wasn't the case last time round. Got caught out, got picked up, and lost his team very crucial moments.
A lot of respect being paid in this second draft. JDG still going to be on the blue side after losing that game number 1. They're going to ban away Shanks's Yone first and foremost. I think it's a big shout out there. The Aurora and the Azir all focused towards that mid lane matchup. But it is that Varus as well as the Vi ban by anyone's legend and that Scion that just feels like it's so strong. Yeah, Pantheon being open, it's got to be an instant pickup from Chun.
Yeah, we don't have. We could probably see Trundle traded by Tarzan, or if Jun fancies the Trundle over the Pantheon. It's not something that we've seen too frequently, but could be the answer. But yeah, Pantheon gets taken here by JDG nice and early. Jun, one of the players who I've actually seen get to pilot the Pantheon and typically look pretty good on it. I expect this trade to come through. We know that these are the two most premier prized junglers for the time being, and this does give different playstyles as well. Pantheon gives you that slight opportunity to play those side lanes, to give Xiaozu or to give Scout something a little bit more free reign in that side lane. Thinking of things like Rise in the mid lane could maybe start to come through as something that has that side lane control and that can also benefit from having a Pantheon in his game. And there you go. As soon as sort of AL recognize that, their heads are screwed on straight, and they can maybe think to take it away.
Yeah, just trying to find a lot of mobility out of that mid lane to be able to move around, be able to have influence, and be able to pair up with Tarzan when the inevitable Shun gank come through or the Grand Starfalls really come to bear. It might just end up being another comfort for Shanks. It's going to be his Annie, so you have that extra CC layering coming in.
Yeah, now we're looking at whether or not they can really pilot a ton of damage through the rest of their roles. Annie and Trundle aren't your big ticket hyper carry style champions, so looking to see what it is that AL are going to give to Hope or maybe to Flandre for the rest of their damage profile. Early here, JDG do take the Corki, so opting out of a matchup in that mid lane, and looking noticeably, Victor is still open. That's typically one of the answers to the Annie. A lot of a longer range mid laner that can try and punish her earlier on, but Scout not feeling comfortable enough to take that early doors, and instead JDG elects to find a bot lane early on.
I do appreciate this combo from Pace and Wink, though, and giving Wink this kind of forward momentum for himself to try to take that away from AL a little bit, but also just so much kind of go jump on people and take them down potential for JDG. Maybe a little bit of that now for Anyone's Legend as we get the Kai'Sa locked in for Hope.
Yeah, I look at this and I don't see insane dive from AL necessarily. Like, yes, you've got a Tibbers who can try and find access to the backline. Trundle's going to be trying to get there, but isn't going to make it happen easily. So we're looking at something out of the top side that is going to be very geared towards dive, that can be helping out helping out AL in their access to that backline and helping out Hope as well. Maybe Kyle's going to be able to find something from that bot side that can do the same. Thinking Alistair as a ban here for JDG wouldn't go amiss. Maybe that Rel as well, who we've already seen, taken away by JDG even, is a pretty good answer.
I do love some of this mid lane bans coming through in the second phase from AL, giving JDG a little bit of their own medicine from that first phase. But the Silas also would be a massive factor here. It's going to be the Alistar ban by JDG, though, so focusing that support pool. They
could also put the Corki into the mid lane. It does then limit their options for the AP. Maybe could put Pays on an AP mage down on the bot side, but again, I think that limits their capability and limits what Pays can do for the team more than anything. I haven't been overwhelmed by Corki's performance as far as bot laners go, I will be honest, so not against the idea that JDG might look elsewhere for it. But AL at the minute need to find their support pairing, and they need to find their top laner as well. Most likely going to take the top lane as a counter pick and answer, and we'll see what it is that AL are looking for now for support.
Kyle can't pick the Rakan again, even though he really wants to. He has been wanting to cook a little bit in that bot lane, figure out what he wants to go for. It's going to be the Nico, so follow up CC there too, and some peel that they can use.
Yeah, Nico a really good champion at keeping people off of your backline as well. I feel like before she became this massive engage threat, her benefits and her power came from when people would engage onto you and you would just stop them in their tracks. And then people realized that between Proto Belt and Flash, you can actually have some really good engage tools yourself.
Why does Galio get his taken out and Nico still gets to have hers? Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Questions that will never be answered.
And it's a tricky question, one that will be removed probably in... I don't know. Probably in
say less than
the end
year.
of this year. I'd say. But that Ryze does finally get locked in, right? Talked about it in the first phase, that it's a really good pick to try and pair up with this Pantheon, and JDG in the end kind of wrestle with that, decide that's what they want. Doesn't necessarily offer the same range that a Victor does, but it does mean that as you move into the late game, you'll be quite happy trying to navigate these side lanes. The Cassante taken blind here does open up for something like a Jace to come through, for Flandre on that top side, if they want to go for more damage as well.
We talked about this at the beginning of the day, how Flandre has had to take a little bit of a back seat. Maybe had to put the fries in the bag on Ornn a couple times here, and he's going to get that job again. He's going to do it well, but it's going to be a job nonetheless that he has to tackle.
Yeah, I mean, you can just sort of tell that this actually meshes a lot better with the AL composition. We were talking about the Kai'Sa and what the Kai'Sa has to offer currently. Well, not too much dive had been built up. Kyle maybe that more secondary engage, but now with an Ornn as well, they have got those tools to get access to the backline, and they've got a way for Hope to dart in to try and take down Pace, to try and take down Scout as well.
And on the other side for JDG, they do have a lot of go-forward style to them. Is it going to be enough to kind of crack that armor? I mean, if they get a lead going for themselves, it feels like they will be favored in that case.
It's about whether or not they can generate that advantage early on. I mean, they're relying very heavily on the Pantheon and the Corki's laning and an early game dominance. More so than anything, I feel like the Ryze is going to be a bit of a sleeper in the early game. The Cassante probably needs a little bit of time as well versus the Ornn to really start to come into his own. So finding that lead again is going to come down to Jun. We saw a really good gank from him early on the Xin Zhao in that top lane when they lane swapped, but after that really fell to the wayside and felt a little bit neutered in the game. It's about whether or not Jun can step up further, if he can make more of a move and start to do a little bit extra across the map.
And to see some of that team play come through. Gotta look like they've played as 5 before together. And memes aside, I mean, they obviously have. And we'll see exactly how they can bounce back into this one. AL have always gone to 3 so far in split number 3. We'll see if they can end up winning another red side game here as we head into game 2 of the final series of the night. They're giving it their all there. I like it.
Yeah.
Level 1 coming through.
Not bad. As both teams get a little bit of Gyos and their trade of those brushes, or a trade of wards in those brushes. So both the bot lane is going to be at least a little bit familiar with what it is that either one is going to look to achieve in the early stages. Again, reminder that we expect to see a really big advantage for AL in the bot lane early on, just because this Nico with the Comet is going to look to try and harass, try to poke out both Pays and Wink. Should make those engage opportunities for the bot lane of JDG quite difficult.
Looks like both junglers going to be starting up on top side. I like this move from the bot lane 2v2. Just see who can get that advantage going for themselves. And just as a little peek through to the future, who do you feel like wins in the ultimate scaling combat? In the ultimate moment, 35 minutes in, I'm leaning on JDG a little bit.
I can never count out a Kai'Sa. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's my other side of this, is that if we see Hope go this, AP poke Kai'Sa, like it's just so difficult to ever get in range of a Kai'Sa, and by the time that you do, she's normally landed 2 Ws on you, and you're already like super chunked and probably lose anyway. It's really tricky though, and it is a close one. Ryze and Corki don't scale badly; they are just short range.
Yeah. That's going to be something they have to contend with as well. A little bit of vision game being played here. JDG will know the path from Tarzan, will know the timing at least. But with these paths going down towards bot lane, we know that's exactly where the focus is going to be, because you can really springboard off of that into a lot of things. The thing we loved about AL in that game 1 was the jungle constriction they put on JDG in terms of neutral objectives.
And Tarzan has always been really good at that, mainly linking up with Kyle to potentially make some of those things happen. I do think that's going to be a little bit neutered in this game, just because Kyle wants to really punish through this early game, use the power of the Nico with Comet to keep JDG at bay. And honestly, one of the real weaknesses of Kai'Sa is her ability to lane. So if you can use a really strong support to navigate those weaker portions of Kai'Sa's game, then that's a really big benefit to AL, and will give Hope the ingress to the game that he needs to be a powerful threat.
This jungle matchup going to be pivotal as ever, but also still going to go back to mentioning one of my favorites that we've had in kind of the new age of the LPL, both guys. He's finding some cerebral ways to think about things. Tarzan typically going for some unique paths, trying to find the way into the jungle matchup itself. As we see them come to a head, it's all over the Scuttle Crab. And we'll see who ends up taking it first. Tarzan going to use that frozen ground. He has so much extra damage here, but should trying to line things up here. Tarzan getting a little bit low. He wants to be able to flash over that wall. Shanks has the first move, and they will not have Scout. He's going to be able to TP back, but both mid laners are going to reset off that. The flash plays coming through, potentially coming in here, as Wink can go for it. Hope tries to get over the wall. Pays ends up falling with the Valkyrie, but won't be able to follow damage through.
So some of the spells burned, and they still want their Scouts coming in to push the wave. AL, they need to rescue this here. You can see Shanks dropping waves mid to get here in time, but he's going to be too late.
Oh, it's too late. Hope is going to be left. No, the CC. Kyle, you absolute monster. They aren't able to get Pays, though, in the end. They might be able to chase, though. They do want it. Shanks can't find the angle there. And that's first blood for JDG.
And that there is the pinnacle, really, of what we were hoping for from JDG, and what we've seen from Jun almost. This unwillingness to accept defeat there, where he just says, I'm actually going to keep going, and you know, if you join me, then great, but we are looking for this dive, and we actually got to see a little bit of the team joining up there as Flandre.
Double flash play in the top side. Flandre wanted that solo, had the brittle proc there, but can't find Xiaoshu.
Very close one, though. Looking at the way that these two top laners are scuffling it out, Cassante typically a very good answer to the Ornn in the laning phase in particular, but you know, we're getting to see Flandre there run a little bit of that top matchup, forcing the flash early on, even though it is traded. Small advantages being picked up by Flandre, and that gold lead in the top lane as well, dead even. We were highlighting Xiaozu for his ability in this season to really step into group Ascend after having been a Nirvana top laner for split number 2. His ability to sort of meld in quite well to this first split and to this top tier has been pretty good.
Yeah, it's nice to see some of the talent from RNG be spread across the league here when things not going so well for them, and trying to get a little bit of that out into other teams, and now thinking about how that impact's going to be here. I mean, the Cassante is going to have a lot of impact in these fights, and especially kind of weeding out that front line, being able to kind of be that buffer for the squad. But we've had objectives up on the table for a little bit here, Rude Dude, and no focus on it just yet. It's an Infernal Dragon first up for the Dragon stacking, and in about a minute and 40, it's the first grub spawn.
The minute it's JDG with that early pressure, the early team making the move down there, and I think that with this swap coming through, Shanks being on the top side probably stops AL from wanting to take this fight. And that means that that's just all it's going to be. Keeping the powerful pieces of the game on the top side of the map means that AL aren't going to have an opportunity to contest this Drake.
And this is how AL played game number... Oh my goodness. That got way too close for comfort. This is how AL played game number 1. You got to remember, they were very reserved. They kind of let JDG be rambunctious and then found the moment to strike. Now the compositions were a little bit different, but I'd say that might be the approach that AL are using here. I don't know if they want to necessarily give over all the grubs, though.
No, I would like to see some semblance of a contest. I think that you have really good ultimate spikes with the Ornn, with the Annie as well. So we're hoping to see that they can use Kyle level 6 as well if he can get to that marker just in time. You can already see he's got a decent experience lead over Wink, who is level 4, but the Nico level 6 is a massive tool if you can use it. Think back to you know, 2024, where we were talking about supports taking minion experience from mid lane to ding level 6 in time. It's that same sort of thing for Kyle this time round, where he wants to get level 6 before these grubs spawn so that he can have the power in that team fight, but even Hope not really at that timer just yet, so he's going to struggle to get a Nico ulti in this fight.
And that's honestly a big difference maker in how the approach to the fight can work in these kinds of situations. But that level 6 mark going to be important for both sides of the battle here as we approach this grub fight. Might just be Grubageddon for this game, maybe this series.
Yeah, with that early move, as you'd mentioned, Xiaozu no teleport, so that is just going to... It's probably just going to be AL taking it, as you'd highlighted. So with that, it's a funneling of gold onto the top laner for JDG, and again, something that we saw from JDG in Game 1. It didn't really pan out for them. Right? The Gwen didn't have that massive impact, wasn't able to have that big team fight that we so know for Needleworks to be able to pop off, and maybe this time round, giving gold to Xiaozu, they'll look for something a little bit more in that side lane and try to really use the Cassante as a tool to take out Hope.
Oh, they really wanted Shake. Shake just baited them out.
They really want
him. Coming too. They are using everything. He has flash, but he can't get out. The CC chain is too much, and Shun will get the kill again.
Yeah, 2 flashes and 3 ultimates expended there, so they are committing a heavy amount to that top side, meanwhile leaving this mid lane completely open. Remember, Trundle plus Grubs is a lethal duo, so Hope and Kyle in tandem have already taken down 2 of these.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's got flash, so he gets out to safety, but doesn't really protect anything. Still going to lose out on a 3rd plate in that mid lane. Anyone's Legend, they get 3 plates mid in exchange for 2 plates top and a kill. Technically still worthwhile for JDG.
Yeah, in the long run. We'll see if it ends up paying off for them totally, but right now, JDG looking a lot more in sync for game number 2 comparatively to that game number 1 that we saw of them. And we'll see if that changes or if things get a little bit more topsy-turvy once this first item spike comes through for either side.
It is going to be that Dragon 90 seconds time, which those first item spikes are particularly important at,
I love the Thornmail.
And it's a really early one. It's been picked up and it's giving a lot of armor. I'll give it. But what's the love of Thornmail here?
I don't know. I appreciate the fact that he's able to just kind of stand in fights and deal some heal cut back as well. I know he's taking it a little bit more for pays and things along those lines later. But still, hey, it's a cheap item. You can get it under your belt, ready for the fight.
Kyle with some good heads-up play here, keeping Shanks, you'd like to think, safe, but was able to just about use the Molten Shields to get out to safety. Now level 6 on this Nico, so expect to see Kyle start to try and make some plays on the map. And maybe start to look for a defense of Shanks in this top side, who has been getting worked a little bit by this Rise. We're seeing Scout able to just barely play on the edge of his range, bully out the Annie without having too much of a response from Tibbers in this side lane. But no flash for Tarzan, no Scout.
The flash play from Shanks, though, it's going to be enough. Scout has no flash. He burned it when they caught him earlier.
Just jockeying the vision there on that top side. Frozen Domain gives the Trundle the movement speed to walk in and be able to pillar Rise in place. Double flashes burn, so Kyle and Shanks both using that to make a play onto Scout, I think is a bit of an overcommit. Probably only needed one of those to make the play happen, and a long chase down would have been possible. But they instead elect to go for a quick snap play, make it so that there is absolutely no way that the Rise can get out to safety. But they committed quite heavily to this Rift Herald, or to the top side, to that Scuttle Crab. And now they're losing out on time down on that bot side, where the Dragons just spawned and they still haven't taken their resets.
Yeah, that's a little bit of troublesome moments for them. But Kyle just based the pick. No! Scout! I can't watch my goat! No! Oh, it's JDG trying to make a play now, but it's a 2v3, 2v2 now. Kyle trying to put down some damage, but Tarzan is just whacking them, man. It's playing whack-a-mole at the arcade right now, and JDG are the ones popping their head out of the hole.
So it's a 2-for-1 on that top side. It's another win for AL. It's the power of this Trundle really coming to bear. The Subjugate giving him so many stats and making sure that he's able to stand tall in that skirmish. Finds 2 for the price of 1. And it's Scout once again just on side lane, losing out.
And it's so funny. Not funny, maybe isn't the right word for it, but on LNG, when he's coming to the end of the time he spent over there, it was literally boom or bust. If he was winning the game, if he was active, if he was being proactive with his picks, he was always able to kind of single-handedly carry the team. But when things weren't going well, he would be sent off to side lane, and sometimes that wouldn't work out for him. And here he's been punished twice in a row trying to do that.
It's about that recognition, knowing that actually that's where they punish Scout. But now Tarzan, the one under fire.
Still has flash, can get over the death wall there, as I like to call it. But now Flandra has shown up, still has the ultimate. They can pull the trigger here. They're going to go for it. Hope waiting to go in as well. Hope trying to find it. Void Seeker in. Double knock up, triple knock up as well. Now Shun on the wrong side of the fight. He has to be careful because the rest of the team from AL is going to chase him down. Dragon's going to go through. He's locked down. He can't. With flash and everything there, he goes down. Dragon goes to anyone's legend as well.
And that's 2 carries from JDG that just sit, look at their F key and think, nah, I'm good, pal, I'll just die. JDG lose out on 2 people. They don't fight for the Dragon. They can't fight because they get CC'd and taken down. And, this is really quite fundamental stuff. Flashing the critical cooldowns, you would think, would be something that they can do. But AL are quite happy to just fire those straight line skill shots, land them and take them down quite easily. Flandra with a double knock up from the Ornn. We're getting to see Jun also just getting bullied around in the pit. And yes, they're able to bully Tarzan a little bit. They take a chunk onto him, but look at the power here. He flashed! Oh my god, and he lived? That's crazy! Now look at Pace, flash ready this whole time.
Yeah.
So much time. You're in the face of 4 people. Why aren't you flashing?
This one is the one I'm question mark. That one for sure. He gets. I mean, he could have flashed this whole time. Yeah. Okay. Nope. You're right.
We have our summoner spells for a reason.
I'm trying to defend them. Oh, that feels real bad. That feels real bad. Anyways, JDG back on the map. I mean, it's only about a 2,000 gold deficit. They're still going to try to be proactive themselves and make this play around this Rift Herald now too, but AL are here.
Okay, and we'll see. Maybe this is why they saved their summoner spells, Mazel, for the big fight around the Herald that AL can't possibly win with all of these summoners.
This is a weird position, but Wink just goes for the play. They get the double CC, the Pop Blossom over top. Hope comes in with the Killer Instinct. You got to watch Hope. He's on Scout trying to get the fight in. All out comes in. Xiaoshu gets shanked beautifully out of the fight now too. Now AL have to flash away from the advance of JDG.
Yeah, Shattering Strike gets dodged by Hope's flash there, and it's a win for JDG. Engaged by Wink really sets them up nicely. It's a 2-for-1 in the long run, and Xiaozu with a very good escape, using a taxi of Shanks to turn the play back around and instead make them win out on that fight. Hope has no ulti, still has barrier here if Paze wants to try and look for a fight, and as far as Kai'Sa items go, we are on a pretty weak point. Yes, he's got the Q evolve, but no attack speed to speak of just yet. The little bits that come from Kraken aren't going to be enough for him to be able to take this fight. As we get another look at this skirmish, Wink spots Tarzan, and they know that they don't want to give a 50-50. They go straight in for him. With a double stun there as well, doesn't look bad at all. It's a great disengage Pop Blossom from Kael. Like we talked about in the draft, it can do a lot of work to try and keep people safe. But Xiaozu here, just barely able to keep himself alive with a ulti over the wall, and despite all of that, it's AL that start up the next attempt on the Herald.
Shanks, unfortunately, took the Underground Express straight to his death, chauffeured by Xiaoshu. And that's something you got to be careful of in these moments, especially how important Shanks is going to be to the lockdown characteristics of AL. As now we look back on the map state of things, Scout's going to get a side lane turret, so he'll be back to his shenanigans. But it's going to be a full press in mid lane and moving over with the Rift Herald towards top to get a double crash. It's not going to be able to. It's way too tight.
Yeah, we don't have those angles, unfortunately. Maybe if he'd have gone, I don't know how the top lane Rift Herald driving works as JDG fishing. Unfortunately, they didn't dangle the bait wide enough, and I think that this positioning is a little bit spooky as we see Jun behind Paze, not the position you'd normally like.
Oh, Engelbarb did connect, but they can't follow through on it. Both teams really just not super confident in where they can enter and how they can enter here. Tarzan just wants to pull the trigger. AL are bloodthirsty.
Yeah, it's very hit or miss.
Kael baited him. He goes in with the double, hits the 2-2. Wink gonna go down to Hope now too, and Shun trying to block off against Kael and Hope, but Hope finds the other angle on him with the Killer Instinct, but now he's in trouble. He's by himself.
Oh!
Big play from Shanks, double CC, and Hope is still alive. AL's kicking, and it's right into the teeth of JDG. They might not have any molars left. They're definitely not gonna even have any front ones.
A massive flash from Shanks saves that team fight. It looked for all the world like Paze was going to be able to pop off and go crazy. Not the case though. Shanks immediately flash stuns, catches Paze out, and it then gives just enough damage for Hope to be able to win that 1v1 between the marksmen in the back half of this fight. Wink dodging massively here, missing out on that Shattering Strike. Why is he walking in? Gets caught by Kael, and it's a 2-for-1 deal. They catch out Wink, they catch out Jun as well, but then Paze here, free hitting this whole time. You're thinking he's getting good damage onto Hope actually. What could change this? Well, it's a flash W from the Annie. The Disintegrate follows through as well, and had that not came through, Hope probably loses out on that side fight. Kael probably dies to him as well, and then the rest of this looks completely different.
Just some of these decisions, man, it brings me back to what made this team so lethal. Hope is playing with the inch of his life there, and he uses the Killer Instinct to get away from Xiaoshu's entrance where he was coming out of the fight. I mean, those little decisions mean so much, and now JDG, their heads are on a swivel. They've been spinny, and they have no hope in these fights right now. Oh, they're gonna catch Scout too, maybe?
For all the criticisms that I gave AL in game number 1 and saying, yeah, we've seen this before.
Oh,
this time round, game 2 looks pretty good. Scout spotted out on this side lane. Tarzan Kael
instantly
swarming.
As soon as they see him, they pounce. And Hope finds another kill. He'll go to 4-1 and 5 on the Kai'Sa. And that'll be the outside turret also going to AL. They have ballooned this lead, Rude.
We talked a little bit about who do we favor as this game gets later. Well, currently, if I see a Kai'Sa with 4 kills, 5 assists, and her 2-item spike completed, that's who I'm going to favor, especially when we look across a 2.1 thousand gold lead over his counterpart. Hope continues to deliver for AL and continues to be one of these lifeblood pieces. Coming into this season, I don't think that was the expectation. This bot lane trio of Shanks, Hope, and Kael had been together for a little bit. They brought in Tarzan and Flandre to rejuvenate the roster, and we thought that they were going to be the pieces that became the most consistent. And credit to Tarzan for being able to step into that role and do exactly that. But I think that Hope has really delivered consistently in that facet too.
And these last 2 series, it has been the Hope show. And you have to remember, I mean, we talked about it already. He made his big break on JDG in that 2022 roster. He got relegated to go to Team WE after that. He was there for over a year. And that was the team that had that crazy undefeated streak before they went to Asia Games and then fell apart. And then since then, over this last year, almost 2 years now, him and Shanks coming over, being the core pieces that this team was built around, and now paying off in spades, Rude.
Yeah, it's really working out well for them, and if they can contest this Atacon and keep it for themselves, it puts this series in a very good spot. They do back away. The tanking of the Atacon, notoriously a tricky feat. And JDG able to force them off. They've still got Flandre's ulti. They've still got everything available to them. I think they're waiting on Shanks' flash probably as the main source of, I'd say engage, but mainly just the thing that they're waiting for the most. Everybody backs off. Everybody takes their time. We've got 2 minutes on another dragon, and then I expect to see AL make sure that they've got good purchase on that. With 2-1 on those already, would be a shame to see them lose out on that stacking.
And I know we were extremely critical of this AL team, but I think in some ways you can give them a breath and you can't. You can talk about the MSI hangover, but you can also talk about needing some of that consistency. And I think we were so down on some of the performances because they looked honestly awful in a lot of those. And to see them start to bubble back to the surface. I mean, I'm not ready to say AL's back just yet, but these kinds of consistent performances are what you need to see from a top-level team, a team that received their first ever championship as an organization just last split in the LPL. Now AL going to force the memo, force the pressure, get this Atacon going, but it's going to be the pull onto the bot side of the fight. I think Flandre didn't really want to do that. The Atacon just buying time at least with the ulti there for him. And he will end up getting that out with the rest of the team. So the permanent buff goes over, and all it costs is Flandre's ulti.
It's just making sure that the Pantheon can't get in. If there's a flash and a steal, the game becomes a lot harder, or necessarily the fights are a little bit trickier. Flandre here just using his ulti as disengage, knowing actually we don't want to fight after this. We're just going to take the Drake or take the Atacon and be happy with that. Means they won't have called the Forge God for this dragon that's spawning 45 seconds before that comes up. But with the lead that they've got, with Shanks now having flash again, Kael having flash as well, maybe that doesn't need to be the case. Maybe they can just take the fight without the Ornn ulti.
Yeah, honestly, really what they need is Kael to play with the minds of JDG or just find a big, at least Tibber stun play with Shanks. We'll have the flash available for it too. Dragon coming up now would be Soul Point on a Cloud Soul for AL.
What's actually been really big is these mages coming to work for AL. 11 out of 12 kill participation for Shanks. Kael as well, 12 out of 12, doing really well. But JDG looking for a death brush, gets spotted.
Whoa, all right. They know that Kael
there we
can
go!
find it. A 3-man Pop Blossom into the double Tibber CC, and Hope goes to the back line. Hope finding the backside with the Killer Instinct and melts down 2 into parts. JDG being ripped from their very lives in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Zhaozu finds one on the backside. He's able to take down the support, but it does not matter. Shanks the next one on the chopping block. Zhaozu
He does end up finding a little bit here. Doesn't have enough, though. And Shanks puts him down with the Flame Blast. And the ulti came back up. It's in time. And the Killer Instinct is not up. But the Void Seeker helps. And Pays gets chomped down by Tarzan.
And Scout got caught up there by the knockup, probably thankful that his AD carry has to give his life for this. And that's the power that this AL composition has. The re-engage, the Ornn ulti wasn't available for the initial fight, but just there and then he's able to find one extra on the backside of this. I will just say, quick credit to Zhaozu for being able to look competitive in this fight, where the rest of his team kind of floundering around. Maybe the free access to the backline helped a little bit there, but it's anyone's legend coming out on top once again, and JDG looking for, again, a little bit of a desperation play. Kael sort of spotted this earlier on, and with a massive flash knock-up triple on the Pot Blossom, Junzi's going the wrong way. Wink does a good effort at trying to disengage, but the second Hope gets into that backline. It's already curtains.
Dude, he does so much damage once those plasma stacks come up. And again, like you said, Xiaoshu looking serviceable in these moments, but Hope just skirting the edge. Shanks was the ended up play from Xiaoshu, but he's able to get away.
Yeah,
and
dodge skew there, dodge skew there.
Yeah, able to get the CC back up. He had the stun back up. The fact that Flandra's ult comes back up at the end there, just you know, comedic in a lot of ways. There's some pings coming down because they've already started up the Baron for AL.
Yeah, I mean, 2-man of Trundle Kai'Sa can do this. It's about JDG trying to make their way in if they want to.
Oh, the instant Tibbers into it. Shanks doesn't really have much. He's about to have his CC back up. Hope just goes in. Kael goes for the double. Does end up getting Hope that kill, and now they can just front to back this one all day. Xiaosu looks nothing like that last fight, and now the ulti from Flandra. His tank duties have been served well. The pillar stops Scout from going anywhere, and that's a full total ace, and a clean one at that for anyone's legend.
They didn't even need the Baron to break open the base, Mazel. They might not need it to end this series. Anyone's legend. 5-0. Clean ace at 26 minutes.
That's almost the fastest game of the split. The shortest game was 26-12 with Ultra Prime and TT. It's a little bit off of that, about a minute, but it's a potential return to form for anyone's legend. Welcome back to the LPL, baby. 2-2 now, evened up.
And in a consecutive series as well, right? They were 0-2, now they've found a second series win, and finally, we see AL come alive in a game 2. We talked about them being 3-game series merchants, these game 1 admies, but they were able to close out really well this time round. And this second game as well, incredibly consistent. Once again, Hope having a standout performance in this bot lane, and I think that Kai'Sa, again, it's one of those picks that we synonymize with a lot of AD carries in the LPL, and at a certain stage, Hope is going to start to have to pick up that mantle as one of those LPL players. I think he's already starting with that, with a really good Kai'Sa performance, not just today, but in so many seasons gone past.
And I can't help but feel a little sad. You know, it's tough to see a team with some of the biggest and brightest names that we honestly ever had in the LPL struggling to make ends meet, struggling to even put things together, especially against some of these top teams. And I don't know what the exact fix is for JDG, but you can see the disappointment, especially after they lose there, as they're getting up. You can see the disappointment on their faces, but you know that this is not the right trajectory for this team. Even if they are 2-3 now, they still have a lot of games left. We're barely getting started, it feels like. But it just hasn't looked clean.
Yeah, I mean, they play effectively. Unfortunately for JDG, they're a third of the way through their season now, through their regular season. And yes, they'll have some semblance of a playoff or a best of 5 where their lives are on the line at some stage just by being in Group Ascend. But you really don't want to have that be the thing that you're living by. Well, it's okay because I have this. It's really not. You kind of want to be in that top 4. You want to be choosing when you go to playoffs, and making that choice of which of the bottom 4 teams that you're taking the pick of, because realistically, looking at the way that the series and that the playoffs are going to end up panning out, there's a possibility that we end up seeing EDG in playoffs, and that's not unrealistic to expect with the way that our weaker teams have been looking. But even still, top 4 get to pick from the bottom 4 of whoever makes it out of play-ins. you want to be as high up in that as possible and get as best a pick as possible.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I think in that case, you know, you look to see what the turnaround can be. And speaking of turnaround, I think AL absolutely incredible in a lot of ways. And you know, I may be looking too much into it, but in split number 2, when you're looking at the regular season, JDG had their number. It was 2-2-0s when they had the double round robin and group ascend. It did not look close in those. Some of those games did, but it's nice to see that kind of full circle coming through where anyone's legend are the ones that take that forward foot in this matchup between the two orgs.
Yeah, and I think that that's a bit of growth as well, right? JDG had kind of been a bit notorious in split number 2 as having these weird games that they might just lose against teams that they might not have been expected to, but then against the top dogs actually didn't look too bad. But anyone's legend this time round have made some really decent progress. It seems like versus JDG, one of the few rosters that stayed the course between split 2 and split 3 as well. So the idea that there is that pre-existing synergy as well might be pretty important for them, and that they're finally starting to build up on that as well.
I am just wondering what, as we move forward for this one, what the AL trajectory is for themselves. Because, like, you can talk about the vibes, all the things behind the scenes, the tough schedule they've had coming into it as well. But they're going to have to catch up on games. They're going to have a lot of consecutive games. I mean, even we looked at last split, there were teams playing like 4 best of 3s in a single week. I don't know if we're necessarily going to get that this time around, but it could be close. And it's just, I'm sitting here with my hand hovering a button, and that button says AL's back. And I can't press it yet.
But you want to, and we all
want to. My finger's twitching, man.
I think as well it's important to compare the expectations from both of the international events that we've seen, and maybe why we're so excited for AL to be back as an organisation. In the LPL, Top Esports went to first stand and gave the LPL a bit of a bad reputation, right? Like they made people think, hold on, this region, what's happened? But then AL go and they draw 2 full 5-game series up against Gen.G and T1, 2 of the best teams, the 2 best teams it feels like in the world right now. And the fact that AL are able to take them to such close 5-game series is a really good showing for the region as well. So having them back on top form, it is something that we are quite excited by.
And we're going to get to take a look back through memory lane of the second game. Ooh, this is where it all started to go downhill for JDG. And
then it happens again.
No.
An extra melee creep, my lucky day.
What happened to my goat?
Yeah, counting the minions has been, we've overdone that bit, but it was an instance where Scout, gets caught out by not
and it's
counting
all
up to 3.
from them burning that flash from just the pillar. Like Tarzan errantly just throws a pillar, gets the flash out from Scout, and then all of that happens.
Yeah, and I mean, this fight around the Dragon as well, I don't think this was as detrimental necessarily to them, but it certainly put a bit more of an emphasis on the momentum of the game. It's a good reason for using your summoner spells. I hate to rag on people for such fundamental mistakes, but they are the types of things that end up costing you big time. And you can see this is the fight that preceded that. Pace doesn't need to use his flash there. He was absolutely fine the whole time. So, especially on the Corki, when you've got such a safety net in the Valkyrie, it does feel a bit weird to not use those tools when you need to.
And I'm sure Hope's going to get MVP, so let's go ahead and give some praise to him. Some of these fights were clinical from him. I love the AD counter pick. I love getting a little bit of resources to Hope, and how much he has become a shining light for this team, and especially for the conditions that they'd like to play around. Yeah,
and you look at where Hope has really thrived in the past. It had been on those more traditional hyper carries. I think Hope Jinx normally was something that at least I synergized with him quite well and thought that's the type of thing that he would be good at. And we take a look once again at those international performances. It's picks like Lucian, and looking at the games that he's playing on the domestic stage, picks like Kai'Sa are becoming very, very scary, and types of things that you can't really be giving over to him if you want to, consider yourself competitive in a series.
Exactly, and it's crazy. I look back, and this is an old interview, like right before he got kicked from JDG. So take it with what you will. But I remember his big goal after that kind of split, after things had come to an end, was to be like a shot calling kind of leader ADC. I would love to get a check-in with him one day and see how he's feeling about that aspect, or if that's completely changed for him. Because right now he's just got the locked-in mindset of hyper carry, and I feel like it's looking really powerful for AL too.
Yeah, and I think that most importantly as well, talking, you highlighted that JDG, a former team of his, it's good to get a 2-0 on them as well. You mentioned that in split number 2, kind of a kryptonite of AL, JDG handed them a couple of losses pretty easily. But this time round, we got to see AL with a really solid 2-0 convincing victory, and we get to see Hope find that little bit of vengeance.
He's got to get MVP, right? It's got to be MVP for Hope. I think
you would like to think so. I advocated for it in game number 1.
Tarzan had a good game. Okay, it's Kyle.
Yeah.
Hope, you were robbed, my king.
Well, yes, maybe. I think Kyle as well. Like, again, 90% kill participation, and up until like the Atacon fight down on the bot side, or one of the fights down in bot side, he was 100% kill participation. He was making a lot of plays happen. And,
ADCs never get anything nice.
In the LPL, hey man, we might be a little bit wrong on that. That's we love glazing the AD carries here. Let's be fair.
We do. We'll glaze them all day long. As we're going to take a look at the standings here, I do believe kind of break down what we're seeing going into the rest of this week. It was a super day. We had a little bit of movement in the standings. I got to say, Group Nirvana is looking chaotic as hell. But in both cases, we do have pretty dominant teams, Top Esports and EDG leading the way for their respective groups already. But AL starting to make the trudge up the standings here.
Yeah, and I think that it is going to be a long road back up to top spot. Expecting Top Esports to lose another couple of series is a pretty tall order. Most likely going to be BLG or AL to try and hand them those defeats. With IG and Weibo, it feels like the team that are kind of fighting for that 4th spot. I sort of mentioned this in the series that they played against one another a couple of days ago, that IG versus Weibo is likely going to be the decider of 4th and 5th, with JDG looking like one of those teams that we're still waiting to be convinced that they could compete.
Yeah, that's the biggest question that remains, and we'll have to find out sooner rather than later if that's going to actually be the way that things go, if they go as intended or as expected. But speaking of expected, it's the end of the show, so we got one more thing to do before we get going, before I get your final thoughts, Rude Dude, because we got to say thank you to our very special Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, we've got Mung, Force Without, and owners of Silmaril. And their pledge contributions help level up the show on a daily basis. They help pay all of the volunteers that come and donate all the time that is needed to cover these teams, cover this league, and give you the product that we try to represent for the LPL English product. And it's been a pleasure. Really, really, if you want to support us, if you want to give anything, go subscribe to Coffee. You can get access to interviews and content early, as well as giving questions to our interviews and things along those lines. And it helps out the broadcast so much. So that being said, Rude, final thoughts before we say our adieus for the day. We've gotten pretty easy 2-0s to finish out the days, 2 days in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, the LPL continuing to deliver. I think generating these stories of these teams is becoming incredibly fascinating, really, to see where these teams across the standings are ending up. And a reminder that we are here every single day. We are putting on these shows every day of the LPL. It's a 40-day stretch where there are streams on this exact channel. So follow, subscribe, give us the support that you feel comfortable doing, because we're here to provide for you guys.
We are indeed. So I got to give one last big shout out to you, Rude Dude, to Chippy behind the scenes production all day. It's a long day, so huge shout out to Chippy and our socials and our mod team. They have a heck of a job putting everything, translating everything into what they do. So a huge shout out to everybody that makes this crew a crew, and shout out to the community for all the love and support we get. We'll see you tomorrow for more LPL action. Don't you dare miss it at the same time that normal days start. We'll see you there.